Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise we might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Never to be seen again. Well, Space Fams, good to see you here on this Tuesday evening. News on the twos. A lot to talk about, but first some shoutouts. Oh, and know it first. The YouTube chat. Columbia Rican, Tom Chris. Also here, Atticus Among Us, Megley, Skinny Stock, and Jaeger 8 Larson over on the Twitch. Well, beautiful to see you all. A lot to talk about tonight, but I'm gonna try and keep it rather focused here, as I possibly can. If if I fail, c'est la vie. But three main things we're gonna talk about here today: the DJT-JEE Epstein Memorial Library, the primaries, which are ending as we speak, polls closing, West Virginia, and Nebraska. That's right, elections are happening, even though it doesn't seem like they're happening. I was hoping there'd be like a Kornacki cam, something like that for us to tune in on tonight. No dice there. Apparently the state of West Virginia and Nebraska are completely meaningless to the mainstream media. We also got a fascinating new development in Iran, which we'll get to as well. America. Fuck yeah! Oh shit, I forgot. I screwed up. That was a bad one. How did I do this? Oh!
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
How's everybody doing? You doing good, Space Fans? Let's hope so. Weird week already. Threat of nukes from Iran. Oh, there's one other thing I should have put in the well, that's my life, though. What do I put in the thumbnail and the title? Always a difficult answer. Seemingly more and more difficult by the day. Okay. Let's start the stream talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy?
It's great, the Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this kid.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. Then we see that time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I can't believe everybody's still talking about that guy. A creep, Jeffrey Epstein. Very weird. Very, very weird. Not sure why.
It's weird. It's weird.
That's really weird.
Fuck, I've lost my place already. Oh, right. That's why. Because this video wasn't in here. That was my fault. We can't talk about Jeffrey Epstein without the Jeffrey Epstein Files remix. The remix, bros. Yes, let's start here. At the exhibit itself.
Looks like to have all of the released Epstein files in one place, more than 3.5 million pages printed and bound into books inside the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Reading Room.
DOJ didn't follow the law, right? They failed to redact names and identifying information of survivors and victims, and they did redact names of co-conspirators. So each of these is about 5 pounds. If you take all 3,437 volumes, it weighs about 17,000 pounds. So if we read for 24 hours and we cover 2 pages a minute, we will read about 3 of these books. This much, this, and this. That's 24 hours of reading. So in order to get through all of these books, we would need to read for more than a year. What we wanted to do in the middle of all of this evidence of crimes, provide a way for us to think about and center the victims. We have 1,400 points of light, one to represent each one of the victims and survivors. We put together these 3 timelines. The Jeffrey Epstein timeline across the top, which are all of his allegations. The Donald Trump timeline along the bottom, which are all of his allegations and crimes. In the middle, all of the times that they were together. I think what you see here is that these 2 men lived remarkably similar lives, which makes sense because they were friends for decades. The difference is one of them died in prison and the other one is the president of the United States. What we hope for and what we hope to advocate for is to have not only all of the files released, but also to have them properly redacted so that it doesn't expose the names of victims or survivors, and also unredact the names of witnesses and perpetrators and co-conspirators, so that there is true transparency and that can promote real accountability.
Well, there you go.
All right, guys, so I think it's fair to say this right here is Donald Trump.
Kyle? No. No, Kyle. Okay. Well, there you go. A brief look into the pop-up exhibit in New York. The Donald J. Trump Jeffrey E. Epstein Memorial Library. I believe that's the official. Wait, hold on. Oh, Presidential Library. Sorry. Presidential, not memorial. Presidential, of course. Now, I wish they could have gotten their hands on the actual statue. I think that really would have punched it up a little bit. But, you can't win them all, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. It's a fascinating display. I'm just going to go back to it now. I just wanted us to watch it once and then look at some of this stuff. Because, this shit was kind of wild. And I love the fact that we're now measuring the Epstein files in metric tons. which I believe in this case would be over 8 metric tons, I think, if I'm doing the math right. It's a lot of tons. It's a lot. So as you can see here, the opening to the gallery. Oh, I'm sorry, not the Memorial Library, Reading Room. See, I keep getting the name wrong. It's the Donald J. Trump Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Reading Room. Welcome. Quite an entrance. Like I said, I still think the actual statue would have really punched things up just a little bit, but nonetheless, certainly a statement piece that you enter into, that you have the thousands of partially redacted Epstein files. Just thousands and thousands of volumes of them. And then, of course, the candles.
100 points of light, one to represent each one.
The candles, a.k.a. the victims, which this administration doesn't seem
the victims that survived
to care very much about. You got the timeline. I think the timeline is really illustrative because, sure, we all know. I mean, we know how many Epstein files there are. There's a metric fuck ton of them. We've been saying it. Now we can see it in the real world. But it would take us a whole year to read through them. The timeline, things like this, I feel like really help this. I would love to go check this out if I could get a chance. But this is quite a extensive, detailed exhibit that has been put together here, gotta say. I appreciate the amount of work that's gone into it. Painstaking detail. Oh, by the way, just a reminder to any of the patrons to respond to the Galactic questionnaires. There's at least one person I can think of right now who hasn't recently who has become a member, but hasn't yet responded to the questionnaire. And as a result, are still not on the shout out and are going avatarless, which is fine. I mean, it's really up to you. It's your money. But missing out on benefits seems like a weird choice. All right, now Kyle. All right, Kyle. Tell us, you get in here.
All right, guys, so I think it's fair to say this right here is Donald Trump's absolute worst nightmare. Wired says, the Institute for Primary Facts has compiled more than 3.5 million pages of the Epstein files for public display at the newly opened Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Reading Room. So this is insane. You can see the picture here. Man, a lot of work went into this, bro. There's a lot of work. Shout out to these people. I mean, this is really next level. I fucking love this here. Okay. So Anonymous says, the Trump Epstein Reading Room has put all 3.5 million pages bound together in 3,437 volumes of books on display in a new exhibit in Tribeca, New York. David Garrett, one of the organizers, says the goal is to push for the release of all the files and make sure they are properly redacted to protect Epstein's victims, not witnesses or co-conspirators. So here we go. Look at this. This video is crazy.
This is what it looks like to have all of the released Epstein files in one place, more than 3.5 million pages printed and bound into books inside the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Reading Room.
Wait, hold on. I'm skipping past this because this is a little literal video we just got done watching. Yeah, let's see. Here we go.
Wait, in the middle, all of the timeline along the bottom, which are all of his.
1996, E. Jean Carroll's allegation. 1997, Miss Teen USA dressing room. Oh, I remember that. He was like, I go in there all the time. They're teenagers, but I go in there and I go, is everything okay in here? And I see them changing in beautiful bodies. Oh, Jesus Christ. 1997, forced kiss at Mar-a-Lago. 1996, dinner table allegation. 1997, my daughter's hot. 1997, the U.S. Open incident. 1996, Miss Piggy. 1997, kissed without consent. Jesus Christ.
All of his allegations of crimes. In the middle, all of the times that they were together. I think what you see here is that these two men lived remarkably similar lives, which makes sense because they were friends for decades.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The love letter Trump wrote on his birthday to Epstein.
One of them died in prison, and the other one is the president of the United States. What we hope for and what we hope to advocate for is to have not only all of the files released, but also to have them properly redacted so that that doesn't expose
Epstein Museum.
ability.
Shout out to these guys, man. What an amazing idea. It's basically like an Epstein museum. It's like an Epstein
exactly
Trump
what it
museum.
is.
People are onto it now.
That's
They know the
exactly
truth.
what it
Everybody
is.
knows, even if they
Although
don't know
it's
the
not-
specific facts.
It isn't a museum though. It's just an exhibit. It won't. I mean, this is a pop-up, right? So it's not it's not permanent. It'll come down at some point.
On a gut intuitive level, they know Trump is guilty. They know that Epstein and Trump were best friends, and that Epstein is on tape saying for at least a decade he was Trump's best friend. They know that Trump was on Epstein's plane at least 8 times that we know of, and he went to the island, including with his daughter, Tiffany.
I did everything right, and they indicted
People know
me.
that the first time Trump and Melania had sex was on the Lolita Express, which is Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile jet. That is allegedly what happened. That's the first time they had intercourse. People know that Epstein actually knew the inner workings of Trump's first White House. And he knew who hated who was playing a game off another one. And the fact that he had all that information really begs the question, well, how much power did this guy have? And where did that power come from? Which is why there's all this talk of him being Mossad and being CIA and being involved with the Kremlin and like basically being a freelance intelligence guy who is running this blackmail operation and getting phenomenally wealthy, running in the most elite circles of all time. Okay? People know that Trump and Epstein shared a girlfriend and that Epstein passed off a girl, their words, not mine, to Trump in 1993, a 20-year-old.
Yep. And I mean, of course, let's not forget that, Ngaro claimed that she came, didn't she claim that, like, she came over here? I could be misremembering this. There's so many different people involved in all this, but somebody, I could have sworn it was that, Amanda Ngaro, the woman who had been deported by, God, oh my God, there's so many fucking characters involved in this. They're all like just swimming around in my head now. What's the other guy? God damn it. Oh, I can't remember the fucking dude's name. Paolo Zampoli. I mean, I think, didn't she claim that she was like on a plane with Melania coming over from like Eastern Europe or some shit, or what was it? I can't remember. No, maybe it wasn't her. Maybe it was somebody. I cannot remember. But like, there's been like all these claims that like now that or like suggestions that Melania may have been trafficked to Jeffrey first, essentially, and then he like passed her off to Trump. Like, it's wild that we have these people now in charge of the country, the people who supported them, who put them there, claimed that they were claiming that they were serious to those people, right? And those people were claiming that they cared about this stuff, and yet you actually don't see a huge implosion in Trump's support numbers. People have no fucking scruples whatsoever. Let's be real, they never did. I mean, if we look at that timeline, there was all of this stuff that we all knew about Trump that to some degree has just gone by forgotten. Because there's been so much other shit that we have to talk about with Donald Trump, and we just, they're not holding him accountable for the lack of accountability on the lack of transparency on the Epstein files, the lack of investigations. I mean, he claimed so much stuff about this. They were gonna lock them all up. Like the Epstein class, I mean, sure, that word, that phrase has only come into the meta more recently, but effectively, the Epstein class was the swamp, right? Bill and Hillary, all of these nasty, it was implied the entire time, if not explicit, that the Epstein class was the swamp. And now nobody, like basically nobody's holding him accountable for the fact that he's not draining that swamp, and he's actually filling the swamp with literal Epstein classers, like like fucking Howard Lutnick and all these other fucking guys. And the victims continue to have to relive all of this and not get any accountability over and over again. And the media, Congress not holding anybody accountable, the voters seeming not holding Congress accountable very much. I mean, if anything, at least what we've seen in the primaries, although we will be getting to talking about that very, very soon, is, of course, you know, the fact that perhaps the only people left voting in the primaries right now are the MAGA faithful. But what we're seeing right now is non-Trump loyal Republicans getting defeated in the primaries, right? Like in the Republican primaries, and like in Ohio and in especially in Indiana, where there was the redistricting situation that we talked about. I'm just realizing that my chat freaking froze. There we go. We're back. Good God. For a second, I thought that nobody was chatting. That was weird. Excuse me, everybody. Oh, God. By the way, is my mouth not lagging right now? I tried to fix it. I tried to fix it. I noticed something. Fact is, I never rewatch my clips. Okay, you may or may not know this, but I do not watch my clips back. I can't watch. First off, I don't have time to rewatch my 8-hour live streams because like there's no time between it. Like when would I do it? Like just like for instance, today. Let's go with today's stream. We start at 8. Let's assume I go for 8 hours. Right? Let's assume I go for 8 hours from 8 to 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right? That would mean I would somehow have to both sleep, right? Let's not forget I have to sleep, technically, between streams. Otherwise, I would lose my mind and or probably die at some point. So I gotta sleep between the streams for some amount of time. So let's just keep that in mind while we talk about what I would have to do. So I would end the stream at 4 a.m. I would have to prepare for the stream, right? Which takes about 4 hours at least of research usually to get through it all and to prepare my list and whatever else, set up the links and my thumbnails and everything else. It's about 4 hours. So the time between, assuming the same start time tomorrow on Wednesday, right? That we're already at noon if I start immediately. Or no, sorry. We're already at 8 a.m. if I start immediately on that, right?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Then, or I mean, we can do it in whatever order, but then I would have to rewatch the live streams, right? Or this live stream, assuming I had already done all the other ones. Like, that would be another 8 hours. So from 8 to 4, and that would leave me 4 hours, essentially, doing absolutely nothing else. Just sleep. Not showering or brushing my teeth or doing any other normal human life things. Yeah. So I just never re-listened to I can't. I don't have the time. How could I possibly? But I am trying to add timestamps to the streams. I did that for the last stream. Maybe some of you noticed when you perhaps went and watched stream from Sunday. But I noticed some people have said that it is lagging, that my mouth doesn't line up with the words I'm saying, and I've never understood what they meant by that. Because when I look at this, like right now, my voice is I have levels on my software, right? that show me the audio levels, and it always lines up with my voice. There's never any kind of like delay. But I noticed a delay. So I looked through all of the different settings on my mic, and I noticed within the stream software a 2000 millisecond, aka 2-second delay. So all of my words have been delayed to the video by 2 seconds for I don't know how long. I never asked it to do this. I don't remember ever asking it to do this. So yeah, hopefully it's better. Less laggy than it has been. Well, that's good. This is good. I assume that's because it's been 2 seconds behind all the time. I just had no way of knowing it without rewatching myself after the fact. Because it's happening in the software. And it's not showing it on the levels of my mic. Do you see what I mean? Like, I had no way of knowing this without actually, like, going back and rewatching my streams for some extended period of time and being like, yo, there's something wrong. Like, because sometimes it looks fine to me. And I'm like, I don't know what you mean. But while these streams are going, while I might be monitoring the streams, I'm not listening to them. Like, I can't hear what you're hearing right now. Like, the only way that I'm able to, I have multiple different audio softwares running at the same time, different like audio levels I'm looking at all the time to try and keep them lined up with each other so that one is not way, and so I know that sometimes one does, I know, but it's already, that's what I'm saying. My point is that there's already a lot going on over here, and somehow I never noticed this particular issue. So hopefully this won't be a problem in the future. What time is it? You know, I'm gonna switch over. I'm gonna do it. Honestly, I didn't do as much preparation today as I would have liked. Just been sort of overwhelmed this week with the upcoming wedding and everything else. I've been I don't know. It's just been a fucked up week already. And also, of course, we have the primary season now going in full swing. And I just want to start talking about that now. So I'm going to switch us over to the primaries results, and then we'll probably go back to some of the other stuff that I have here, but I don't know, I'm just this is my main focus today. Gotta pull this up too now.
Independent Senate candidate Dan Osborne made national waves in 2024 with a much closer than expected challenge to incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer in deep red Nebraska. Osborne delivered.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna start here talking about the Senate race in Nebraska. This is MSNBC from 2 days ago. Still refuse to call them MS now. It's a stupid name. Yeah, and I'm pulling up the election results right now as we do this.
Republican Senator Deb Fischer in deep red Nebraska. Osborne delivered the single biggest Independent Senate candidate Dan Osborne made national waves in 2024 with a much closer than expected challenge to incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer in deep red Nebraska. Osborne delivered the single biggest Senate overperformance compared to the top of the ticket anywhere in the country, outperforming former Vice President Kamala Harris by roughly 14 points. Now, Osborne is back for another run. This time, he's taking on Republican Senator Pete Ricketts, betting that growing frustration with the White House could make Nebraska even more competitive this time around. So joining us is independent candidate for Nebraska's U.S. Senate seat, Dan Osborne. Dan, thank you very much for coming to the weekend. This frustration
I need that too,
with the administration. Let me play something. Sorry, growing frustration. Let me play something that Kevin Hassett said on Wednesday about credit cards. We'll talk about it on the other side.
The consumer is really firing on all cylinders, just like the corporate sector you're seeing in the earnings reports. And they're doing that because they have so much more money in their pockets. Credit card spending is through the roof. They're spending more on gasoline, but they're spending more on everything else, too.
Now, Dan, as you know, Kevin Hassett is the head of the National Economic Council. Do Nebraskans view spending much more than they have ever spent on credit cards is a sign of their economic health?
Yeah, well, I suppose that directly relates into it. You know, I was just at the gas pump the other day, and for the first time in a long time, I had to stop the pump short because I realized my mortgage was coming out. And that's the way people are living right now. You know, it's definitely a struggle. Bad tariff policy and bad foreign policy is playing out in real time with a lot of us, and it's hurting our pocketbooks. And I know my opponent, like Pete Ricketts, who's rubber stamping all of this, I don't think he probably doesn't even drive his own car, let alone pump his own gas. So he's definitely disassociated from the majority of our reality.
Mr. Osborne, you raised more money than Pete Ricketts in the Q1, I think. The polls have you quite tight. We have this flat water free press here talking about your the Democrat, because you're running as an independent. Trump voting Nebraska pastor is running for Senate as a Democrat. He insists it's in good faith. Forbes voted for Trump each time he was on the ballot and posted a photo of Ricketts speaking at a Right to Life rally in Lincoln in a since deleted Facebook post. The Democrats will obviously pick a candidate in their primary. There is a risk, though, that you both split the anti-Ricketts vote. When you look at where the polls are, what voters are saying, that there is a Democrat in the race, do you have concerns about splitting the Ricketts vote when I know that you think he shouldn't have the job?
Yeah, you know, I think ultimately this is Ricketts playing dirty pool. You know, this is all about them. They're absolutely scared right now that the workers of the world, the wage earners of the world, are uniting around a common cause, and that the common cause is less than 2% of our elected officials in both the House and Senate come from the working class. So it's a country club. And they don't want people like me in their country club. And this is another example of them just, putting in a plant in the Democratic primary.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, this guy is genuinely better than the Democrat candidate running for Senate right now. Just so everybody understands that. That's why he's getting the Galactic recommendation over here. Now, I am trying to find all of the results right now. It's a little bit of a difficult trek. I still don't see any live results coming out of NBC. No Kornacki cam right now. If somebody does see one, let me know, but I do not. So I'm trying to find what I can on Nebraska's stuff here. I've found more from West Virginia for some reason. But he's not, right, exactly. He's not the perfect candidate or anything like that. In fact, most candidates are going to have at least one thing that you and I don't agree with. But it's in this, like, in these elections, in the primary elections, this is our chance to put the best candidate forward, to weigh the options and be all the independents is I think it's a slightly different situation for them. But yeah, it's important. He's not on the Democratic primary list. Just to be clear. I'm just starting it off, just to be clear. He's not on the Democratic. He's in here. I'm just in here because we're talking about Nebraska right now. Right? And I figured we'd start off with one of the candidates that we are currently... He's going to be in the general election as running as an independent. That's why I was bringing up the fact, the independent thing. There's a different situation. But, like, just generally speaking, the primaries, we have to be focused on putting the best candidates forward. And I think there's only one candidate running. I think they're running unopposed against the Republican. So it's just going to be a general fight, from my understanding of this race right now. Just going to be a general election fight, from my understanding, here in Nebraska. But I just wanted to start it off with the big race there, and then move on to the primaries right now. KCAU-TV Sioux City, 13 hours ago. Nebraska's primary election. Let's do it.
All right, well, thank you, Taylor. And today, the first Siouxland state will hold its 2026 primary election.
Nebraska voters will choose their party's candidate for governor, U.S. Senate, Secretary of State, and more. It's all on our top story this Tuesday morning. So polls...
Wait, are there two... Wait, is there an actual primary for the Senate right now? How do I not know that? I fucked up somehow. Is that true?
Open across the state of Nebraska at 8 a.m. Central Time and 7 a.m. Mountain Time. They will close 12 hours later. If you cannot make it out to the polls until late in the evening, or if your polling place has long lines, you will be allowed to vote as long as you're in line before the polls close. Also, don't forget to bring a photo ID with you. If you received an absentee ballot by mail, you must return that to your county election office by the time polls close in order for your vote to be counted.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There is. Somehow.
In one of the hottest races.
Honestly, though, I was only familiar with one of the candidates to this. And everything I heard about her was bad. She was receiving a lot of corporate money. APAC money, I think, too. Hold on. Let me look into this a little bit while we're sitting here. I mean, it's too late now. It's too late now. I fucked up. I should do my job better. This is what happens when I have life events. It's totally screwing me. It's not just that, though. The last few weeks have been just filled with me being upset. Okay, so it's Burbank, and who's the other one? Hold on. I can't even figure out who this was. See, the only person I've heard of is this Cindy Burbank woman. I can't even figure out who her fucking challenger is. They don't even mention them in this article I'm reading right now. Who is the challenger? Anybody know who the challenger is to Sydney Burbank is in the primary? I mean it should be me that knows this, but somehow I don't. Oh, there we go. Ballotpedia, thank you. Oh, right. It's William Forbes and Cindy Burbank. Okay, I think I know a little bit about William Forbes for some reason. I could have sworn this guy also sucks. They both, if I recall correctly, they both suck. I remember these two now. I'm like going through this. They both suck. I can tell you right now, both of these two suck. Big time. NBC News has live election coverage on the website? Wow. That's when you know NBC doesn't want you to watch the live election coverage. Hold on, I'll see if I can find that. Jesus Christ. There's a great way to get people to not watch the election coverage by putting it on the website. Nobody but you found that. Literally nobody but you knows that. Right? Like, nobody else is on NBC's fucking website looking for the election coverage. They're on social media platforms. I'm just remembering, we should be doing this in the opposite order that I have this set up. We should be doing West Virginia first and then Nebraska. Because Nebraska's polls close after West Virginia's, of course. I still can't even find the thing that you're talking about right now. Like, that's how hidden it is on the website. That tells you just how badly they want you to watch that election coverage. Okay, let's go to the West Virginia primaries here. These are the results. They are coming in right now. Now, just remind you, Britt Aguirre is the person that we were hoping would win here in District 1. It's a very tight race right now. 500 votes. 506 votes are what currently separates them. There's only 2 districts, of course. Currently, our preferred candidate is winning here in District 2, which is Ace Parsi, first generation immigrant from Iran. He's winning by 1.1%. He, unfortunately, has a very, very, very slim lead right now. 326 votes. Currently what he's winning by. Not a lot. Very slim margin. I'll keep you up on that. That updated as best as I possibly can.
West Virginia, voters will decide several key races, including the U.S. Senate, 2 House seats, the state Senate, and the House of Delegates. Polls open in just over 30 minutes at 6:30 a.m. and close at 7:30 tonight. We have a voter's guide for our West Virginia viewers on our website.
West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey is not on tomorrow's ballot, but he's staking his political capital to reshape the Republican Party's massive supermajorities in the state legislature more to his liking. This includes targeting several Republican incumbents for defeat. Tomorrow will be a key test of Morrisey's political sway 2 years into his term. Some of Morrisey's state legislative endorsements put him at odds with Republican U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito, who is seeking a third term. In State Senate District 10, for example, Capito has endorsed incumbent Republican State Senator Vince Deeds, while Morrisey is backing his challenger, Jonathan Comer, who is a pastor. Republicans already hold a supermajority in West Virginia, but tomorrow's primary election could help determine what kind of Republican Party leads the state moving forward. From incumbents defending their records to conservative challengers pushing for change, this year's primary season has turned into one of the most contentious in recent memory. 8 reporter Bailey Tucker joins us live to break down these races. And Bailey,
now, this is something I think is really interesting here. I'm noticing in the West Virginia state Senate primary results. You are seeing more Democrats voting than Republicans right now. At least I think, if I'm doing the math right. Let me think here. It's 54, 4, 56, 57, 2, 50, not 56. I think that's 60.1, 62.7. It's like a little, I think it's really close. I think it's really close. Let me think. 35, 45, 52, 50. Actually, all right, maybe slightly less. I take it back. I looked like it for a second. When I first looked at this, it hadn't fully updated. Like, these bottom candidates were not added into this yet. Like, these all said 0 a second ago. So I don't know what the fuck just happened. But when I first looked at this, there was a higher vote count for Democrats than there were for Republicans. I'm not sure that's the case anymore. I have to pull out a calculator to be sure. I don't think so, though. But there seems to be a lot of Democrats getting out and voting in the primaries right now in West Virginia. Keeping up with at least almost keeping up with Republicans. Could be a good sign for the general elections in West Virginia. That's only one of the... It's only one of the races. There's a bunch of them. Although these are smaller states, West Virginia and Nebraska, compared to most others, not as many seats up.
how is this race different from those we've seen in the past?
Well, Gina, this year, the primaries, especially in the Republican primary, there's been a lot of inter-party fighting. And a lot of these ads aren't even coming from the candidates themselves, but these outside organizations making the claims even more intense. A bitter primary season, outside money, and growing divisions inside the Republican Party are setting the stage for Tuesday's primary election in West Virginia. Several state Senate races have become battlegrounds as some candidates argue Republican leaders in Charleston haven't been conservative enough.
I didn't think we were moving in a conservative enough direction.
Chris Pritt is challenging incumbent Senator Tom DeCubo in District 17. Pritt, who has been endorsed by Governor Patrick Morrisey and is a former delegate, says this election could push the Republican Party further to the right.
We should be number one when it comes to the Second Amendment, protecting life, lowering taxes.
But DeCubo pushes back, saying Republicans have already delivered on many conservative priorities and that West Virginia lawmakers should be focused on issues impacting people's daily lives.
When you've got neighbors that have to boil their water just to drink, when you have kids that don't have educational opportunities, when you have a foster crisis like we have in West Virginia, and we're doing very little to get that.
It is so hilarious to hear Republicans talk about, oh, not enough educational opportunities and dirty drinking water. Oh, yes, that's sad for you. Well, maybe you shouldn't have put Donald Trump in the fucking Oval Office. These people are just like living in some weird, like, in-between world that just makes zero sense. at all. It's like, oh, it's actually Democrats' fault that all the drinking water is bad. Vote Republican, even though Donald Trump is repealing all of the EPA standards on drinking water.
You're a moron. Taken care of. Those are issues that are important.
Takubo also says this year's primary season has become unusually divisive.
This is nothing that we have ever seen before.
That division is playing out in several other state Senate races across the state. In District 17, incumbent Senator Ann Charnock is facing a primary challenge from businessman Michael Girouge. Charnock says despite the tension inside the party, she believes Republicans will move forward after the primary.
I think sometimes families fight, and I think all the time those fights come out for a better party.
But Girouge says voters are tired of political noise and want lawmakers focused on issues like jobs and the economy.
We need to be focused on jobs. We need to be focused on infrastructure. We need to be focused on the economy.
In District 8, Kanawha County Commissioner Lance Wheeler, incumbent Senator T.
You know how these Republicans are going to make your water better and your economy better? get you jobs by bringing in AI data centers to suck up all the water, all of the energy, and then not give you any jobs. That's going to do it. They're going to make that claim. Believe me, it's already happening in West Virginia. We've been talking about it. Like the state Senate, these literal guys right here, most of whom are already in office and greenlighting all of those projects, are the reason why your drinking water is getting worse and why your life is getting more expensive. And why you don't have new jobs. At best, you might get a few temporary construction jobs and go back to not having jobs again.
ABC 8 is your election headquarters.
Everybody needs to get out to vote.
By the way, this is the ABC 8WCHS TV West Virginia primary election coverage from earlier this evening.
The 2026 West Virginia primary.
You know, it's a privilege to hold office in West Virginia. It's a privilege to be able to run.
The races that will shape your community and the state for years to come.
We're talking about people that want to make West Virginia better. Those are the people that I'm backing.
Around the region, team coverage as we bring you up-to-date results for the Kanawha Valley and beyond.
Our coverage begins now. Well, thank you so much for joining us here at 6 tonight. Well, the West Virginia primary election officially underway. It is a season that has been unlike any other.
And we've been covering what sets this election apart with more money being spent this election cycle, especially negative campaign ads and significant conflict within the supermajority as the state waits to see just how the Senate and even the Republican Party in West Virginia shakes out with the results.
And
you know, I'm just realizing that they're actually counting. They're looking at the thing that I was trying to measure a second ago. I mean, one would assume they're counting Republican and Democratic votes at the same speed, right? Or like at the same time, right? They're like not separating these fucking or maybe they are. I don't fucking know. But 70 the Democratic votes 70%. There's 16% more of the expected vote in for Democrats than for Republicans, right? 55% of the expected vote here for Republicans and 71% for Democrats. I don't know why that is. But if in fact that is representative of there being more Democratic interest in voting rather than Republican interest in voting, could be somewhat illustrative of what's going to happen here in the general election, these midterms.
Patrick Morrissey has split that difference. He's taking a very active stance in endorsing candidates with similar legislative priorities.
And we've got team coverage as voters hit the polls and weigh in on who they think deserves to make crucial decisions for cities, counties, and the entire state. First, we head to Bailey Tucker with a look at what's at stake for the West Virginia State Senate. Bailey?
Well, Gina, Jacob, for the District 8 Republican Senate seat, we have a triple feature that features an incumbent, a doctor, and a Kanawha County commissioner. Democrat Kim.
Okay, we're seeing more results coming in here in Virginia. West Virginia. Ace Parsi now taking a slightly larger lead. A little over 500 votes now. However, Britt now down by nearly 1,000 votes here in the 1st district. That said, it's only 60% of the vote in here in the 1st and 77% of the vote in the 2nd, so yet to be called either race. Anything could happen there.
Running unopposed has already punched her ticket to November, but these three are still in the fight. First, we have T. Kevin Bartlett, the incumbent who was appointed by Governor Morrissey back in January of 2025. He's a pastor in Kanawha County, vowing to protect, quote, West Virginia freedoms. We also have Kanawha County Commissioner Lance Wheeler, who has served since 2020. He tells me that experience makes him the right choice for the seat. And finally, Dr. Stephen Eschnar, who works as an ER doctor, farmer, and small business owner. He tells me he wants to grow the state and its population.
It's very important that we continue to move West Virginia forward for the citizens, making sure that we are lowering taxes and making government more efficient by cutting out waste. I've done that as a Kanawha County Commissioner, and I look forward to doing it as a state senator.
What we need is a government that not only encourages the current existing businesses that are here to grow.
Is anybody else fucking creeped out when Republicans start talking about growing the population? Like, it sounds very Handmaid's Tale, which we're gonna get into actually later when we get out of this discussion. It just creeps me out. Like, all I can think of is like forced birth farms and stuff. Like, how are you gonna grow the population exactly? What are you talking about?
What you talking
about? Just a reminder, everybody, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to do that. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs. Cash App and PayPal. Throne, and of course the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. Low price of $3 a month. Get you access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Shit. I just set this up wrong. But I am gonna start the galactic content goal now, I guess. Power in. Yeah, a bit. Yeah, a bit. What? Wait, what? You can't just do that to me. What do you mean, yeah, a bit? Biting fingernails emoji. I have no. There's no context to that comment. It's very confusing for me. By the way, has anybody had any issues accessing the Galactic? Election the spreadsheet on Google? Just thinking out loud while we're here.
Also attracts new business to West Virginia, and that is what I think we need to be focused on first.
Right.
And speaking of those Morrissey endorsements, Morrissey has actually endorsed T. Kevin Bartlett for this position, saying, quote, saying he's part of a group that, quote, are willing to make tough decisions. Live at the Capitol, Bailey Tucker, Fox Appalachia. Back to you, Gina and Jacob.
Bailey, thank you. And as for West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrissey, he may not be on the ballot this year, but his political influence certainly is.
So the governor is throwing his support behind a number of candidates as he looks to make the Republican supermajority in the state legislature a little different. So he's backing lawmakers that he believes more closely align with his vision for the state.
The governor is throwing his support behind a number of candidates as he looks to remake the Republican Party's supermajority in the state legislature. Backing lawmakers he believes are more in step with his vision for the state. Morrissey has either endorsed or donated money in a handful of GOP House primary races. Now, several groups affiliated with Morrissey, including AFP, Sugar Maple PAC, and the School Freedom Fund, have spent millions of dollars to support many of the same candidates Morrissey has endorsed or opposed many who he opposes.
Governor trying to get involved in shaping the makeup of the House, or the West Virginia State Assembly, whatever you call it. Let's go to the U.S. Senate elections.
So Capito is seeking re-election to hold on to her role as one of the most powerful and influential senators in all of D.C. with close ties to the president, Donald Trump. Federal Election Commission records show that Capito has easily outraised her 5 opponents with more than $4 million of cash in hand as of April 22nd. And we caught up with her this morning as she headed out to the polls.
And so I think if you think, the country's under President Trump's leadership and my leadership is going the right way, a lot of the good policies that we've done, I think that's a good reason to vote. And so I'm excited about having the election over. That's always a good day.
So Capito's challengers include current state senator Tom Willis from Berkeley County. His challenge has added evidence of division within the state's GOP this primary cycle. More than a dozen state senators have now publicly endorsed Capito. Willis, however, was endorsed by Senate President Randy Smith. Other challengers include David Perkey, Janet McNulty, Brian McKinney, and Alexander Gasserud. Now, Willis told us while campaigning in the Eastern Panhandle today that the race feels a lot like 2 years ago.
These are just the Republican. This is just the Republican race. They're not. They're literally not even talking about the Democratic race. Do they even bring it up? Oh my God! This is like a local channel. Clearly, it's skewed heavily Republican. They just don't even mention Democrats. They're like, Democrats don't exist here in West Virginia, so we're not going to talk about them. Now, there is, in fact, a Democratic primary election for the Senate in West Virginia. You wouldn't know it if you were watching, what is this, ABC 8, WCHS. You would think it's only Republicans running in the fucking primaries, but no. Democrats are having their own primary for Senate. Zach Shrewsbury is the guy we think should take it down. Hopefully he does. This is wild. Ugh. The media landscape is rough for democracy. You know, only certain aspects of our democracy are discussed for whatever reason. It's the wrong primary election. Oh wait, this is the one. It's just the Republican or the Democrat. Oh, here we go. Is there a full breakdown? Oh, here we go. There it is. Now, this is both the primaries, Republicans and Democrats, Shelly Capito has been declared the winner. Republican ghoul who's been in office for quite some time at this point. Zach Shrewsbury here is the one who we were hoping to take this down, unfortunately. Rachel Anderson is the one who's currently winning this. Too early to call. But 78% of the expected vote are supposedly in already. But Zach here would need a huge move to take Rachel down at this point. Not looking great for the Senate race here in West Virginia, I am afraid. It's unfortunate, but reality. The House race continues to heat up over here. Ace Parsi still only leading by a margin of around 800 votes. That's been sort of waffling back and forth between 500 and 1,000 votes, but still winning by about 2% there. Britt Aguirre down by about 5%, a little bit, actually closer to 6%. 6 now, oh geez, 1,800 votes now. She is down 1,840 votes. It looks like George is coming away with it. I don't know how these votes break down within the district, but can I get more of it if I click it? No. Oh, wait. Maybe? Okay. Oh, we can. There we go. Nice. Maps. Maps. Love it. Love it. Okay. Braxton. Okay, Braxton, this is the one with 0% of the votes in. So it's these counties with 0% of the vote, with 0% of the votes, and you need to go heavy for Britta here. But yeah, you have Braxton, none in yet here, none in Calhoun, none in Clay, none in Wayne yet, none in Pendleton. I don't, unfortunately, know very much about any of these counties. You know what we need? You know what we need? We need music. Oh, God. You can see here in Kanawha, which appears to be one of the more populous counties here, he took Britta down big, 4,000, by almost 4,000 votes here. Although she's been quite competitive in some of the other localities here, whatever you call these districts, counties, right, counties. There we go. The elections. They're happening. They're happening, people. We're talking about them. Now, the polls just closed in Nebraska. So I think while we wait for more results to come in here in West Virginia, we go back to Nebraska, back to talking about those elections. But I'm sure the votes are being tabulated as we speak.
All right, well, thank you, Taylor. And today, the first Siouxland state will hold its 2026 primary election.
Nebraska voters will choose their party's candidate for governor, U.S. Senate, Secretary of State, and more. It's all on our top story this Tuesday morning. So polls will open across the state of Nebraska at 8 a.m. Central Time and 7 a.m. Mountain Time. They will close 12 hours later. If you cannot make it out to the polls until late in the evening, or if your polling place has long lines, you will be allowed to vote as long as you're in line before the polls close. Also, don't forget to bring a photo ID with you. If you received an absentee ballot by mail, you must return that to your county election office by the time polls close in order for your vote to be counted.
And one of the hottest races in the primary is who will become the Democratic nominee in the Congressional District 2 race. There are seven candidates running: Van Argyrakis, Kishla Askins, John Kavanaugh, James Lucien, Denise Powell, Crystal Rhodes, and Melanie Williams. We caught up with Powell as she cast her vote this morning. She says she'll spend the rest of the day door knocking, making phone calls, and waving to voters. She says she's eager for the polls to close and the first results to come in.
I feel really good about this campaign. We've worked really, really hard. It's been a really long year, but also an amazing year. What a strange honor it is to have a shot at doing this and to talk to people and hear their fears and their hopes. And I'm excited for tonight.
We also caught up with John Kavanaugh, who is door knocking this morning. He says there are at least 50 volunteers on his team connecting with voters today.
I want them to know that I'm a public servant who has dedicated my life to improving the lives of the people I serve.
This is the guy that we are currently supporting in Nebraska's 3rd right now. I'm sorry, Nebraska's 2nd district, John Kavanaugh here. He's currently winning right now. Fortunately, not by a huge margin, but with 62.3% of the vote in, up by 1,100 votes, nearly 4%. This is what we're hoping for. Unfortunately, Eric Moyer has already been declared as well, has already lost with, I can't remember this person's first name, but Backemeyer winning by nearly 6,000 votes here, called already. And of course, Becky Style running on unopposed in the 3rd, who is a not great candidate. Not great candidate, sort of that's a dino right there. That's a blue no matter who type vote right there. That doesn't have the full galactic approval, but I could understand people voting for in the general when it comes around. But mixed results here. Mixed results. You know, one of the raises completely, basically, just superfluous and unnecessary. With Style, Moyer losing, but Kavanaugh currently winning. Could be worse. Could be worse, I suppose. No, it's a completely uncontested race, both for Democrats and Republicans here for Attorney General, as you can see. And for Governor, a race that we did not talk about, unfortunately, because I did not manage to get to this race. Already being called, Jim Pillen winning for Republicans, and Lynn Walls winning for Democrats. Walls, huh? I wonder if there's any relation to Tim Walls. So yeah, I will keep you updated on the final result there on the Nebraska House race. With Kavanaugh. But as you can see, the rest of the races are already seemingly done there in Nebraska. God, I gotta manage my windows. I've got so many open windows over here. Too many. Let's see. What do we do next? I think at this point, since the elections are either almost already done or nearly done, and there's still plenty of other things for us to talk about tonight, I'm gonna move on from this topic. I will, like I said, I'll keep you all up to date on the final races here, which are basically Britta Aguirre's race and John Kavanaugh's race. I think those are the last ones that we're really watching here. Oh, and the Senate race in West Virginia is still not called. Although Zachary Shrewsbury, unfortunately, doesn't look like he's going to be taking that one down. It's currently 14,000 votes back from Rachel Anderson, who's the leader right now for the Democrats. And incumbent Shelley Capito already winning for Republicans in that race. So right, it's down to a few things we're really watching here, but some of it's already getting more and more decided as we speak. Fuck. What next? Gotta close this one. All right, let's see. What's today, the 12th? Yeah. By the way, I just want to say thank you to the person who bought me the, actually, you know, I'll say this in a second. Hold on. I'm just trying to get myself lined up to get back to talking about the rest of the stuff I have planned for tonight. I'm just trying to figure out which things we should cover right now. I think what I'll do is I'll take these out, and then we'll just go backwards, talking about the rest of the election stuff I had planned. The Supreme Court weighed in on the intention of the state of Alabama to reverse its latest map, the redistricting they just did to go back to an old map in 2023. And the Supreme Court said, that's great. Go right ahead. Do whatever the fuck you want. We don't care. Okay, I gotta open this up and close these out as well while we're doing these. Let's go to talking about that really quickly. WWL-TV. Start us off from 15 hours ago. WWL-TV, Louisiana.
Well, the Supreme Court has issued another major ruling on a redistricting effort.
Yeah, that decision involves Alabama's congressional maps. Yesterday, the High Court ruled that the state can revert back to a map it enacted in 2023 with just one majority black
Whoa, what just happened?
district. A lower court had previously blocked the use of that map. This comes after justices ruled Louisiana could eliminate.
Okay, that's that has never happened before. Never seen that one. Okay, weird. Sorry, I gotta read. Something fucked up just happened. I have no idea what the hell's going on. Take two. Cash App just told you that you can give your 6-year-old money.
You're hurting the kids.
Speaking of Cash App, just a reminder, everybody. Don't forget, we got to complete the Galactic content goal.
Well, the Supreme Court has issued another major ruling on a redistricting effort.
Yeah, that.
We've yet to make progress on that goal. Cash App is one of the great ways that you have available for you to do just that. Are we going to work? Are we going to play nice? Okay, there we go. Thank you, YouTube.
Well, the Supreme Court has issued another major ruling on a redistricting effort.
Yeah, that decision involves Alabama's congressional maps. Yesterday, the High Court ruled that the state can revert back to a map it enacted in 2023 with just one majority black district. A lower court had previously blocked the use of that map. This comes after justices ruled Louisiana could eliminate a minority district from its map in a ruling last month. That decision has cleared the way for other states to follow suit. The High Court issued its order for Alabama without an explanation. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, however, criticized the decision, saying it will confuse people as they vote in elections next week.
They split a whole city into three to make black voters have less power.
It's in the Constitution. Get over it.
B. Ferguson
And
of
your point
1896.
is, bring it.
Because you're being utterly disrespectful.
Not at all.
Every voter in America, white, black, or otherwise, can go cast a ballot right now.
A battle over redistricting that is playing out at the Supreme Court as Republicans and Democrats try to gain an edge in November's midterm elections. Today, the court's conservative majority cleared the way for Alabama to use a new congressional map that would eliminate a district currently held by a black Democrat. The Supreme Court offered no explanation in its order, which tosses out a lower court decision that blocked the use of that 2023 map. There's already voting underway in that state. They are planning to toss out that map, go with a new map that favors.
I love and despise Scott Jennings' ability to continuously smirk, even when the worst things are being said. Like, the worst possible things are being said. He's like, he can sit there and smirk all day at literally anything and look completely unperturbed by it. And it's disturbing.
They are planning to toss out that map, go with a new map that favors Republicans, eliminates a district. And then you have the President Trump, sending a message to South Carolina, your home state, Bakari, saying the South Carolina Senate.
And here's one of the things that frustrates me so much about this segment is that Alabama's voting is on the 19th. It's on the fucking 19th, everybody. Election day, early voting has already already taking place. Has been taking place. People have already gone in and voted. For instance, we just got done looking at the election results in Nebraska, right? And now, sure, Alabama's a slightly more populous state than Nebraska. But I think it's like about twice as big. But it's like already like as many people had like voted in Alabama in the early voting, like Abby just pointed out, as voted in like multiple, like in some of these elections, right? Like in Nebraska or like in West Virginia. Right? Like the number of people that have voted like in an entire election in some cases are as many people as have voted already, and it's not even election day yet in Alabama. So this is causing utter fucking chaos and is disenfranchising people from a democratic effort that they've already put in during, like, essentially during in the middle of an already happening election. Like the election's already under fucking way. I can't make that clear enough right now. It's the 19th. It's this time next week. Alabama's polls will be closing like an hour and a half, like before it actually, like 8 p.m. I'm pretty sure, or sometime around there they close. And part of the problem for this segment for me is that CNN's not talking about those fucking primaries. They're not posting clips on YouTube about primaries, about like they're only talking about the Supreme Court decisions on the primaries. They're not talking about who's running in the primaries. And it's a dereliction of journalistic duty. Like they're supposed to be here to help, democracy-wise, for like information, right? To like disseminate information on democratic elections and what's happening in our country, right? And they're not doing it, which makes this argument, like, I feel like a lot more difficult to have because we're not talking about these elections and the fact that they're already underway every fucking day, right? We're not even doing live streams, right? And by we, I mean CNN and NBC and all these other people. None of them are putting live streams on fucking YouTube for the elections today. I'm like one of the only people doing a West Virginia and Nebraska election coverage live stream right now. Right? But it's because it's fucking important. And I find it fascinating that CNN doesn't think it rises to that level. Right? And that it's only a 5-alarm fire. It's only a red alert. Democracy is only under threat when the Supreme Court makes a fucking decision. Right? Like that's basically where we're at. 5-alarm fire, Supreme Court makes a decision, but democracy is under threat. We talk about it all the fucking time. And yet the primaries are meaningless. The democratic institution intended to actually make change. The thing that we are supposed to, the most democratic part of democracy, voting, and they don't give a fuck about it. And it's just, the mind verily boggles. It's beyond me. Because it is important. And the arguments made here are, yeah, I mean, depending on who we're talking about, ridiculous and or very, like, correct. Right? Like, no. Like, no, this is not acceptable to do. And yes, this is an absolute disenfranchisement of black voters from their votes. And really everyone who voted, right? Generally speaking. But most specifically, the people who are being targeted in this move, which are black voters in Alabama. You know, this isn't a white majority district in Alabama, right? That's getting cracked up. No, it's a black majority district that has a black representative.
State Senate has a big vote tomorrow on redistricting. He says Republicans be bold and courageous, just like the Republicans of the great state of Tennessee were last week. Move the U.S. House primaries to August. Leave the rest on the same schedule. Everything will be fine. Get it done. So
I want to take a step back and look at this from a 50,000-foot view, to be completely honest. I think Ashley and I have to wrestle with the fact that we are going to be the first generation to actually leave this country worse than the one that we inherited. There is a casual laughter from people we believed to be our friends on the right, who are showing us true colors today, because the most sacred, or one of the most sacred acts you have in the United States of America is the ability to cast a ballot and elect someone and send them to Congress, the State House, or a mayoral seat that represents your interest. And now black folks throughout the South are being silenced. And I don't find that to be a laughing matter.
Yeah, no, it's not funny. No, it's fucking disgusting what this country is doing right now. And that anybody can gleefully, anybody who is gleefully supporting what's happening right now is a white supremacist. Okay, there's just full stop. They have to accept it, and we should certainly be accepting that at this point. Like, if you're supporting gerrymandering away votes of the votes of black voters, you are a white supremacist. Okay, like you are a well, God, I can't. My brain just broke. Like you basically are a Klansman. Okay, like that's what you are. Like, you support disenfranchising black voters. You want to go back to 3/5 vote, right? Like, you want to go back to no vote for black people, right? Like, I mean, that's essentially where you're headed. You're dismantling the voting rights of black voters in front of our fucking eyes, and the Voting Rights Act itself. And you can't tell me that that's not your intention, okay? I'm just going by what you people are doing and what you're supporting. And you are a bunch of Nazis, okay? And we are backsliding so fast on the democracy, and right now we are in so much trouble. I cannot believe that CNN can have these conversations but not be live right fucking now talking about the same things I'm talking about. Talking about the candidates running in West Virginia and Nebraska, right? Or last week in Ohio and Indiana, right? Or next week. Because I would like to point something out. Alabama is not the only primary election happening in the next week. Louisiana is this Friday. That's right. Have you heard about that? No, you haven't. And it's because I haven't been doing my job, but neither has the rest of the fucking media. And on the 19th, Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, Oregon, Pennsylvania, all vote. That is a combined 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's like 25. I'm sorry, 21. I can do this easily. 21, 27, 33, 35, 49, 56. That is 56 seats in the House of Representatives that are getting voted on next Tuesday, and we're not talking about it. We're barely talking. We're like, I mean, please name me a candidate from Idaho or from Georgia or from Oregon. You can't do it unless you live in that state.
And now black folks throughout the South are being silenced. And I don't find that to be a laughing matter.
I heard you say that people are losing representation. People are losing their voice. No voter has lost their voice at all. No one's been disenfranchised. Every voter in America before these court rulings could go cast a ballot this November, and every voter in America, white, black, or otherwise, can go cast a ballot right now. The lines may be changing, but every voter still has the same amount of voting power, one vote, that they had. It's just that this Supreme Court said your race doesn't necessarily have to dictate your political identity. The fact that you're an American citizen and your franchise gives you one.
No, what the Supreme Court actually said is that your ethnicity cannot define your identity for voting. That is what they're saying. And for Scott Jennings to come out here and make this fucking argument is utterly ridiculous. Okay? Like, they're saying, oh, no. You're not allowed to have an identity. And when we have an ethnically identityless voting block, when we look at it like that, what happens is white people win. Okay? That's just the math of it. I've talked about it in the past. But because there are more white people in America than there are of any other voting block, if you were to randomly split up all of these districts, right, without any attention to any other detail, right, and just haphazardly draw lines through shit, but like in as even a way as you possibly could, but without any attention to demographics, location, or anything else, you would wind up with mostly majority white districts just by accident, right? And that's what the result of this is, right? It's the fallacy, it's the facade of, oh, this is colorblind. But when you pretend to be colorblind, when it comes to this particular thing, you disenfranchise people. Intentional. That's the point. It's intentional. They're pretending to be colorblind to make a racist thing happen. Okay? And Scott Jennings is a white supremacist. Okay? He is a Nazi and he thinks that's a good thing. He thinks that it's better if white people run the country. That's the argument he's making right now.
Vote. That is your political identity, and it is incumbent upon both parties, Republicans and Democrats, to run people who speak not to just one constituency, but all American interests. To me, that's how the November election should be run.
Yeah, please.
Go ahead, Ashley.
I might agree with you if they hadn't said something different 3 years ago. We aren't talking about in Alabama a district that existed when my grandmother was alive. We're talking about a district that was drawn in 2023. Because there are injustices that are still being placed. We're talking about Memphis, where we're not like, it's not just one person across the street. They split a whole city into 3 to make black voters have less power in House maps. The Voting Rights Act, which actually was the last time it actually was reauthorized, was under your boss, George W. Bush. It used to be a bipartisan thing. It used to be clear that the backdrop of this country, there is discrimination now. There was pervasive discrimination when the law was signed into law during the civil rights movement. We can all go into our partisan corners, but to act like what is happening right now is not a direct attack on black voters' power, black voters' ability to represent themselves. Now, we had this conversation yesterday, Scott. Black voters are allowed to elect whoever they want. And in 2024, they did. They elected a black Democrat in that new district in Alabama. That black Democrat went through a primary of 13 people, and black voters found the agency to come and decide how that primary now will be erased. And put a black Republican up in that district if you want black voters to have a choice. But they're not. That's not what's happening. It is a dissemination, of distribution of black power. And to call it anything other than that, I just think is being historically ignoring the past of our country and pretending like we're not trying to drive.
It's disingenuous, is what it is. Okay? It's an obfuscation of the facts. Intentionally. With a white supremacist agenda. Like, that's what it is. Like, he wants to pretend that this is just democracy happening. But it's not. Okay? Like, these people are sick. It's a sickness on the Republican Party. Okay? People like Scott Jennings, who pretends to be, this sort of, upright individual. He's just a fucking white supremacist with a fucking tie and a nice haircut. Well, as nice as I guess you can get out with that hair. But, like that white, that fucking flag lapel pin he's got should be replaced with the Nazi flag or the fucking Confederate flag. Because he's not an American. He doesn't want a multicultural society. He doesn't want a fair democracy. He doesn't want one person, one vote. He says one person, one vote, but that's a lie. He doesn't want one person, one vote. And we need to have that fucking discussion on CNN. They don't have that discussion, but they need to.
Our country to a different type of future.
One of the interesting things about Tennessee that we should also keep in mind is that Tennessee district that they did away with existed prior to the Voting Rights Act. So Memphis, as a city, has been a district even before they were trying to rectify racial discrimination with the Voting Rights Act. So, we're going to start to see maybe Virginia might try again and create that. Maybe they might try to create an 11-0 map, because now, according to the Supreme Court, you can. We might live in a country where all around the country we have states where the minority political party has effectively zero representation in Congress.
I think everybody should take confidence in the fact the Supreme Court basically supported one vote, one person, guaranteed.
Fuck this guy. Okay, I am sick of this guy. Did CNN sign a contract with this piece of shit? Why do they keep bringing this garbage human out here for us to listen to? This fake Canadian billionaire? Why do I have to listen to him all the time? I am sick of it. Seriously, like, we're skipping this idiot because I cannot listen to him talk. He's a fucking moron. Him and Bakari do get into something of an argument, though, during this situation. But it doesn't really go anywhere. I just want to listen to the very end of this here.
Will differ strongly on that.
And guess what? It can be clear one day and rain the next. And so that's the inconsistency.
And the crazy part is, go ahead.
I just want to point out the one person, one vote. I think, Bakari, us millennials will have to wrestle with how we're going to leave this earth, and I'm determined to leave it better than I found it. And I think that this decision is actually going to open a rush to reevaluate a lot of things, like you say, are in the Constitution. Because right now you have a hat on that says Utah, and they have more representation in the Senate than the people actually in Alabama have.
Exactly. And that's a discussion that needs to be had, that isn't had during this whole debate, or what do you ever want to call this fucking thing that they do on CNN, these stupid fucking roundtables where everybody's opinions, idiots and authors, equal. And I'm pretty sick of the format, as you all know, but like Ashley's 100% right about this. And this is the conversation we need to have. They want to talk about one person, one vote? Yeah, really? Well, we should abolish the Senate. Let's talk about that. Let's abolish the Senate and the Electoral College. That's one person, one vote. You abolish the Senate and the Electoral College, and you suddenly do actually have one person, one vote. But right now, we don't have one person, one vote. And majority white states get more votes, get more power in Congress than states with larger minority populations, right? Like places like Utah. So let's do that. Let's talk about one person, one vote. These people want to talk about that. That's all this is. Let's get to it. Let's get down to that. Let's actually make it one person, one vote. If that's what you want. Let's talk about one person, one vote fucking means in this democracy. Because it certainly doesn't translate to that, the way that we have everything set up. Nobody, especially people in more populous states, they have less representation. Because the Senate is an undemocratic institution. And so is the Electoral College. These are just ways of subverting the will of the people. To benefit a specific class and group of people. If we don't have that conversation, then we're being disingenuous about the whole fucking thing, right? Like, if we allow these bastards to run around making these stupid, disingenuous arguments about one person, one vote, then we are ceding ground on a clearly super easy fucking argument, right? Like, Republicans are not allowed to talk about one person, one vote. Because there's like a huge number of red states with 2 senators with like tiny populations, you know? The Dakotas come to mind. Iowa. I mean, Iowa's slightly larger, but I mean, like, there's a lot of these places that are just not very big that are treated like, you know, like Montana, you know? They're just utterly just, you know, like just subverting the will of the rest of America. You know, like House seats are proportional to population. That's why California has 52 fucking seats, right? And that's why Montana has 2. But somehow they both have 2 senators. And we need the Senate to do like half of the shit that we need to do in this democracy, right? Like, you can't impeach a president, you can't impeach a SCOTUS member, you can't do this, you can't do that without a majority in the Senate, right? In some cases, like a 2/3 majority, like a near, especially in the political paradigm that we live in right now, a nearly effectively unachievable majority. I mean, sure, it could happen. It's happened in the past, long, long ago. Well, it doesn't look like anything's been called on the Nebraska 2nd District yet. We may not know more on that until tomorrow. Same thing for the West Virginia Senate primary. Where's the... I lost one of the ones I need. What happened? I have too many windows. That's part of the problem. Fuck, I can't find the full result for the House 1 district. Fuck it. Alright, isn't this the same thing I was just looking at? Okay. So, really quickly, let's look at these results. Britta Aguirre is now down, unfortunately, thousands of votes. 2,500? Am I doing that math right? I think. 2,500 votes, 6.5%, 70% in. However, it has not yet been called. Ace Parsi still leading, now once again by about 1,000, 2%, with 88% of the vote in. This is getting nail-bitingly close here. On the Senate primary election, we don't have any, it's still too early to call. 80% in. Shrewsbury still way behind, 17, 18%. He just gets further and further back every time I look at it. 15,000 votes behind now for Shrewsbury. It's been a mixed bag. It's been a mixed bag on the elections. Kind of like last time, though. Sort of half and half. Kind of a half and half type of deal. But honestly, I can kind of live with that. If we get half and half, if we were to replace like half of representatives, even just Democrats with like progressives, leftists, that would be pretty big. That'd be a pretty big sea change, because right now we have a fairly small, really when you think about it, fairly small cadre, if you will. If a woman is leaving a cent on a seat, no thank you? What does that even mean? Also, that's not how you spell cent. For a second, I couldn't figure out what the fuck you were trying to say. That's not how you spell cent. It's S-C-E-N-T. God damn it, literacy is a problem. What does that mean? If a woman leaves a cent on a seat, no thank you? What? Who? What? elaborate or just get timed out, because what the fuck is that comment? Let's keep talking about the rigging of the elections in Louisiana with WWL-TV from 15 hours ago.
Turning now to some of our other top stories we're following for you this morning. Happening today, a state Senate committee will vote on new congressional maps.
The meeting will take place right after the Senate convenes this afternoon. So we're closely watching this. And as we've been telling you, 4 proposals are currently on the table. So a little hard to see, but you can kind of get an idea on your screen.
Can you imagine this? I mean, this is fucking insane. This is from this is a story that was posted 15 hours ago to WWL-TV's channel. And we're like, I mean, Louisiana, like I said, is 7 days away. Sorry, 4 days away. It's Friday, right? Wait, is it the 19th or the 16th? No, the 16th. Wait, no. Wait. I need my goddamn... It's Friday. So people are supposed to be voting on maps that many probably haven't even seen. This clip on YouTube only got 2,000 views. Right? So this clip only got 2,000 views, and the clip was on whether or not they would even pass the fucking maps. So people are voting on Friday, and people are already voting, have already voted in the early elections. Yeah, people voting on fucking Friday who have no idea what the election maps, what county, like what district they're going to be voting in. I mean, it's insane. And only 2,000 people saw this video in a state of millions. It's unbelievable. Like, people are not going to know what is happening because they have lives, right? Right? Like, unlike people like me and politicians, people have fucking lives. So they're going into election day assuming, as they should, that everything is normal, but it's not. And Republicans are utterly just, throwing this election on its head. And even after watching this, you don't know what's going to be, because they hadn't even voted on the maps yet. I can't imagine being a Louisiana voter right now and looking at this situation. I'd feel incredibly disenfranchised. Like, unless you're just a complete partisan and you're just hoping Republicans wind up gerrymandering your district into being a Republican district, right? And you didn't have a particular candidate you were hoping to vote for. You didn't have, you hadn't spent any time, looking into it, and you were just going to show up. You're going to vote red the whole way, and you're a sheep. That's fine. That's you. You do you. But I guess my point is if you had any will, like free will or anything like that, that you wanted to exercise in the primary, the one time that your Democratic vote means the most, and you've maybe spent time, money supporting a candidate, maybe you door knocked, I don't know, who knows, but I can't imagine being somebody looking at this being like, yo, what in the fuck are you talking about? And where am I voting? Right, because I just want to go back. This is 4 different maps. They give completely different makeups to the state. So you're looking, if you're a Louisiana voter, how could you possibly know what you're, unless you're in a particular area. For instance, if you're in the far left or far right or far south, right? Far northeast, northwest, if you're one of the far corners, aside from the southeast, because that could still change, you're probably fine. You're nothing's going to change for you, which I'm guessing are fairly rural Louisiana districts. Anybody else, anything could be happening. It's a clusterfuck. All right, let's talk about whether or not Democrats are taking things seriously.
All right, y'all, here's the question. Are Democrats finally learning their lesson and whipping their asses into shape over what just happened in Virginia? So for those of you who didn't follow this, we had a direct vote in Virginia about whether or not we should redistrict or gerrymander.
By the way, I just want to say thank you to the person who bought me the tea, which arrived the other day. Delicious. And hydrating. This is you. You know who you are. Keeping me hydrated. In real life.
In order to counter the right-wing rigging and gerrymandering, right? So a bunch of red states started to gerrymander because Trump told them to, so they're creating more Republican seats, and then a bunch of Democratic states were sitting around with their thumbs up their asses, acting like there's nothing they could do, and in Virginia, Democrats decided, nah, fuck that, we're going to do something. So with all you red states gerrymandering, now we're a blue state, we're going to gerrymander for Democrats. And so if one side cheats, ironically, the way to make it more fair is for your side to cheat, because if you don't cheat, then you're just letting them win the game illegally and wrongly, right? So it's all in the name of fairness. Now, it also said when you went to go vote on the thing, the wording of it was, if they stop doing this, we will stop too. So, like, it embedded into this move was an inherent fairness and kindness that Republicans never offered Democrats. And so it passed. It was 51-49 was the vote. It was actually closer than I thought it would be. I thought it'd be more like 55-45, right? It passed. But the Supreme Court in Virginia said, no, we're going to strike it down. And so as a direct result of that, we're now in an untenable position where the country cannot survive like this because all of the red states are gerrymandering and most of their courts are upholding their gerrymander, right? And some of them aren't, but I'll get to that more in a second because Republicans are still getting their way. And in the Democratic states, you can't have courts go, yeah, but you're not allowed to do it. So red states can gerrymander, but blue states can. No, this is like, it's getting absurd. It's getting unpalatable that like the Republican Party is the whiny little fucking disgusting bitch ass party that does anything and everything, cheats, lies, steals to get their way. And then if you fight back even 5% as hard as they do, how dare you? It's not fair. So fuck you. We don't like you. We're not playing around anymore. We have no interest in dealing with your fucking little dumbass tantrums anymore. We're done. We're done here. Okay?
Not gonna
so,
do it. Wouldn't be
finally,
at this
look at
juncture.
this. News, according to the New York Times, some Democrats are proposing a plan to overturn the state Supreme Court ruling that invalidated the referendum, invoke the circuit court ruling that invalidated the referendum due to county officials not posting notice of it at courthouses 3 months before the election to invalidate.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, is that they needed to appeal this, and they needed to, they needed to, I mean, that would have been playing by the rules. I would point out is like they could have just appealed this, I think they should have just appealed this to the Supreme Court. Because any amount of effort here would be nice.
2020 constitutional amendment that created the Independent Redistricting Commission by arguing that the courthouses also did not post notice of it at the time either. And 2, lowered the mandatory retirement age for justices from 75 to 54 or less. That would remove every justice on the court. The Democratic majority in the legislature can then appoint 7 new justices. And then 3, Democrats would then be able to redraw their map. So we don't need to get into the specifics here, but just understand that what they're talking about is an intelligent political and legal maneuver to basically dismiss the entire court, bring in all Democratic judges, and then rehear the case on other grounds because they're challenging the law which led to the redistricting vote, right? And then get the correct decision through the new court. That's basically, so it's a political and legal maneuver here to say, we saw what you did. It's unconscionable. It's egregious. It's wrong, legally and morally. And so now there are going to be consequences.
Consequences.
Yeah! Kiki BB. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Also, Mo and Noep on a small but respectable 5 stream streak. Great job. A little round of applause for you. All right. What else do I want to talk about here? I got some other stuff, but I'm just noticing that we are 2 hours into the stream, which means we got to take a quick galactic intermission. Don't worry, though, we'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats. Wait, no, that's right. Still demonetized. God damn it. Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne. And, of course, Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, and of course, just a reminder, people, we still got a galactic content goal we gotta complete tonight, so pick your adventure. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
WSNT_me just cheered 100 bits.
All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to start once again. So, you better get back in those seats, otherwise, you're gonna miss it.
WSNT_me gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
All right, Space Bams, we are back. Second half about to begin. Hopefully you're ready for that. By the way, I have not yet received, for the person who bought the snacks. Someone bought tea, another person bought snacks over on Throne. I really appreciate both of you. Snacks haven't come yet, though. I've got the tea, but snacks only shipped this morning. I'll receive them down on Earth sometime this week, though. Very excited for that. Not having to try and cook what little food I have on the space station. Now I can have snackies to munch on during the stream. It's big. That's big. It's big time. Wasn't me. Thank you for the bits. 100 bits and then 2 gifted subs over on Twitch. Who got them? I can't read that. What does that say? Bag of Mosley water. And Mr. Whiskers. Mr. Whiskers. It was you. I can tell. Wasn't me. Okay. Now let's go to Kentucky. Talk about how things are in the great fried chicken state of America.
There's been a lot of talk about a civil war inside MAGA.
We've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives.
Yeah, it's sort of blown up.
The administration's top counterterrorism official resigning in protest over President Trump's war with Iran.
Betrayed his campaign promise.
How the 25th Amendment is
I mean, honestly, like the president at 380 chest, fucking shut up about that shit.
That fight might be coming to a head right here in northern Kentucky.
This guy named Thomas Massey. There's something wrong with him.
Representative Thomas Massey has held this seat since 2012, and despite his loyal support for the Republican agenda,
I vote with my party 91%. 91% of the time.
He's in trouble, big trouble, with President Trump.
Thomas Massey is a disaster for our party.
What's landed him in this fight for political survival? 2 issues that have the potential to split the MAGA base. Foreign wars and the Epstein files.
It's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion.
This is bigger than Watergate.
Major combat operations in Iran.
I don't think we should start Jeffrey Epstein.
Because of this, Massey is now facing a Trump-endorsed challenger in his campaign for re-election.
This is a real hero, Ed Galrine.
And big money is backing up Trump's attempt to smear Massey. This is officially the most expensive U.S. House primary in history.
What now?
$25.6 million.
Jesus Christ.
Where'd that money come from?
It did.
Oh my God, that number is insane. For a House seat in Kentucky, $25 million? Oh, man. Wow. And I mean, let's not forget, House seats are only 2 years, and you have only so much power, right? Oh my God. That's wild. That's a lot of money.
For $25.6 million spent on ads.
Honestly, though, it's kind of amazing to watch Republicans spending money against each other in this way. And even AIPAC getting involved, I believe.
Where'd that money come from?
It didn't come from regular people. It's come from billionaires. At least 95% has come from the Israeli lobby.
But this race isn't just about Massey and Trump. It's a litmus test for the future of the MAGA coalition. So I'm driving around Kentucky to find Trump voters and ask them, what's driving their vote in this primary? Is it loyalty to the president? Or are the cracks in MAGA really starting to form?
Hey, we're down making a video. We're looking to talk to voters about the Republican primary that's coming up. Can we talk to you a little bit about it?
Well, yeah, okay.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
I voted for Trump this last election.
I've got my Make America Great Again hat at home.
It's nice and refreshing to actually have someone to stand up and say, enough's enough.
Oh, God, I cannot imagine. Like, he has no... I cannot imagine living in a place where like people have no problem being like, yeah, I love Donald Trump. He's a great leader. He's standing up to the bad guys. Everybody knows it. He says it, and we believe it. And I don't think about it much more than that.
It's nice and refreshing to actually have someone to stand up and say, enough's enough. And so that's why I've been a Trump supporter. And why anybody opposes that, I think you're a traitor to this country.
President Trump laid out the stakes for his base in this election. Are they loyal to him or not? And with his popularity lower than ever, it might be a question of the strength of MAGA as we know it. So we asked Massey about it.
Do you view your race as a fork in the road from the MAGA base?
Well, I think the MAGA base is already split, as you point out. Some have gone with the principles that Trump campaigned on. Some have gone with Trump, even when he's changed his mind on things like Epstein.
Okay, let's dig into Epstein first. For supporters of the president, the promise Trump and company made on this issue was clear.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Aside from the big stuff.
From the
Of course, they left out that one clip where, of course. No, well, not the fake stuff. There's a lot of fake, phony stuff in that circle.
Trails seemed to evaporate once Trump was in office.
I thought it was ridiculous.
John Wardrop voted for Trump in 2024. He told me that the whole Epstein thing was a big reason why.
I thought it was completely ridiculous for the people who had gone on the podcasts, millions and millions of views, and then turning around and calling it a hoax or that there's nothing in here. And I don't know if anyone in this country is going to get arrested for it, but there's only one guy that's really trying, and that's Thomas Massey.
Massey is the co-author of the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act, which he guided through a hostile Republican Congress to force a public release of documents related to the case.
We fought the president, the attorney general, the FBI director, the speaker of the House, and the vice president to get this win.
The Dow right now is over.
But now that they're out,
the
how
Dow
do the
is
voters
over
feel?
50.
Do you think those files should have been released?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you're happy with how Massey's fought
Yes.
for that?
Yes.
Okay, the file thing, to me, that's a dead horse, okay? End of story.
I'd say release it and let the cards fall where they may.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
It might implicate Mr. Trump or President Trump.
The Epstein files, they're not important to me. Everybody and their brother's on it. I mean, what are you going to do?
And I'm certain, Republican and Democrat, a lot of them don't want it released because there's something in there that's going to come back and bite them in the buttocks.
Yeah. But with no new convictions following the release of the files, it seems like the only ones bit in the buttocks are the
Bit in the
Republicans who actually
buttocks.
followed through on Trump's own campaign promise.
That buttocks is very problematic when you think about it.
We've just blown a giant hole in their ass.
He was extremely angry at me that I had signed the discharge petition.
Stupid people like Marjorie, Trader
I believe he's trying to protect friends and donors.
Perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, this stupid person named Massey.
It's typical politician stuff, breaking promises that helped get you elected. But a lot of people voted for Trump because he said he wasn't like your typical politician, and they believed him when he made big promises.
At the top of my list, we'll be stopping the slide into costly and never-ending wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace.
Peace candidate. Everyone's saying it.
When Donald Trump was campaigning, one of his big campaign talking points was no new wars, no foreign wars.
Yeah.
How important was that to you during the campaign?
That was really important. You're going to ask me about Iran next.
Of course.
For a self-described America First peace candidate,
These
the president's
people
second term
are
has been
such idiots,
international and
like willful idiots. Like, you're gonna ask me about Iran next, aren't you? Yeah, buddy. No kidding. No kidding. I'm glad you picked up on that. I'm really glad you picked up on that. Oh my god.
That was really important. You're going to ask me about Iran next.
Of course. For a self-described America First peace candidate, the president's second term has been international and violent.
We did peace.
And Republicans on the whole have been pretty silent, except for Massey. In January,
More peace than anyone's ever seen before. Everybody's saying it. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
rewarded for his independence.
How important is it to have someone who's just loyal to Donald Trump and whatever he says versus putting a check on Donald Trump?
No, definitely putting a check. You should put a check on anybody because there shouldn't be one person to rule the country.
Okay, now, that's a fine line there too. As long as your president is taking care of the country and the people from the country, then I give him 100% of support. No matter what.
So, back to the reason I came out here. Which way are these voters leaning?
Is it enough that Trump supports his opponent? Would that do it for you?
No, I don't know that would swing it one way or the other. I'll look at it.
What do you think of Thomas Massey?
I think he's good. I like what he's going for. I'll definitely vote for him.
Are you voting for Ed in this race?
Yes, I am.
And what's behind that? What makes you vote for Ed?
Well, number one, Trump's endorsing him. That helps.
I believe that Thomas Massey was MAGA before MAGA was coined phrase.
I want a clear thinker. I want somebody that makes their own decision, not make a phone call. How should I vote?
So does Massey have your vote?
Massey has my vote.
I talked to a lot of voters on this trip. What I found is that while there are some cracks in the MAGA movement, we don't know where they're going to go yet. And even the people crossing the president's endorsement and voting for Massey don't see it as turning against Trump.
Yeah, and this is the thing that we've been trying to unpack around here. Because then some of the numbers we've been seeing are confusing. At one point, the media was making it seem like to some degree there was this departure from Trump. But you're not really necessarily seeing it play out that way, right? In Indiana, right? The state Senate primaries, where they refused to redistrict for the president. All the people, not all, but many of the people running who Trump basically had targeted lost their seats. So like aside from one, I think. And there doesn't seem to be this big departure from Donald Trump. On particular issues. This is what's fascinating, I think, to some degree, is that on particular issues, Trump is imploded, right? The economy, immigration, the war in Iran is incredibly unpopular. Like gas prices. Like I can go on and on about all these things that he's not doing well on. And yet, most of his voters seem to not be holding him accountable, right? Some people think that he's gone too far, but it's pretty sparse. And when we're talking about elections, that doesn't seem to be playing out in the way one might hope, right? Like you're seeing, like people are not rejecting MAGAs at the ballot box. They're winning. The pro-Trump loyalists, the Trump-endorsed people are all winning their elections mostly. But here is the question. What is the number of people who have left Trump, who have left Republicans and think that they're doing a bad job now? We don't know. I don't actually know the numbers. I've been trying to figure that one out myself. Because there is going to be a bunch of Republicans who don't necessarily go rushing to vote for Democrats, the people who they think are literal demons, but the couch might be a better option to voting for some of those people who think that Republicans are now maybe demons too. You know, essentially, I mean, I don't know what the percentages of the electorate, the Republican electorate, the Republican likely leaning, whatever you want to call it, electorate, is feeling that way right now. Because clearly there is we've seen some people pretty upset. But like, I just don't know how representative that is of the rest of the situation. We see Trump still having like basically broad support among Republicans. Like it's like 83% or something like that. And Republicans have not changed their broad support for Trump for years. It has not moved. It's the same as it was last year and the year before that, basically. Watch this. Okay. Well, let's move on from the elections. But before we finish, one quick clip from Forbes breaking news. Trump being asked about sending the National Guard or ICE to voting locations in the general election in November.
We have everybody wants that job.
So would you send the National Guard or ICE to voting locations in November? Would you do that?
Well, you know what? I do anything necessary to make sure we have honest elections. We have to have honest elections.
So you're not going to do that? Quick question, Mr. President.
Anything to make sure that we have honest elections. That was Donald Trump's response to a reporter asking if the National Guard or ICE should be used at polling locations. This is insane. They just want to seize the government. They want to seize the apparatus of voting. They want to intimidate people. They want to do everything they can. Gerrymander. Undo the Voting Rights Act. They're doing everything they can, and we cannot let them steal this fucking election. Stop the steal. Hashtag stop the steal. But they know that they're losing on so many issues right now. And that their voters are having a harder and harder time getting by in life. Even with the stock market at record highs. God damn it. coughing so much today.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Even though the stock market's at record highs right now, regular people, the vast majority of people who don't have a large amount of stock, or any at all, are struggling. Boston 25 News. To a particular sector of the economy that is what, how do you phrase this? A particular sector of the economy that is seeing a boom which signals bad things. I'm talking about pawn shops.
At the stock market, one of the earliest signs of a wobbly economy can be found inside a local pawn shop, where more people are trying to get their hands on some extra cash. We wanted to know, what's the state of the pawn economy right now? When we visited a shop in Stoughton, we found out things are changing.
This is very typical of the type of jewelry that our customers may bring in to sell or borrow on.
Customers walk into Empire Loan in Stoughton with an item and walk out with cash. CEO Michael Goldstein tells me after 40 years in business, he's seeing a shift.
Definitely seeing more suburban customers coming in than we have in the past.
More women than men. Goldstein says rather than selling items outright,
yeah, mostly my jewelry.
Many get loans on same items over and over again. 90% buy their items back again, and they're just bridging a gap.
My customers basically are working and they have too much week left at the end of their paycheck, and then a bill comes up and they're like, oh man, what am I going to do about this?
I appreciate, getting a few dollars when I need it.
You can actually see, when you look at what is happening in your store, how the economy is going, even sometimes before Wall Street.
We think about ourselves as a canary in the coal mine, so to speak. Most of my customers don't necessarily have a lot of money in the market. My customer isn't the guy walking into the Ritz-Carlton, he's the guy holding the door at the Ritz-Carlton.
Boy, oh boy. Pawn shops in Boston seeing a uptick in people pawning and selling items in their stores, perhaps a canary in the coal mine. And a noticeable uptick, according to this guy, of suburban women coming in. Not good. Not good. And you'll notice, I mean, I was watching this, and you notice there's also like a fair number of old people who come in. Actually, you know what? We're going to watch the rest of this. Forget it. It's not that long of a clip. It's like 2 minutes. We're not moving that slow today. I don't have that long of a list. Now that I think about it, really not that bad. However, just quick reminder, we still haven't completed the galactic content goal, although we have made some progress now. A couple donos on Twitch, but we still got quite a ways to go.
The market. My customer isn't the guy walking into the Ritz-Carlton, he's the guy holding the door at the Ritz-Carlton. When that price of gas goes up and unemployment starts to tick up a little bit, my customers are hurting.
Pawn shops have been a darling of Wall Street for about the last 18 months.
Entrepreneurship professor Bruce McKinnon with LaSalle University says that uptick at pawn shops is one of a few changes they're tracking right now.
One thing that's striking is before, the average consumer during the course of a year would shop at about a dozen stores. In the last 2 years, that's climbed to 21 stores in the average year. People are chasing bargains, period, especially in groceries.
More shoppers are using apps to plan out their purchases and stretch their dollars.
The number of store brands that are being purchased, the private label brands, people are seeing great value in that. Those are very strong signals that our consumer economy is getting a little more brittle, a little bit more fragile.
Yep. I did notice that there were at least a couple of senior citizens in that video going to the pawn shop to sell things. And there is technically a looming crisis, which Republicans refuse to address. I mean,
ridiculous.
that's not true. They talk about it, but they don't. They refuse to do the one thing that would solve it. I'm talking about the Social Security Trust Fund, which we're often reminded by, Republicans, libertarians, conservative types that, it's running out. And technically that's true. And it's because Republicans refuse to raise taxes on the people making the most money in society. But will Congress ever do anything to stop that? That's a question. We need the answer at some point in the near future.
Social Security Trust Fund will be exhausted. I think it is 2033, although I suspect it's, soon it's going to be 2032 once the recession hits. Understand that if the Social Security Trust Fund becomes emptied, Social Security taxes in and of itself will pay for 75 to 82% of benefits. So we will get a cut anywhere from really 18-20% probably for Social Security, unless the House and the Senate decide to do something very, very simple, and that is to make Social Security payroll taxes fair. And by fair, I mean everybody pays the same percentage. As it stands now, once you get over $184,000, the tax actually becomes regressive. Here's Senator Patty Murray.
Is it right that those making under $184,500, their effective payroll tax rate is roughly 12.4%?
That's right. The statutory rate is 6.2%, but consensus view is that the employee pays, basically the employer cost is passed on to the employee, and so the employee basically faces a rate of 12.4%.
Pause. If people understand what she means there, right? Social Security tax, you get your payroll, you get your W-2, 6.1% is pulled out of your check for Social Security and Medicare, your FICA taxes, but your employer also pays 6%, 6.1 percent, and economists theorize that if the employer wasn't paying 6.1%, that would be payment that would go to the employee. I suspect it's probably a little bit less than that, but that's the argument. So therefore, an employee is paying 12.2%. It's not even, it doesn't matter if you think it's only 10% or 11%, whatever. It's a fixed rate, theoretically. And it's not really, whether it's 6.1% or 12.2%, it's not exactly the point of this clip. But I just wanted to explain that. Go ahead.
Rate is roughly 12.4%.
That's right. The statutory rate is 6.2%, but consensus view is that the employee pays, basically the employer cost is passed on to the employee, and so the employee basically faces a rate of 12.4%.
For anybody earning $104,500. What is the effective payroll tax for someone making $1 million a year?
So they would pay the 12.4% on that first $185,000 roughly, and then would not pay additional tax on labor income above that amount. And so that math would work out to about 2.2%.
Okay, so 12.4% for someone under 184.5. A millionaire would be about 2.2. What if you're a billionaire like Trump or Musk? Your Social Security tax would be effectively, on my understanding?
Very, very much smaller.
0.0002.
Yes.
That just doesn't make sense to me. And when the richest people in the country have the smallest effective tax rate, that does not seem to me like a very fair system, especially when we are now 6 years away from retired workers facing this 24% cut in their Social Security benefits.
Now, it is the case that I would imagine Elon Musk has very, very little wage income that would be subject to Social Security tax. And of course, you can manipulate that.
Yeah, I mean, Elon Musk, all of his pay packages are always in stock. Like, in basically zero income. Like, he just, you know, he doesn't contribute to society. Just shareholders.
Follow the rich white man.
In some instances. But you could also create laws that say you have to, if you're getting paid by stock, you have to take a minimum salary relative to what you're, I mean, we could do anything in that regard. But the fact of the matter is, there are people who get W-2 that go above $184,000 on an annual basis. And they don't pay taxes, wage taxes on that money. You pay some income tax, but you don't pay the wage tax. And remember, the wage tax is dedicated to Social Security and Medicare.
Exactly. It's utterly ridiculous. You know? Millionaires, billionaires paying 2% to 0% tons into Social Security and Medicare, while everybody else pays 12%. And we have to remove the cap. People have to keep paying taxes as they go up. It's ridiculous that they stop paying the more money they make. It's the reverse of how it should go. After 178,000, it should be higher, not zero. Meanwhile, well, the running out of the Social Security Trust Fund looms, and more people go to pawn shops to just pay their bills. Donald Trump is spending millions of dollars of taxpayer money to repaint the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool Mar-a-Lago blue. All right, I don't know what the color actually is, but it's just like here.
A federal lawsuit filed today seeks to stop the painting renovations to the reflecting pool on the National Mall. The Cultural Landscape Foundation.
You can clearly see the old color, which was gray and sensible. And now the new utterly nonsensical blue. I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know. He's spending $15 million to do this, by the way.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Ew. What in the actual fuck? Like, we have other shit going on. This dude's spending 19, 15, whatever many million dollars to paint, to make the National Mall, to turn it into the same thing he's doing. He's basically just, he's run out. Everybody sees what's happening here, right? The dictator has run out of things on which he can put gold lettering or gold filigree or gold like paintings or like statues on in the White House. And now he's working on turning the rest of Washington, D.C. into Mar-a-Lago, right? Like you all see it, right? Like this is like what Next is the Arc de Trump, and who knows what the fuck else. Like a literal golden statue of Trump, bigger than the Washington Monument, because of course it would be. It's a giant golden statue. It will be beautiful. Now, thankfully, a organization is suing Donald Trump, which has put a halt for the moment to this process, supposedly.
A federal lawsuit filed today seeks to stop the painting renovations to the reflecting pool on the National Mall. The Cultural Landscape Foundation says the blue coating is altering the historic character of the monument and violates environmental and preservation laws.
Toilet bowl
President
blue,
Trump
exactly.
announced the project last
That's
month
exactly
ahead of
the color.
America's 250th birthday.
It's the same color as the blue dye tablets that they put inside the toilets to keep them clean in between uses. Let's keep talking about the utterly deranged persona of the Mar-a-Lago dictator, Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Shortly after joining Indiana, Kurt, who's Kurt?
Who's Kurt?
Signetti. Where is Kurt Signetti?
Where's Kurt?
Right here. Huh? Oh.
Huh? What? Oh, hey, Kurt.
Come
You're literally the guy I'm standing right next to. Kurt, I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. Who? What? Oh, there he is. I'll grab him. This guy.
It's Kurt Signetti. Right here.
Are you Kurt? No?
Oh.
Oh, there he is.
Come here. Come here. It's Kurt Signetti.
Hi again, everybody. Nothing says America is back, our president is fine, but the president doesn't know who's standing next to him. That bizarre episode with the national champion Indiana Hoosiers football team came one day ahead of Donald Trump's really important high-stakes trip to China. Donald Trump has never really been known for logical or cogent conduct in public, something his defenders claim is part of his madman appeal. But in Trump 2.0, that erratic behavior, that madman persona, is getting a lot weirder and a lot more frequent and a lot more public. Our allies and adversaries alike are beginning to take notice. Case in point, earlier today, Donald Trump took to his social media site, Truth Social, posting 12 times in less than 1 hour and a half, including this particularly bizarre post. Trump posted, quote, "Democrats love sewage," with an AI-generated image of former President Barack Obama, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and former President Joe Biden, 3 people who are no longer in office. They were in a pool of sewage in the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Donald Trump has a total fixation with painting the reflecting pool bright blue. It's a fixation which has led costs to skyrocket. Like, he didn't just say, well, paint it and I'm going to go back to leading the country at war or fixing the economy. He's obsessed with the paint color and talking about the painting project. He's obsessed with that while Americans are souring on another.
Donald Trump is more focused on interior decorating than Operation Epstein Fury right now. He's like, he's like focused in on the grass at the White House, like the landscaping and the pool, basically. Like, he sees this is what you do to a pool, right? Like, you paint a pool blue. Like, that's what he's doing. He's like turning the national monuments into the Jefferson Memorial will be like a cabana. You can go celebrate Jefferson. And also get a sweet Mai Tai. Get out of the sun. Then you can go take a dip at the Lincoln Monument.
Donald Trump's pet DC construction/vanity projects. New York Times is reporting that the repairs to the reflecting pool have ballooned in cost past Donald Trump's initial estimate of $1.8 million.
Oh, good. They completed more of it. Yeah, they finished the other side. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, this is gonna look so stupid. Why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? We have a deranged lunatic golf course owner / hotel owner who is running around just putting his name on everything. Oh god, I hate this man. He's the fucking worst, dude. Oh my god. He's the Mad King. Okay? You can't tell me he's not. He's literally been posting. The White House posted a fucking tweet saying 2 kings when he and King Charles were hanging out. He literally sees himself as a king. Oh god. I'm trying to think of what it's all going to look like by the end of everything. By like 2028. By like 2028. Like everything in Washington, D.C. and in like specific places, it'll look like everything will be covered in gold. Like it'll look like just like a gaudy monstrosity. It will be it'll be like handmaids will be walking around and like government officials will be walking around, but like no normal humans will be walking around because they'll all be living in the sewers like in Demolition Man or something, and all the billionaires will be living up in the clouds or something. I mean they're already basically doing that. Like oh my fucking god. I have no healthcare. Like it's like we're like plummeting into it's just like utter like chaos, like but the most moronic chaos I could imagine. Like there's definitely gonna be a bunch of idiocracy references for the next few years that are gonna come up over and over again. Good God. Okay, I was wrong. It wasn't 15. It's 13 million. I think I actually I could have sworn I saw an article that said that they updated it from 13 to 15. But I can't remember for sure.
They are now projected to cost the American taxpayer $13.1 million, a more than 7-fold increase in a paint job. While Trump is posting away on Truth Social about painting projects and construction projects and obsessing with remaking Washington, D.C. and his image, no matter the cost to the taxpayer, he continues to turn his back on governing and on the issues that his own voters sent him to the White House to deal with. Things like the high cost of, well, everything. Today we learned that the inflation rate skyrocketed at its fastest rate in 3 years, as sharp increases in energy costs caused by Donald Trump's war in Iran drove up prices for American consumers.
Okay, I just found it. This is the article I think I saw. This is ABC News. It says cost of Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool repairs nearing $15 million. Wow. The current cost of the repainting is nearly 10 times the original $1.5 million estimate that Trump had repeatedly described. Quote, so we will build it in much less time for much less money. But I don't mean much less. I mean numbers that nobody can believe. So it's 1.5 million versus 300 million, Trump said in a video from the Oval Office on April 23rd.
Donald Trump's obsession with his golden ballroom and bright blue painted reflecting pool as Americans struggle to pay their bills is.
By the way, the people who are doing the repainting, resurfacing of the Lincoln reflecting pool are people who used to literally work on Trump's former golf courses. Like the fucking the Mar-a-Lago metaphor that I've been using this whole time is just really, it's just full circling. It's like nearly complete at this point. You have literal Trump golf course contractors doing the painting. Oh, for the love of God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Did we suppose into turning him into some, I don't know, great renovator or political figure in America's story? The new reporting suggests it is actually having the opposite effect. New York Times reports this, quote, for decades, many Chinese viewed the United States with a mix of admiration, envy, and resentment. Trump's ascent and his volatile...
Okay, all right, we're going to talk about China later, so we're going to skip the rest of this one. Just so stupid. It's just such a moron. Imagine a world where, imagine a universe where he wasn't in a position of power. Wow. Imagine Trump. Imagine a world where Trump was never in a position of power. That would be fascinating. Where he was just a flamboyant TV show host with a crumbling real estate empire that he inherited from his daddy. I would have much preferred him staying that guy. That would have been much better for everybody. But we can't forget that while he's repainting the Lincoln reflecting pool, Mar-a-Lago blue, and hanging gold shit all over the White House, he of course demolished the fucking East Wing to build a giant gilded monstrosity known as the Epstein Ballroom.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
What is being compared to a Louis XIV style edifice by some. Here's Jeff Merkley.
Well, the families of Oregon and America, they're pressed to the wall. I held 9 town halls throughout eastern Oregon over the break, and people are pretty unhappy. They're unhappy that in Oregon, gas is over $5 a gallon. Diesel's over $6 a gallon. They're unhappy that the health care costs went up and that the tax credits that helped them pay for it went away. They're unhappy that the groceries are up. They are unhappy about the cost of rent and homeownership going up. They're unhappy because they are pressed to the wall. And what is the Republican answer to all of this? The ballroom boondoggle. A Louis XIV massive edifice that turns the White House into an auxiliary dwelling unit. This is hardly the vision for a democratic republic, possibly the vision for a dictator, possibly the vision for a strongman, possibly the vision for an authoritarian state, but not a vision for a democratic republic. And the rest of their bill doesn't do a damn thing for those health care, gasoline, housing, grocery costs, or inflation going up at 3.8%.
Yep, more inflation readings came in earlier this morning. Hot inflation.
That's hot.
Well over the Federal Reserve's target of 2%, nearly double, at almost 4%. Not good. Not good. What I think is we need to prevent them from building a single brick of this thing and force the Trump administration to rebuild the East Wing exactly the way it was. And the Jackie Kennedy Rose Garden. And the rest of the lawn and the old trees that were decimated. Somehow they got to regrow those too. Like the exact same kind of tree. I'm sure there's historians who could figure these sorts of things out. We can't let him build this fucking monstrosity. His bunker slash living quarters. Like, what is, I haven't seen that part of it. Is he really going to be building some sort of like hotel inside of the ballroom? I mean, of course he would. I just searched Epstein Ballroom Hotel. I can't do that. How do you do it? There's been no renderings of it I can find. I'm assuming Jeff Merkley knows more than I do. But like that, when I heard that, I still have didn't have a chance to look into this. Like, is there going to be like a fucking a place for people to stay, to live inside of the? I mean, I know they're gonna build the bunker, which I guess that's probably what he's talking about. Now that I think about it, it's probably the bunker, right? Because if you're building like a safe place for the president, you got a place, but it'll give him a place to live down there too. What is he? Oh, God, but I haven't seen any renderings of the bunker yet. I'll bet it's fucking disturbing. I'll bet it, oh God. Ah. Is there one? Can I find one right now if I search it? No. Nothing. It's probably top secret. Which is why we should get rid of this fucking thing. Alright. Well, while Donald Trump repaints the Lincoln Memorial Mar-a-Lago blue, continues to try and build the Epstein Ballroom regardless of what the people want, which is not that. It's the opposite of that. I mean, if you look at the poll numbers, people hate the Epstein Ballroom. Nobody wants it. Literally nobody fucking wants it. We are continuing to do some pretty terrible things to the people in this country, including people who are just trying to just live their lives. People who are just minding their own fucking business, getting targeted by this government, including cancer patients being held by ICE until they nearly die. Or eventually do, like this young man. Well, he wasn't necessarily held by ICE. It's complicated. This young man who had cancer, who was here in the United States, completely legally, was hoping to meet with his parents before he died, because he had, I believe, stage 4 cancer, and there was zero or very, very, very low likelihood of him surviving. His parents tried to come here. They were detained by ICE. And he then died. shortly after being reunited with them. A wake was held in Chicago, I believe on Sunday.
A wake today in Durango, Mexico for Chicago-born teenager Kevin Gonzalez. The 18-year-old died from colon cancer yesterday, just hours after reuniting with his family. His story made international headlines last week. His parents were detained in Arizona, trying to cross into the U.S. illegally to be with their dying son here in Chicago. Kevin then returned to Mexico in hopes of being reunited with them. And that happened Saturday after DHS released his parents.
I mean, it's a sick and cruel government that doesn't just let people like that into the United States to visit with their dying child. Look at that fucking guy. He looks like a skeleton. How can you deprive him of being, and or the parents of being with him? He is going to die. You have to be a cruel piece of shit to be like, no, fuck those illegals. They don't deserve basic humanity. You know, fuck you. But of course, we deprive people of basic humanity in this country all the time. Of medical care, of civil rights, of all sorts of things. I found a channel recently, which I found to be quite interesting and fascinating format. I do wish I could hear the other ends of these calls. This is a guy by the name of Aaron. His his channel is called Aaron the Social Worker on YouTube. That's on YouTube. I'd recommend to subscribe on this one for sure. He's got I haven't gone through his whole channel, but he's got a bunch of videos just like this. For legal reasons, he cuts out the other ends of these calls. But this guy is apparently somebody who's, I don't know exactly, I haven't looked enough into what his background is. I mean, he's a social worker, supposedly. Or what he does right now, if he's like privately contracted or something. That's kind of what it seemed like to me, that people were coming to him and asking him for help with insurance companies, with the red tape, with the paper, like all the crazy paperwork that needs to be done, and like fighting like on behalf of them with calling, right, with like calling these ghouls to try and get the thing that you've been paying for all along. Coverage for your health care concerns. Because a lot of people are denied their, coverage for this or that medication, this or that procedure, surgery, whatever it might be, even when it's medically necessary according to the professionals who've been seeing those people. So then I guess when nothing else works, you need guys like this.
So you're saying the policy is being terminated at the end of next month. I'm just trying to understand so that I can explain it back to the patient. He's never missed a payment, didn't change employers, didn't switch plans. 2 weeks ago, he was diagnosed with cancer. So I'm just trying to understand the timing here because the letter says that the policy is being terminated following an eligibility review. Help me understand what eligibility suddenly changed. Well, from what I'm seeing, the only thing that changed in this patient's life is that he was diagnosed with cancer. So now you're saying that the policy is under review. But what I'm asking is a very direct question. Is this patient losing his insurance right after he was diagnosed with cancer? So now you're saying that there may have been a discrepancy on the original application. The discrepancy was identified after the patient started treatment, right? I want to be very clear about what you're saying. You're telling me that after this patient was diagnosed with cancer, your company went back and started a review of the original application. That sounds a lot like post-claims underwriting. That practice has been illegal for more than a decade. Are you formally alleging that this patient committed fraud on their insurance application? If that's a position that the company's taking, we're also going to need the underwriting documentation used to determine the coverage. Well, when someone's insurance disappears right after they've been diagnosed with cancer, you can see how that raises concerns. Well, not just from us, but from the state's insurance commissioner. I don't think people realize these conversations are happening. Someone's paying their premiums for years, and then the moment they get sick, this is not the conversation that they're planning to have.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you get cancer, and then all of a sudden, your insurance company decides to review your coverage and whether or not you even deserve to have insurance that you've been paying for years, right? For however long. All of a sudden, they're like, oh boy, you seem really sick. We better make sure that you deserve the insurance you've been paying for all this time. It's like, why is this coming up all of a sudden? Why would you be giving this guy insurance if he was ineligible this whole time? Why would you do this random or seemingly non-random review of somebody who just got sick? It's clear why they're doing it is because profits. This next one's pretty disturbing as well. You know, having cancer and finding your insurance, horrifying. Undoubtedly. I'm sure this one would be equally horrifying. Basically, finding out you have a 6-figure medical bill for one twin. Yes, that's right. Imagine you or your loved one gives birth to twins. And then your insurance company tries to charge you $100,000 for one of them. We'll cover the one twin, but the other one, that's going to cost you. You're going to... I'm sorry. If you didn't want to pay that money, you should have left the other one in there.
A what now?
$97,000. So she has twins at the hospital. One child, everything is being covered because that neonatologist was in network. A second neonatologist that was working on the other twin that was on the service that was out of network. So you're refusing to cover that claim. This was for in a combined 41-day total in the NICU. There's a bill that has been generated. Do you not see the absurdity of that? She went into labor at 34 weeks. Premature emergency, rush to the hospital. She delivered premature twins via C-section. So there's nothing that you can do from your side that can, there's no exceptions on this. Clearly, she didn't have a choice of neonatologists that were going to work on one of her twins. Yeah, the No Surprise Act, that obviously covers the emergency portion of this. So it's this piecemealing of the services that is just really, really ludicrous. They had verified all of the services prior. There's no, you can see this was one-off neonatologist that happened to be out of network on the service. How is it that the patient's being penalized for that? She did not select the physician. She was in active labor. She was being wheeled into surgery. No one gave her a directory of providers and said, hey, here, before you have your baby, can you verify the network status? The bill generated was over $97,000, and that's being applied to her out-of-network deductible that she has never met. Right, because she's always gone in network.
It's insane. It is fucking insane. $97,000 for one twin. The other one's covered, but sorry, that other one... You picked the wrong neonatologist. Well, you didn't pick it, but it was the wrong. You pulled the wrong one. It's like the reverse lottery. You won the reverse lottery. You get to pay us $100,000. Now, even some Republican women are finding out that the American healthcare system has not yet been fixed under Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Unfortunately, they are not indicting him, nor are they indicting Republicans for this yet. Well, I think we know the reasons.
All right, let's do a little check-in on the MAGA women. These are the women that want to carry the water for the patriarchy, carry the water for the fascists, and they never learn the lesson of Mike Pence. And the lesson of Mike Pence is this. They will go after everybody. They will scapegoat women. They will scapegoat immigrants. They will scapegoat LGBTQ plus people. They will even scapegoat white, Republican, Christian men if you don't go along with the lies. So this gamble that these MAGA women are taking is a real psychological case study for me. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is speaking publicly about the president's response to death threats against her family for speaking out against him and his administration's handling of the Epstein files. Let's play the clip.
From Donald Trump. And I've saved these text messages. I'd probably get put in jail if I released them publicly, but I saved them. Where Donald Trump proceeded to tell me that it was my fault and that I deserve it. If my son gets killed, I deserve it because I was a traitor to him. That is our president of the United States. That's the man that says MAGA is whatever he wants it to be.
And again, she didn't learn the Mike Pence lesson. She didn't understand that this man that was so loyal, that went along with the lies, went along with the gaslighting, went along with all of the craziness in Trump 1.0. After January 6th, she saw the gallows. We all saw it. They wanted to lynch him. She thought she was going to be the exception. And then she just said in her own words, he doesn't care if her own son gets killed because she was disloyal. And I don't know how to teach people like this. You're not special.
It's tough when you got, you know.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Yeah, you got crazies like Paula White. Like insane, deluded individuals who literally think that they make places holy when they walk into them. You know, televangelist preacher, millionaire preachers who think they're like literally Jesus or something. Now, technically, Marjorie Taylor Greene does blame Donald Trump. So she's one of the MAGA women, or former MAGA women. As we know, she's been trying to cozy up to libertarians lately because she really has no home now that she's left MAGA. Because the Republican Party is just MAGA, right? They're the same. It's the same thing. And, or at least almost the same. They're almost the same. It's like two nearly concentric circles. But since we were just talking about healthcare and spending $100,000 on one twin, we should see this video. We've already watched this one technically a while back, but I want to watch this again here.
Sees that Donald Trump still has 80% or something of Republican voters. And so I call bullshit on a lot of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She cares all of a sudden about Palestinian children. Well, what about these documented and or undocumented kids in America? She doesn't seem to care about them. So I think these people are opportunists. I don't think they believe in anything, and I'm not ready to give out trophies to any of them. And meanwhile, other conservatives are slowly starting to realize that this president and his policies don't actually work for them. Riley Gaines has been going through some things, and she posted the following video. Let's play the clip.
Precious little angel in September of last year. It is April, nearly May of the next year, and I am getting bills in the mail nearly every single week. Let's look at them. Okay, this one is a bill for $2,000. The service description literally just says vaginal birth. Here's another bill for $1,261. What's the description for? Actually, it doesn't even say.
Yeah. Yeah, Charlie.
Welcome.
Exactly. This is being an American trying to navigate the for-profit healthcare system. And every policy that you support and your triple Trump endorsement endorses greedy corporations that profit off of people trying to get medical care, while at the same time, you're a big what would Jesus do girl.
Exactly. And we watched that whole thing the other day, that clip, and she only blames the healthcare providers, right? She refuses to blame the system that exists. She refuses to blame Republicans who make it more difficult and more expensive, right? Because, of course, the big, beautiful bill kicked a shitload of people off their health insurance. And that's going to drive up costs at the base level, right? Because people are going to be coming into hospitals and other places without insurance now, right? So that will inherently drive up costs. People won't be able to pay for that care in many cases, right? So that'll reduce revenue for hospitals, and they'll just raise costs for everyone else who can pay. And that's why we need national healthcare system and not this fracturized, privatized, dystopian fucking system that we all know that we're living with. That rations care, but it's for the rich. Right? It's just like Republicans are always talking about, oh, we don't want to be like Canada or the UK. We don't ration care. We ration care. We ration care here in the United States. It's just based upon access and money, which is a good system if you are already rich. You already have good health care, right? Like, great. Good for you. Everybody else is just getting worse. And Riley has the money to pay for that shit. Like, while she cries about that shit, she's got the money to pay for it. She's like a completely made... She's like she wouldn't exist without the right-wing ecosystem funding her, right? Like, she's been propped up by, like, billionaires with an agenda. Like, and that's the only reason anybody knows her name. Like, I hate talking about her. She's a white woman who just failed up. You know, she lost in sports. Not even to a trans person. She tied with the trans person in 5th place. And now she cries about it for a living, and Republicans just give her boatloads of money to do it. She's fine. She is fine. She'll be able to pay for those fucking bills. No matter how much she cries about on her fucking Instagram. Okay? Like... Everybody else, it's everybody else who has a problem. You know, she's over there, she's making appearances on Fox News and all these other places. And, you know, wherever else she pops up in our fucking feeds, right? Like, her life is fine. Her and her husband are probably living quite well. It's everybody else. The vast majority of everybody else who's struggling to pay for those fucking expensive bills. However, the Trump administration has launched a new support program for already pregnant women and families.
And in honor of Mother's Day, the Trump administration is issuing new proposals and resources related to maternal health care, including a new rule that would make fertility benefits easier for mothers to access.
This is a new benefit or an option that will be a major help for millions of American moms that will result in more beautiful American babies. We like that.
The proposed rule would make it easier for employers to offer IVF. It would create a new type of standalone insurance coverage for fertility benefits exempt from the Affordable Care Act, requirements like dental and vision plans. President Trump is also highlighting the unveiling of Moms.
Okay, that's really funny. Like, okay, instead of getting yourself regular healthcare, mom, or wanna be mom, I guess, like, right? Like, instead of getting yourself regular healthcare, you could get make a baby healthcare, or you get IVF and only IVF. Get sick, figure it out. But we will pump you full. No dental, no vision requirements. But turkey baster coverage. All around turkey baster coverage.
This is ridiculous.
So the government, the Republicans complain about government healthcare that might provide like abortion access, like pills or otherwise, to mothers, the pregnant women, and but this they're totally fine with. They're fine with the government starting its own health insurance that's just IVF. Baby making insurance. It's dystopian. Let's go here. See what Donald Trump had to say when asked about whether or not there would be an option for lower income women to access IVF treatments. Fascinating.
Just a couple questions. Outside of these amazing benefits from employers for IVF, there are a lot of women out there who either they work part-time or they self-pay for health insurance. Is there an option for cheaper IVF for those women?
And what would you like to know?
What would you like?
For IVF, bring it down to the cost that's associated.
I don't know. Olivia, could you answer that question, please?
We're trying to
We're
make...
putting her through a little training here, Tom. See whether or not she's got it. I have no doubt she has. Go ahead.
Just a softball from the president. And Healthy Moms, Healthy Babies America.
Let's give this one to Olivia.
We are focused on making America the safest and best place to have a baby. The IVF question, I think, can probably be better hit by Senator Britt and Dr. Fink. And others.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do is obviously make sure that people have greater access and that the affordability goes down. We did that obviously with what you saw from the president last year and the two different announcements he made. We've seen, over, thousands of people have more access with regards to affordability.
So it seems like Donald Trump has not familiarized himself with this issue at all. Right? Like he claims to be the fertility president. I mean, he did say that earlier last year. I know it's disturbing, but it's scarred into my brain. Donald Trump saying that he's going to be great for women and he's going to be the fertility president. I'll never forget that. But he doesn't seem super focused in on that. He just sort of kicks it off to the women in the room. First woman he kicks it off can't answer the question. She immediately hands off to Katie Britt. Better Homes and Gardens Barbie. She fails to answer the question. Like, she just starts talking about a bunch of random political speak. None of it's actually coherent whatsoever. And it's quite clear that if you're not employed, you're not going to be able to get IVF, mom. That this is not going to help you. If you don't have a full-time job or your employer offers this situation, this particular benefit, and you can't afford to pay for the new IVF insurance, whatever, turkey baster insurance. If you can't buy turkey baster insurance or have a full-time job that gives you health care benefits, well, sorry, mom. That's basically what Katie Britt tries to not say while simultaneously say here. But that's basically what she's saying. We're trying to make it more affordable, but she can't list a single thing that actually addresses the question from the reporter, and Trump just looks bored. But I'm starting to get big time Handmaid's Tale vibes lately. This kind of vibe, like this particular this one is really making it feel a lot like it. Let's see what the Health and Human Services Secretary had to say.
Great to know. It's been really successful under this administration. And again, Katie, you were so helpful. Bobby, do you have something to say?
Very, very briefly, Mr. President.
I just wanted to stress what a huge win for the MAHA movement and for the pro-life movement. Moms.gov is. It is one-stop shopping for IVF, for prenatal care, for postnatal care, for nutrition, for baby formula, and of course for
one-stop shop.
We have, as Dr. Oz pointed out.
I love how he thinks that sounds good. A one-stop shop for all of your baby needs. Pay more money for your healthcare. If you don't have healthcare or your healthcare doesn't cover these things, you can buy it now. Each thing, piece of meal. The same thing that I feel like people were just complaining about in the previous videos is the piece of meal health insurance that they have and all the costs. And look at Donald Trump literally he's like falling asleep. Like, look at he's so bored by this topic. He does not give a shit. Look at him. He's out. He looks like he's like literally sleeping. The RFK is literally putting the man to sleep.
Fertility crisis in this country right now. We just found out that we
staying in the race.
1.57%. The replacement rate is 2.1. 100 years ago, we were at 3.27, so more than double than we are today. We are approaching the cataclysmic rates that Japan and China are now experiencing that is threatening their economy. It's a threat not only to our economy, to our national security, it's a direct threat to our Social Security Trust Fund, to the Medicare Trust Fund. President Trump has directed my agency to find out the cause of the fertility crisis, and that is part of this program. We're looking at the impact of metabolic challenges, which directly affect fertility, of obesity, which affects fertility, of endocrine disruptors, of pesticides, of this toxic soup that our young women are walking around today to try to figure it out. The fertility crisis for women began in 2007. For men in 1970, men had twice the sperm count as our teenagers do today. This is an existential crisis for our country.
Oh, God, the way he's talking about this is so gross. The sperm count in our young boys. Our young boys, the sperm counts are dreadfully low compared to the men of 1977. It's a crisis. It's a crisis that we have to deal with immediately. We have to get the sperm counts of our teenage boys much, much higher. Like, it's so... God. It's so wrong. It's so fucking wrong. But
we had a series of presidents that were trying to discourage childbirth and motherhood in this country. We now have a president that is trying to encourage it, and I want to thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you again for your leadership, Mr. President.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Now, with all of these events that have been happening, especially around this latest press conference, I couldn't help but think about the very plot of the book, The Handmaid's Tale. And I'm not sure I can nutshell it as well as this guy can, so let's watch this clip real quick.
How does a dictatorship where women are suddenly stripped of all their rights come into being?
Sorry.
In Margaret Atwood's...
Woman can. I forgot. I couldn't remember who was narrating it, okay? Is the name of this channel is Captain Spoiler.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Dictatorship where women are suddenly stripped of all their rights come into being. In Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale and its subsequent TV adaptation, a totalitarian state with a rigid caste system rises from the ashes of the modern USA. In this new world, every aspect of a person's life is dictated by the state and subject to strict religious rules. How could a country so devoted to individual liberty take such a dark turn? It's simpler than you might think. It only takes 10 steps. Hi, it's Captain Spoiler here, overthinking pop culture.
Okay, hold on, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. But it's fascinating to me just how many of these things we are already doing. Just being refreshed by Captain Spoiler here on some of this stuff. Just really, I mean, it's sort of shocking to me how much of this has actually already come to fruition. And I've been like thinking about it. You've heard me mention like this or that thing, feeling very Handmaid's Tale-esque in the past. But this really brought it all home for me, I feel.
May the Lord open. At the heart of Gilead, as with almost any violent historical catastrophe, lies a crisis. In this case, a profound demographic crisis. As a result of environmental pollution and radioactive contamination, the world is grappling with a massive infertility epidemic. Different countries have different ideas on how to deal with this situation. In the United States, a group of people begins to organize, seemingly with a clear understanding of what went wrong and how to fix it. What could be causing the declining birth rate? For some, the answer is clear. Turning away from God. Divorce, promiscuity, contraception, homosexuality, women pursuing careers instead of dedicating themselves to motherhood. Right-wing religious activists preach that only a return to religion and traditional values can save the world. Serena Joy Waterford tours the country promoting her book, in which she argues that a woman's place is at home. She also plans to write other books with telling titles like Fertility as a National Resource.
Yeah, and I was gonna try and find. I haven't been able to find the clip online. Because there is an action. This clip right here is the one that exists online that I found on YouTube, but this is not the one where she actually manages to say the things that she believes, and she just sounds like a trad wife. She just sounds like a 2026 trad wife, basically.
And reproduction as a moral imperative. Meanwhile, a group called the Sons of Jacob emerges as a secret think tank before rapidly transforming into a conspiratorial, militarized organization. Like Serena, they believe that cultural decadence is responsible for the fertility crisis. The Sons of Jacob see their mission as restoring order and purifying the country of sin.
We already have groups of extremist nationalists in this country who espouse very, very similar beliefs, right? Proud Boys to some degree, the, what's it called? The Nationalist Front? No, oh God, my brain just broke. But there's like multiple groups that espouse quite similar ideologies to this fictional group from Gilead.
Even before the Sons of Jacob seize full power and create Gilead, they gain significant influence within the U.S. government, and their views gain traction, leading to changes in the law.
Thank you. I could only think. I knew they're like they're it's like a nationalist sounding name. I just could not remember what it was. I try and forget about those idiots, but it's impossible. But it is possible to forget their very stupid name.
Population growth has stalled. It must be stimulated, even by force. The government first targets those who don't want children. But
Yup. And this is what we're talking about here, right? Like, these are literally some of the things that we are dealing with right now. Is effectively white supremacist Christian nationalists have seized the government technically through elections, and have been dismantling the rights of all the people in this book, and are now talking about the same things that the people in this book were talking about relating to fertility, which is effectively where this book really takes its darkest turn, right? Where it heads to like forced birthing and gulags, and the fact is Republicans continue to make the case that the reason why we need more babies is because the Social Security Trust Fund is running out. But we know that there is a clear and easy, simple solution to that, which is to just tax millionaires and billionaires at the same rate that we tax everyone else. But they're going to use this to do some fucked up things, I feel like, here. And I love that these benefits don't extend to any sort of like poor or underemployed women. It's just women. Like if you're a certain class of women, you get the benefits. Otherwise, go fuck yourself. Buy some turkey baster care. Get on the government website. Get yourself some turkey baster care. You're gonna love it.
Is the establishment of the Handmaids, slave surrogates who bear children for the Gilead elite. Members of the Sons of Jacob, including Waterford and Putnam, infiltrate the U.S. government and administration. To seize power, they orchestrate 3 armed attacks on the White House, Congress, and the Supreme Court. They officially blame Islamic fanatics for the attacks, allowing the military to take control under the pretext of protecting the country.
And is this part that I honestly, is this detail that I somehow forgot about? And it's incredible just how on point this detail really is. They're literally talking about making this $1 billion bunker at the White House, and based upon the premise of some supposed assassination attempt on the president's life, right? And they're like, he's talking about sending the National Guard and ICE to elections literally earlier today. It is disturbing just how on point this book really was. It is almost, and honestly, to some degree, I feel like it is almost like the people who are in power, the people who wrote Project 2025, read this book and said, these are some great ideas. Let's do this. I genuinely do feel like that is the case. Like when you look through, when you listen to this, it really does. This hits home for me. Like this really does feel like what we're living through right now. We're just in the early stages of it all.
Difficult but necessary decisions. The president, most of the government, and members of Congress are killed in the attacks, and those officials who survive flee to Alaska. A significant number of civilians also die, and the total number of victims exceeds the toll of the 9/11. Immediately after the attacks, the Sons of Jacob take control of national security, giving them real and almost unlimited power. One of their first steps is to expel all women from government administration, with the idea of preventing them from forgetting their true purpose, which...
Yeah, and to some degree, that was already happening under Doge, right? Earlier this, in this administration. This was one of the things that they started doing immediately that I had compared to Handmaid's Tale vibes, was the expulsion of government employees, specifically going after the DEI in the government. Women, LGBTQ people, and ethnic minorities being the targets. I mean, it couldn't have been more on point. It is things like that I was just like, dude, how did they literally just read the book and say, let's do this?
After the armed coup, the sons of Jacob act swiftly to consolidate their power. Under the pretext of national security, freedom of speech and assembly are abolished, and roadblocks and identity checks appear. The terrified public initially doesn't protest vigorously, especially as the government deceives them with promises of new elections, with the caveat that preparations might take a while. Instead, the Republic of Gilead is soon established in the territories conquered by the religious militants, with supreme power falling into the hands of the sons of Jacob's inner circle, known as the Committee. Organization members are appointed commanders and become the new elite, the richest and most powerful in society. A new...
It's a good reminder to subscribe to this channel. I don't know what else Captain Spoiler does. This one is the only video I had a chance to watch. But this was quite good. This was quite a good recapping of this of this book. Now, of course, we've already done this next one in some ways. Taking away women's reproductive freedom.
Women become second-class citizens, subject to the authority of a man, husband, father, or brother. Their professional work is outlawed, and their independent bank accounts are frozen. All previously employed women are fired and sent home. Attempts to protest are brutally suppressed and result in many deaths. Soon, women's education is drastically limited. It is now reduced solely to learning how to run a household and be an obedient wife. Any other knowledge or skills, including reading, are not considered important for women. On the contrary, they are seen as a threat, both to women themselves, who might be corrupted by revolutionary ideas.
Yep. I mean, we're already seeing the suppression of ideas right now at the media level. Corporate consolidation by pro-regime billionaires haven't necessarily taken away the right to read or consume the news.
Media outlets are shut down, censored, or taken over by the government. The topic of sexuality completely disappears from public discourse, and censorship expands to other areas of life. Soon, owning books other than religious ones or approved by the authorities becomes forbidden, at least for men, because, as we know, any contact with books, even religious ones, is strictly punished for women. The same goes for access to media. Cigarettes, alcohol, makeup, pre-revolution clothing, and countless other once common items are now only available on the black market.
Illegal.
Yep. I mean, these more examples of things that, once again, like I said, just really, just when you compile them and list them in order, which once again, I found incredibly informative, thanks to Captain Spoiler over here. And it's just, we've basically completed almost every single one of these things. Let's talk about the family.
Gilead accepts only one form of family life: husband, wife, and children, not necessarily biological. Extramarital and same-sex relationships are outlawed, as are remarriages contracted before the revolution. All children raised in such sinful families, as well as children of single mothers, are forcibly taken from their parents and given to infertile couples among the Gilead elite. From that moment on, a state permit is required to marry, and arranged marriages are most common, with wives assigned to sons of Jacob fighters and deserving officials as a reward, chosen from the daughters of pious families.
Yep. So you can see why when these people start talking about fertility, it is probably cause for alarm. I'm going to skip ahead to 10 here.
A state that interferes so deeply in the lives of its citizens must be ruled by fear and maintained by violence. Heavily armed soldiers stand on every street, observing every move of passersby. Citizens are encouraged by fear and indoctrination to inform on each other. A special secret police force is established to recruit spies. Control hits hardest at the bottom of the social ladder, but the elite don't escape it either. Even Gilead's designers eventually realize they are not safe and must play by the same rules they tried to impose on others. Anyone can be punished with mutilation, execution, hanging, or exile to the labor camps in the colonies. Almost daily, someone disappears without a trace or is publicly condemned. Only the precious handmaids have immunity from death. They are not killed for their transgressions, but re-educated and broken through mutilation, torture, solitary confinement, and a whole range of elaborate methods.
Yep. I know this book is a fiction, but you cannot tell me that you don't see a great number of similarities to from the government of Gilead to the government of the United States as it currently exists. And this is why the fucking elections are so fucking important right now. For us to prevent the Republican steal of the elections and the disenfranchisement of millions. Because when democracy completely collapses and we can no longer count on the vote is when things get really dark really quickly. I think everybody knows that inherently. Even though we don't talk about it very much. As if it's a thing that can't happen. But if National Guard and ICE show up to poll locations for the primaries or the midterms, I mean, that is effectively the end of democracy. That's pure ruling by fear and voter intimidation by the government. And Trump is threatening it. He's not ruling it out. Like he said, not ruling anything out. Whatever the fuck that means. Now, what's fascinating is that while they're talking about fertility, for a specific group of women, I would point out, basically middle class and up, one man who I think is a complete psycho, but is no more psychotic than any of the others. In fact, I would say he might actually be discernibly slightly less psychotic than the rest of the people at Health and Human Services. But it's been announced that the FDA commissioner McCarty has lost his job. Trump saying that he is out earlier today. And the only thing that he has done that I and anybody else seems to be able to point to for why this is happening is because he happened to differ with Republicans and Donald Trump on access to the abortion pill and to birth control. Like, essentially, it was those two things that are losing him this job right now, what I can tell.
Did you ask Marty McCary to resign, sir? Or did you fire your FDA
Well, I don't want to say,
commissioner?
but Marty's a great guy. He's a friend of mine.
President Donald Trump on Tuesday confirmed that Marty McCary was being replaced as U.S. Food and Drug Administrator. It's the latest leadership change at the Federal Health Department following weeks of public speculation and a mounting pressure campaign.
He's going to be off, and the assistant, the deputy, is taking over temporarily. He was having some difficulty. You know, he's a great doctor, and he was having some difficulty.
FDA Deputy Commissioner for Food Kyle Diamantis will lead the agency in an acting capacity, according to two sources familiar with the situation. Political first reported the development. McCarry's departure follows weeks of
He wasn't getting along. Is that what he just said? Yeah, because he wasn't doing well. He wasn't doing a good job of what we wanted him to do. Like, because I'm fairly certain that they wanted him to make some sort of determination that it was like unsafe to take birth control or the abortion pill, and he didn't do that as the FDA director, so that's why he's losing the job. And now they're going to put somebody in who I suppose will. I don't know which deranged lunatic they're going to put in now, but they're going to try and make some sort of like anti-scientific. That's what they want, right? Like they want somebody to come in there who is a doctor, right, to make an anti-scientific claim about any of these pills that they don't like, so that they can just make them illegal. They'll just say, "Oh, they're bad. They're bad for women. They're killing the women. We have to protect them." Ay. Meanwhile, the economy continues to get worse and worse. Oh, God. Something we would talk about right now. But I'm just realizing. Stoicite. 40 stream streak. Very impressive. I'm just noticing that we have not completed the galactic content goal. We had a number of donations over on Twitch. A couple subs, a few bits. But that is... those are the only donations we've seen all night. And as a result, we're going to have to go into super secret galactic probationary content goal status. Which means the stream could just end at any point. You could prevent that by donating one of the many places we have available to you. Twitch, Bits, Power. We got Twitch, we got Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Those are the main ways, unfortunately, without YouTube being monetized. I think, what do I do here? I mean, like, unlike usual, like, I don't have a ton of videos to skip. Like, I have, like, just enough videos to get through, like, 8 hours, probably. So I guess I'm just gonna, well, fuck. The thing is, wait, how much have we talked about? What's in this title? We did primaries, we did the library, all that's left is the nukes. Oh, and Chyna. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to assume, stay fairly optimistic that we're going to complete the galactic content goal and just stay on what I have and not rush ahead on anything. Like, I was thinking I'd cut something out. But if I do that, I wind up with a fairly short stream. All right, let's go back to talking about the economy. And just a reminder, we're like 30% of the way through the goal. Slightly less, but I'm just rounding up right now. So that's about what we need. Keep this puppy going. Let's go to the majority report up next from yesterday.
The big story you keep seeing over and over again, at least I do, is there is a certain percentage of economists and oil traders and financial types who are coming out and saying, we're headed to a global recession. And then there's like I would say 50% of what I note on that are stories about why isn't the stock market responding to the fact that it looks like there's going to be a global recession, but maybe there isn't. And then there's, I would say, another 20%, which brings us to about 95%. And those remaining 20% are like, well, I've figured out how to find opportunities in this. And then there's 5%, really closer to 1%, who are like Kevin Hassett. And he is the National Economic Council director. And I don't know, maybe he thinks he's going to get fired by Trump and desperately wants to keep his job. You understand, that's all it is now. They're all just coming out and figuring out what will keep them in their jobs. And more often than not, it's because they've got some type of side scam going, whether it was Kristi Noem or Sean Duffy, who was able to find time in his very busy schedule as transportation director of the country. You remember all the planes crashing. Yeah. You remember now the fuel shortages. And he's been in that job for, I would say, probably 12 months now, maybe less. I mean, he was confirmed, I don't know when, but it couldn't have been too much earlier than in May of 2025. And this is important. He was able to find 7 months' time to shoot a TV show, but with his family. That's the point. Family is first. But Kevin Hassett, getting back to him, here he is on CNBC, and you could call this bootlicking, but I actually think the licking is more comprehensive.
In between the toes. We've seen over time is that earnings surprises are positively correlated. So if you have a couple of quarters in a row of earnings surprises, then people tend to not jack up their earnings forecast as much, and you get another one. And so I think that Ed's forecast, while the White House doesn't have an official, S&P forecast, it seems consistent with the trajectory of earnings, I could say, at the very least. And that's all happening because of AI and because of the Trump tax cuts and so on. I think that one of the things that's happening is that the world is changing so fast right now. That President Trump has sort of taken every problem on earth and got 100% at fixing it. And I think that can be stressful for people to see so much change going on. But the bottom line is that in the end, when we look at what happens for elections, that people
I'll pause it for 1 second. I want to go back because I didn't set this up exactly. He's explaining why, despite the fact that he's out here smiling so hard, why consumer confidence is at its lowest ebb in like decades. Weak. And I mean, you have rising credit card debt. People are starting to stress out about work, and of course, oil prices are through the roof. You fill up a gas tank. Like my Subaru is like it's like a small investment in it's like a semester of college at this point to fill up your gas tank. He's explaining why consumer sentiment is down, and aside from saying like we've had so many surprise earnings bumps that like people are factoring in, and that's why we see earnings expectations lower. But here, go back and
they've been doing so good. That's why they're bad. Don't you see? That's just how that works.
You'll hear him explain why consumer sentiment is down. It's because they're so like agitated by all the winning.
What's happening is that the world is changing so fast right now that President Trump has sort of taken every problem on earth and got 100% at fixing it. And I think that can be stressful for people to see so much change going on. But the bottom line is that in the end, when we look at what happens for elections, that people look at their wallets, they see how they're doing. The economy is growing very strong. Incomes are growing. And Ray Fair, you and I have talked about Ray Fair for 20 years. Ray Fair of Yale says that GDP in the second quarter is the thing that tells you what's going to happen in the election. And so I think...
Why is he laughing the whole time he's saying this? You know what you know what the vibes Kevin Hassett gives me? He gives me the vibes of like a teenager giving a presentation on like a side of like a debate in class, right? And they got like the bad argument side, right? And so he's just like laughing the whole time because he's like, he doesn't know how to play it off. Like the fact that all of this is just like either like a factual or like just complete bullshit, like, or just him brown nosing the president. Like, because like that's what he's doing, right? Like he's having to make the wrong argument. Like he's like, his job is to come out and make the wrong argument every time. His job is to defend the indefensible every day. He's got to come out in front of class and he's got to be like, actually, like, I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to think of like the other sides. Like actually the Allies shouldn't have gotten involved in World War II, or actually billionaires are good. I don't know. Like, but that's basically his job every day, is to come out and take the worst side of every argument. And it's a tough job, really, when you think about it.
Right now, Republicans should feel very, very good about the trajectory of the economy.
You know what they say, more money, more problems.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, is that your folks are so their head spinning with so many world problems being solved that they're making them nervous about the economy.
The problem is when a guy like Hassett says people vote with their pocketbooks, they think of their pocketbooks as like what their investments are doing.
Yeah.
And normal people look at, actually, this is what I have to do to pay my rent and actual expenses for this month.
Wages are up by something like 3.5%. The problem is inflation's up by 4%.
Yep.
And so you don't have to be a math whiz. I off the top of my head can say, I mean, because I am.
4% is more than 3.5%. That's science.
It's science.
Sam, that's what Sam's gonna say. We just don't have time to wait for him to say it. But that's what Sam's about to say. 4 is more than 3. That's math. It's facts. Facts don't care about feelings. Exactly. Actually, chomos aren't bad. I don't know. He has to take out whatever, all the worst sides of every economics argument out there. He's got to come out and defend the Trump economy, which is literally imploding. It's a difficult job, and I'll give him that. But, you know, it doesn't excuse him just making shit up, which is exactly what Kevin does oftentimes. He just makes shit up, or he just pretends we're living in a different world. And I think he's got to at least try and live in reality. I know that makes his job a lot harder, but I prefer him to stick to the real world.
And perhaps shortages. And here's the world oil reserves.
Eesh.
You will notice that now we only have data here for the past 5 years, but it seems rather dramatic. Operational floor level is the minimum level required to keep pipelines functioning and refineries operating.
That seems bad. I'm not a geologist or some sort of oil scientist, but that seems bad. I guess we could switch to renewables, but, you know, we won't get into that right now. We won't get into that. How that would be a good idea, actually. And how maybe everybody should be riding e-bikes instead of cars, or at the very least driving electric cars. Although building a car requires a hell of a lot more oil than an e-bike, I would point out. In fact, you could repurpose regular bikes and turn them into e-bikes. See what I'm saying here? Like, it would take a lot less oil to do that. Right? Because you need the oil for the plastic and for the paint and for all sorts of other things. The manufacturing of it all, the greasing of the bearings and other things inside of there. But Donald Trump has a solution. Oh, yes. This will solve it. Donald Trump announcing earlier on, I think it was like the first thing announced on Tuesday morning, that the U.S. government was going to pause the federal gas tax until it's appropriate. Now, it's not clear that, it's actually quite clear that Trump can't do this unilaterally, but he's going to try.
Mr. President, are you going to suspend the federal gas tax?
Yeah, I'm going to reduce until let me tell you, as soon as this is over with Iran, as soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock. Going to be dropping down like a rock. I mean, already, look, just on the basis of, things have happened. When it first came about, 20% of the oil came out of Hormuz. That's a lot. But, with time, it's like they go into Texas, they go into Louisiana, they go into Alaska, a lot of Alaska. It's sort of amazing, it found its way. So a lot of people thought oil would go to $250, $300. It's not. I mean, today it's at less than 100.
There you go. There's Donald Trump talking about oil prices and the potential cutting of gas taxes, which has already been proposed by Republicans in the House, I believe. Now, unfortunately for America, that's only going to be a tiny, tiny amount of the gas increases. Like, it doesn't represent any of the extra costs, right? Like, that already existed before this started. I think it's like 17 cents. I think it's about 17 cents. And with the national average approaching I almost said 50. $5. Like, 17 cents and $5 is utterly is a joke, right? Like, it's a fucking, I think, what is that, 1%? No, that's less than that. Is it a 0.5%? How much is 17 cents over $5? Let me do the math really quickly. Hold on. But it's minuscule compared to what we've seen in increases. Nobody's gonna feel this. Nobody's gonna feel this. Hold on. I keep doing this wrong. It should be 0.17 over 5. No, stop that. Right? It's 3%. It's 3.5%. No one's gonna notice that. No one is gonna notice 3.5%. It is like 17 cents. Oh, great. It'll go up 17 cents after that. Or what'll happen is that your local gas station, local Sunoco, Mobile, whatever it might be, is going to pocket that 17 cents. They're just going to leave it where it is. And they're going, because, they're the ones technically that are including it in your bill, right? So they're just going to switch it out. They'll take that out and they'll just keep it because they know you're already paying whatever for it. Right? Following me here? They know we were already paying whatever. They're just going to remove that and increase the prices by 17 cents, and it'll just remain the same. Be net nothing. Because they're not going to prevent them from doing that. Republicans aren't going to be like, oh, price caps. Right? They'll never do that. That's not free markets. I would also point out, of course, the tariffs. Not free markets either. And the first wave of tariff refunds has apparently already started hitting some businesses as of yesterday. So has anybody seen lower prices yet? Anybody seeing dramatically lower prices anywhere? because people are getting checks. Here's ABC from 13 hours ago.
First refunds on President Trump's tariffs that were struck down by the Supreme Court earlier this year. Elizabeth Schultz is back to tell us what it means for businesses and consumers. Hello again, Elizabeth.
Hey again, George. So American importers paid $166 billion in tariffs that were struck down by the Supreme Court. Now businesses are starting to get that money back. So at least 75,000 companies have already filed for tariff refunds from the government. Customs and Border Protection says those payments will start arriving into businesses' bank accounts as soon as today. And some companies are expecting big returns here.
So it's just it's being wired directly to people's bank accounts. They're not having to wait for checks or something like that. So are people seeing the massively reduced prices yet? People are receiving billions and billions of dollars given out by the U.S. government. It's already been taken.
Analysis from Citi found that Walmart is owed $10 billion, Target is owed $2 billion, Nike $1 billion. FedEx, UPS, and DHL do all say that they will refund customers who paid these tariffs.
Where's the big Walmart tariff refund sale? Anybody? Send me a link. Just kidding. It's never coming. It's going to be the big Walmart tariff refund CEO giveaway. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be the big Walmart tariff stockholder buyback like a stock buyback program, right? Like it's not going to be the lower prices for regular people program. By the way, thank you for the donos. 2 different individuals, $5 from Cthulhu over on Cash App. Looks like 15 bones from Perf XL. No rush, bro. I'm here till the wheels fall off. Enjoy the green tea. I am enjoying the green tea. Thank you. Perf. That gets us way closer to completing the galactic content goal. We still got time to do it. What does that get us to? 50%? I think we're halfway through. Maybe. Yeah, we're close. We're maybe over it, technically. All right, let's go to CNN.
There is new CNN polling just out with a fresh look on how Americans feel about the economy. The numbers revealing a deep anxiety about affordability, that word, and growing warning signs for President Trump. 73% describing economic conditions right now, today, as poor in the country. That's not a good outlook on what was once considered, of course, President Trump's strongest issue. His approval rating on the economy has fallen to a new career low. Americans are worried, full stop. Worried about paying their bills, especially surprise ones. About 2/3 say in this new poll that they could not comfortably afford a $1,000 emergency expense. On this most central issue of just being able to pay for everyday life, cracks are starting to show among the president's base. Here are some of the quotes from what we heard from voters that spoke to her pollsters. A woman in Ohio describes herself as a Republican and told CNN, quote, "Me and my husband work 12-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week, and we have to decide if we're gonna buy groceries or pay for gas." And a 20-something Republican in Georgia put it this way: "I don't know how anyone from my generation will ever do anything except rent." Let's go through this. CNN's Washington.
Yeah. People, their financial situations just seem to be getting worse and worse. With Republicans now in charge and Donald Trump in the White House. Let's go to the numbers.
And in terms of their feeling secure in their personal economy, you noted that top-line approval number for Trump's handling of the economy, 30% approved. That is a record low across his entire time in public life. As you suggested, this used to be one of his strong suits. He used to outperform his approval rating on the issue of the economy. 30% approved. That is a low. And why this matters? Economy and cost of living, 55% of respondents in our poll, Kate, say that is the most important issue facing the country. Do you see here? Nothing else comes even close to it.
Yeah, stuff is getting so bad. This is how I see this graph. Like, shit is getting so bad that people don't care about anything else. I mean, the state of democracy is a close second, right? Immigration, 9%, crime, 7%, healthcare, 4%, foreign policy, 3%. Although I bet you this number goes up after the midterms, because that's when some of these healthcare cuts start to come into effect. It's like over the year, like I think they intentionally made it so some of the cuts to like Medicaid and Medicare and stuff are gonna only be felt after the midterms because they're incredibly cynical and disgusting human beings trying to literally trick the voters into voting for them because they're unwilling to just like be honest with the voters about what they're doing. Like, Republicans will continue to claim to their voters that they're trying to actually make sure that they have health care, but it's always a lie, right? They're always talking to a specific person, like a specific group of people. Anyway, the economy is one of the biggest, if not, I'm sorry, the biggest issue for American voters right now during the midterms. Just Americans, broadly speaking. That is the number one issue by leaps and bounds. Almost three times as important as any other issue, according to most Americans. Now, let's go to here. Something that Donald Trump campaigned on. Gas prices. Let's see how Americans feel about that. Oh, not good.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Approval rating on gas prices, he's fallen below that 50% mark with his own party. I don't recall the last time, Kate, maybe you do, where I saw a majority of Republicans disapproving of Donald Trump on an issue. They do so on gas prices.
Well, there you go, people. I mean, the numbers bear it out. Trump's economy is incredibly unpopular across the board, even marginally unpopular among Republicans. It's only 48% of Republicans thinking he's handling gas prices well. I mean, the 48% of people are true cultist idiots. Like, it's incredible. They're like, actually, I like paying more for gas prices. Like, they've truly, like, taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker. They're like, actually, I love higher gas prices. It's American to love higher gas prices. Because Iran can't have a nuke. Like, that's got to be... I can't imagine any other reason why anyone would be like, this good job on higher gas prices. Like, what are you talking about? It's a real dumb thing to think, I gotta say. But gas isn't the only thing that's being made more expensive by Donald Trump.
The U.S.-Israel war in Iran is making your groceries more expensive. How? Well, the conflict has created the worst disruption to oil and gas supplies in modern history. But it's not just the knock-on effects of rising fuel and transportation costs. The price of oil-derived chemicals and plastics is also surging. And those plastics are used to package a lot of everyday products.
That then ends up flowing from them to the retailer and from the retailer to the consumer.
First, let's run through how oil turns into, say, a laundry detergent bottle. The process starts with crude oil, the base raw material for most plastics. Refineries and petrochemical plants process the oil into chemical feedstocks. Those are the building blocks for chemical manufacturing. Plants turn these feedstocks into basic plastic polymers, which are then turned into pellets. The pellets are sent to molding factories and turned into products, and from there they hit retailer shelves. For common grocery items, any packaging, whether it's plastic, paper, or glass, typically makes up 5 to 15% of a product's manufacturing cost. That's according to specialized consultancy MAT. So, what does all this mean for your weekly shop? Well, the average price of all groceries in U.S. stores, tracked by data firm Nielsen IQ, rose 2.9% from a year ago, in the month immediately following the start of the war. But the cost of some common products are rising at an even faster clip. Body wash, which is usually sold in heavy-duty plastic bottles, became nearly 8% more expensive in that time. What? Shampoo, a price increase of more than 9%. Bottled water, almost 6% more costly. Same increase as tampons. Toothpaste, disposable diapers, dish soap, all of these prices have gone up. And the price hikes don't show any signs of stopping.
Oh, it's a bleak situation we've got on our hands, Spades fams. Things are getting more and more expensive. Lower income people being squeezed more and more, and by lower income, I mean people, like at this point, it's like, if you're like not a millionaire, I feel like you're like living a harder life right now. Times are getting tougher. Things are getting more expensive, but Donald Trump keeps claiming the economy is doing great. And 48% of Republicans still somehow think that he's doing a great job on gas prices. Can't remember what they said specifically on the economy as on a whole. I think it's closer to like 55%, which is astonishing. And with inflation readings coming in at 3.8% earlier on Tuesday, analysts and the economists are saying that it could get even worse next month.
Immediately, if not sooner.
PBS NewsHour.
Let's turn now to the economic impact of the war with Iran. The latest inflation report out today showed price increases for American consumers in April hit a 3-year high, driven by a spike in the cost of gasoline. The Consumer Price Index, which includes energy and food costs, rose 3.8% year over year. That's according to the Labor Department. And that's compared to 2.4% in February, before the start of the war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. To unpack today's numbers, let's turn again to Heather Long, Chief Economist at Navy Federal Credit Union. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So today's headline inflation rate is the highest we've seen since 2023, up 0.5 percentage point from last month. What stands out to you in this report?
Inflation is a major problem again for the U.S. economy.
Yep. Okay, there you go. That's all we're going to take from this. Thank you, PBS. Inflation is taking over the U.S. economy. Full stop. It's a bad. We're going back to like post-Ukraine invasion levels of it, if not quite, but it feels like we're heading in a very upwards trajectory right now. I mean, that's technically like post, like it's like a year after the invasion. Like right after it, where we were talking about, I think like 10, 12% month over month inflation in some readings. We were seeing some crazy fucking shit. But we're starting to edge back up, especially into bad territory for the Federal Reserve. And that's an important conversation to be had right now. Because the Federal Reserve has had, now we don't know necessarily what the goals will be under the new leadership of Kevin Warsh, but for years now, the Federal Reserve has had the stated goal of 2% inflation. But with double that at 4%, you got a problem. You know, the last time it was at 4%, we were still talking about raising rates, not lowering rates. And I'm not saying we should raise rates. I don't think that's a solution to this problem, like I've said before. But this is just the paradigm that we've been living under now for years, right? Is 2%. It's the long-term goal of the Federal Reserve. It's been stated fucking 10,000 times by Jerome Powell and the rest of the Fed officials. And they're either going to have to change their goals or something's going to have to give here. Because 4%, first off, it's not sustainable. It's going to be real shitty for people, as we've seen, especially, you know, in some regions, we're seeing how much higher than 4% inflation on certain goods. And it's untenable over a long period of time. You know, that's, you know, hyperinflation. Well, not quite, but it's heading in that direction. It's all completely a self-inflicted fucking gunshot wound, right? Like, it's a completely shooting oneself in the foot type of move, right? We did this, and anybody could have told you, which Donald Trump remarked with almost surprise earlier today, that Iran is 20% of the oil market. Like, everybody knew that. Anybody who was an expert on the situation fucking knew that. And usually the United States talks to experts before they do big, stupid things like this. They did not, apparently. It was just Pete Hegseth and Benjamin Netanyahu whispering in Trump's ear saying this is a great idea. And now here we are, 2.5 months into Operation Epstein Fury, and everything's getting worse. The future looks bleaker, which is bad, I would point out. Like, you know, like, in theory, you want a president that makes people optimistic about the future. Trump is doing the polar opposite of that. And making people, like, just dread the future. Like, they're so haphazard and so, like, chaotic. Like, I feel like it's pretty hard to know when you're going to even run afoul of them. Like, or who they're going to lash out at, like, at any given point in time. Or, like, who they're going to take benefits away from. Or who they're going to, you know, like, whose house they're going to cause to be underwater because they defund, like, some sort of FEMA project or something, you know? It's like anybody at any time. More likely if you're in a left, like a left leaning, like a blue state, but it's not a guarantee. And also, I would point out all the federal agencies are getting defunded, and so that's just for every state, not just the red, not just the blue ones, right? So there's that. Now you would think with all of these things, Trump would be, what's the word? Trump would be at least factoring in, at the very least, the American people, right? Like, you would think, as president of the United States and the leader of a country of 350 million, right, that he would be thinking about at least, if, you know, some of those people to some degree. But earlier today, Tuesday, Donald Trump had some very interesting things to say about that. We'll go here first. Forbes breaking news. Trump says, I don't think about Americans' financial situations. President Trump said he isn't motivated by Americans' financial situations, even a little bit, when negotiating a peace deal with Iran from getting a hold of a nuclear weapon despite rising inflation, skyrocketing prices for energy and gasoline, and shortages of materials needed for popular consumer goods. I don't think about Americans' financial situations. I don't think about anybody, Trump told reporters outside the White House before leaving for a trip to China, adding, quote, I think about one thing. We cannot let them have a weapon. He also insisted his policies, quote, are working incredibly, even with rising inflation, later claiming that after the war in Iran ends, oil prices will fall. And, quote, you're going to see a stock market which is already... Sorry. All right, screw it. Let's just go to this one. Let's just go to this one next. I can't read all this. Let's just let the president say it himself. The deranged lunatic in chief.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation.
Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Sorry, I just realized the volume is basically muted. Take two, my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation.
Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates. I don't think about Americans' financial situation.
Mr. President.
There you go. Donald Trump doesn't think about Americans' financial situations at all. It's not at all motivating to him in the slightest. It's incredible. Like, I can't. I am fucking floored by that statement. How he can say that during an election year is beyond me. But there's no way I'm not clipping that and reposting that shit later. Like, I saw it right before I started the stream. I was like, what in the fuck is this? Trump says what now? I don't care about Americans' financial situations. Shut up. It's the most politically toxic situation you could say. This is even worse than Biden and Kamala.
Joining us, co-host of The Weekend at MS Now Washington.
This is even worse than Biden and Kamala trying to pretend that the economy was perfect under them. This is just Trump saying, like, blatantly, I just don't give a shit. Like, fuck America. Fuck America, I don't even care.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Joining us, co-host of The Weekend and MS Now Washington reporter Jackie Emannuel, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Joel Rubin is also with us. He is the author of the new book, Saving Democratic Foreign Policy, and co-host of MS Now's The Weeknight and former RNC Chairman Michael Steele, Punchbowl News co-founder, and MS Now political contributor Jake Sherman is with us as well. There's a lot to go on there, but just heading into this meeting with Xi, I said he's not in the strongest position he can possibly be in, that Americans can be in a meeting with our greatest geopolitical rival. Help me understand why it matters, Joel.
Well, Katie, President Trump is going to Beijing with hat in hand. He's protesting a lot right now before he heads out, but he really does need China as an ally because, as you laid out earlier,
All right, I'm sorry, I'm skipping this one. I forgot. This one goes, it's all China at the beginning. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're going to get to China, but way later, if we ever make it there. I would also point out we're only like 50 or 60% of the way through the goal. The timer is running out quickly. 5 hours, only 18 minutes away. But for Donald Trump to come out and say that he just doesn't give a shit about Americans on camera is like utterly incredible to me. When people are saying that the economy is somehow worse off than it was a year ago and a year before that, and that like everything's just falling apart, for him to be like, actually, Americans are a bunch of crybabies, and I don't care. I don't care. They're always crying. Always crying like a bunch of little babies, and I don't listen to little babies. I only care about Iran. He's just so tone deaf. I just cannot imagine somebody doing something. I mean, it's Trump. I mean, he's, you know, but I mean, this is just insane. For him to be like, fuck America, basically, is just beyond me. It was the last, I mean, I feel he is really sundowning because his ability to take the temperature in the room is faltering. And we kind of saw him lose gas during his first presidency too. But this one, he is losing gas so fast from like the beginning. Like at this point, like he's just saying insane shit. Fuck America. I mean, like, might as well have said it. He might as well have said it. I don't care about Americans. I don't care about Americans. I'm not even a little bit. Not even thinking about them slightly. While I negotiate a fucking war that's costing them billions of dollars and is preventing the economy from running as it was 2 months ago. I'm just beside myself over this one. I can't believe he would say that. I'm trying to think of what, like I've been trying to rack my brain of like what the most disastrous possible thing, like on camera, like fuck up, like I can think of. But him coming out and saying that is going to haunt him through the midterms. If we don't let that clip haunt Donald Trump and Republicans for the rest of the midterms, I do not know what we're doing around here. Okay, it's this. Actually, it's this. We got a lot of Will Ferrell quotes around here. You know.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
So hot right now.
And there's probably more. I just can't think of them. But I mean, this is this, right?
From the entire Channel 4 News team, I'm Veronica Corningstone.
And I'm Ron Burgundy. Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
Right? Is that not what he did? He was basically what just happened. And if we don't, you know, use this, I mean, this is the most memeable fucking thing I can imagine. Right? After every single thing, right? Every single economic, like every clip can just end with, I don't care about Americans' financial situation. Go fuck yourself, America. Like, in fact, I've already got it figured out. You start with that, and then halfway through the midterms, you switch from that to being the end of every clip to the end of every clip being just go fuck yourself from Ron Burgundy and then Trump saying America. Go fuck yourself, America. Like, once it's in everybody's brains, right? Like, once it's been memed out to the fullest, then you just lean in even further, right? Go full Anchorman with it. That's really the direction. I've already figured it out. By the way, remember when I was saying all year, leading into this year, actually, that we were probably going to have a bad fire and storm season? Well, fire season has started. Let's go to Arizona. Fox 10 Phoenix from yesterday, where an evacuation was ordered due to a fire burning near Wickenburg. Here's Fox 10 Phoenix on the story. Holy shit. Okay. I have to turn the sound off due to the obliteration of my ears. Sorry, everyone. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. Okay. So that was the Fox 10 Phoenix chopper in the air on the scene outside of Wickenburg, Arizona, where a fire broke out, which was named the Jones Fire. Let's stay with Fox 10 Phoenix. Got another clip. I think this one's got better audio than that one.
We begin with breaking news. Vehicles and structures destroyed in Wickenburg with a fast-moving fire that is burning out of control.
Evacuations are now underway. The US 60 is closed near Wickenburg and Morristown, between those areas. The fire department is evacuating US 93 to Zabel Mine Road from the railroad tracks west of the 60 to east of the 60, and all residents on South Kirkus Street and South Tegner Street, including Hacienda Elementary School, are being evacuated. By the way, those elementary students are being taken to Wickenburg High School. The Red Cross is there. People living in the areas of Turtleback, Cottonwood Lane, and Kellis Road should be prepared to evacuate at this point. That notification could come at a moment's notice. Again, the US 60 closed in both directions.
You heard me just talk about this mobile home area, this trailer park area. That's it right here. This caught fire at around 2:55 today was when Skyfox first saw these flames jump into this area right here. And you can see this thick, heavy black smoke in this firefight. We saw a line crew run in there. We saw a dozer run in there trying to stop it. And a key thing that happened here as this fire has spread is that there was a fire retardant drop as the flames hit this area. We captured that live at about 3:02, I think it was 3:03 right then as that retardant drop happened. That was key in this firefight because it really stopped a lot of that forward progress towards that traffic circle, the heartbeat of Wickenburg we were just talking about there. His building was told to evacuate.
The road's shut down. There's emergency vehicles going back and forth. They're pretty worried about the fire spreading. For the most part, it was behind the dealership in the river back here. They've been able to put that out. The wind is blowing towards the dealership. They're pretty worried about it jumping 60 down here and getting onto the other side of the road. If you can see that area. But they've evacuated all of the businesses. Man. That's a beautiful, beautiful mesquite thicket down there, and that's the fire started in there. So obviously what's happened is you've had some, something jump the road.
Some sort of spark led to this fire, which caused evacuations and damage to multiple buildings here in Arizona this week. So I think this was Monday this happened. Now, not far away, up in Utah, crews were battling another fast-moving fire while simultaneously trying to conserve water because there's a drought going on, of course. It makes perfect sense.
This is ridiculous!
A fast-moving wildfire breaking out along the tracks line in Murray. And with the drought in mind here, firefighters used just enough water to knock this thing down.
Then they turned to hand tools to finish the job. News specialist Dan Rascone spoke to firefighters and he joins us live. Dan, were they told not to use so much water?
No, the city of Murray did not give them any kind of directive here to not use too much water. But the assistant fire chief said with everybody trying to conserve water across the state, he wanted to do the same. And even though it meant more work.
There you go. So they managed to put this one out without expending a great deal of water. That's the situation Utah is in right now. You have a wildfire breakout, and they're like, no, we can't use water. We gotta hit it with shovels. That's not good. That's not an optimal situation. Because they've been too busy funding Mormon Tabernacle, whatever type of stuff, to worry about funding things like like firefighters or something. I don't know. Oh, but I mean the drought, of course, too. The drought, right? Yeah, that's it. This is the drought, and you know, it's a problem. Utah does not have a great deal of fresh water. Yeah. Oh no, Gnarly has been taken down. Wah, wah. You were here briefly, Gnarly. But seems like you've been timed out. You've been a bad boy, I assume. I guess you could be a woman. I don't know your gender. But I do know your chat status. Okay. Now we're going to stay pretty close. Colorado. Yesterday, CBS Colorado. Where another wildfire forced more evacuations near Carter Lake.
In Larimer County, firefighters triggering mandatory evacuations due to this wildfire.
You can see that smoke there. It can be seen from quite a distance. Air support, of course, called in. You see them making drops right there. This fire burning north of Carter Lake Reservoir, south of Highway 34. People are evacuating from the Sedona Hills area. We too have crews on the scene for you, and we will have updates for you coming up in just moments.
We begin with breaking news in Larimer County. A wildfire.
It's actually a really good point, lowercase. That's a really good point. They do need to start producing those devices that put out fires with sound frequencies. We just watched that video last week. It's absolutely what we need. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And this is further climate breakdown, though, right? Like the fact that we're not able to fight wildfires because we're running out of water, and now we got to start doing all sorts of weird technological innovations to solve the things that that are technically avoidable if we just, managed our resources better and stopped making things worse with the environment vis-a-vis carbon emissions.
Forcing evacuations near Carter Lake.
The evacuation orders are in place for the community of Sedona Hills. This is a rural area just west of 25. Dylan Thomas, your reporter in Northern Colorado, joins us now live. Dylan, we know you've been out there all afternoon. So what are you seeing right now?
This was a story you first heard here on CBS News Colorado as firefighters were responding north of Carter Lake, west of Loveland, on report of a vegetation fire which quickly grew. As you can see from this video, there was quite the response today, just around 3:30 as the fire blew up north of Carter Lake, forcing mandatory evacuations from the Sedona Hills area, which is north of the lake. There are people who are evacuated by mandatory evacuations that we spoke with who said some of them were at home when they were told to go. Others told us they were trying to get to their homes as quickly as possible to try and load up what they could and head out.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yep, as you can see here, a whole bunch of different fires through the west. Arizona, Utah, Colorado, all on the same day. But they have been in drought conditions, very hot temperatures right now, and we have an El Nino period, which started a little while ago, and is really just building up. A huge hot air system, warm ocean system that is going to contribute to A, wildfires and droughts, and on the other side of that system, extreme storms and precipitation, right? Like it's flooding, flash, like, you know, like flash storms, unexpected. The El Nino period is going to last into the middle of 2027, I think, is the prediction right now. So, it's not good. Not good. Now, before we get to talking about more fires, because we're not done on that topic, we got to go to things being underwater. Look at that. Everything on fire underwater and/or underwater season has officially started around here at the Galactic News Network. I mean, really, it's a time of year we should boo instead.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
But it's true. That's where we're at. It's everything's on fire and/or underwater season. Full go. To New Orleans first, where storms returned on Monday, flooding parts of the state.
Today, your reporter in northern Colorado, Dylan Thomas, was live at a wildfire that forced evacuations for 3 hours near.
We're good on this. Eventually, they fix this one.
All right, weather impact alert as we start off our Monday. We're expecting some storms later this afternoon. Heavy rain will be our main concern. Secondary concern will be gusty winds. So if you've got to get things done earlier in the day, will be better to do it. As we do kick off our day, though, it is nice and quiet, but we do need you on your weather aware kind of status this afternoon. Weather alerts, and you might have to move the car to higher ground should that rain really get going later on. This is the live.
Yeah.
So, Katie, let me first take off where Chris was talking about there's nothing major on the North Shore. I did talk to Washington and Tangipahoa officials, as well as officials in several of the towns up here, and they say they're dry everywhere. Now, what you're seeing here, as you mentioned, Hidden Oaks Family Campgrounds, it does seem substantial, but the owners who just bought this 2 weeks ago tell me this really isn't. First of all, it's all ankle deep and people can just walk to their campers, but they said this was built as a floodway and is
not substantial, you say. Walking through ankle deep water, perfectly fine, totally normal. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. Just have to wade through the water to get to your house. Totally fine. People are living in like an alternate universe right now. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, you can get in a canoe if you don't want to get wet. Well, back to fires. And Florida is having a bit of a problem with fires right now already this year. Multiple wildfires so far in 2026.
Get right to it. We are staying on top of these fires. You can still see right now from this video that the flames are burning near Miramar there. This is just one of 2 fires burning in South Florida. Bright flames lit up the night sky. Heavy smoke filled the air. And at this hour, we understand it is only 20% contained. Now, the other fire in South Miami-Dade, it is smaller, but it is impacting traffic in and out of the Keys.
And we have team coverage for you this morning on those burning fires. Austin Carter breaking down the impacts on the roads. CBS News Miami
Miami's Maribel Rodriguez is going to join us live in West Broward, where that largest fire is burning this morning. But let's kick things off with Lisette. How's it looking out there? What's the wind going to do to these fires?
Well, right now the winds are calm or light and variable. Erica, good morning, everyone. Let's take a closer look at these two active wildfires that are burning here. One in western Broward, the other in southern Dade County. We begin with the one near Miramar. It's called the Max Road Fire. It's near US 27, and it has burned over 4,800 acres, 20% contained. Then there's this fire that's burning near Florida City in southern Dade County, 172nd Avenue fire. That's the name of it, and it's burned about 200 acres, and it's 30% contained. We're looking at the smoke tracker for this fire burning in Florida City, and you notice that it is going to be impacting air quality and visibility here across Florida City.
I mean, that thing is right on top of a bunch of fucking homes.
We're looking at the smoke tracker.
You can clearly see a whole fuck ton of people just across the street right here, and actually on the same side, but less so. Wow, wow, wow. People in Florida City are... It's basically southern and western Miami here. Sort of the slightly less urban center of Miami, I guess you'd say.
And it's burned about 200 acres, and it's 30%. And you notice that it is going to be impacting air quality and visibility here across Florida City and Homestead as we head throughout the afternoon and into the evening. And then we're also looking at the smoke tracker for the fire here burning in western Broward County, and that smoke is likely to be lifting a little bit more northward, so it could be impacting US 27, I-75, and portions of western Broward County as we head into later today. And we'll...
Okay, well, that was CBS Miami. I've got a couple of clips from them here to get through.
This is CBS News Miami.
Off the top at 7, we begin with 2 South Florida firefights. Chopper 4 above the Everglades near Pembroke Pines today, where crews could be seen tackling the flames by air. And a similar scene in Florida City, where another wildfire is burning dangerously close to homes. The smoke visible from some of the backyards in that community. Good evening, I'm Jim Barry. All told, more than 11,000 acres have burned between those 2 sites. And efforts to contain both fires are still ongoing. CBS News, Miami's Anna McAllister, your reporter live in West Broward tonight with a look at the headway made so far there. Anna.
Jim, about 25 to 30 minutes ago, we saw really large flames just coming up from behind me. But first responders, they have been working diligently since we arrived. And you can see that smoke still billowing, but it's much more contained than it was earlier. And just within the last 5 minutes, Jim, we've been watching as helicopters have been coming by to this canal, getting the water from the canal and trying to use it to douse the flames. And like you mentioned, forestry officials are saying more than 11,000 acres have burned so far.
Right, so between that first video and this video, it had gone from 4,800 acres to nearly 11,000. Right, that's more than double in size in less than like 12 hours. That separated these two videos. I've got more updates on this thing, though. This next one, also from CBS Miami from 22 hours ago now.
Now at 11, crews are trying to keep a massive wildfire burning in West Broward.
Oh, look at this thing. That's big.
Now at 11, crews are trying to keep a massive wildfire burning in West Broward under control. The flames getting close to homes at one point, scaring some residents and causing concern about the air quality in the area. The fire has burned more than 11,000 acres so far. But tonight, officials say the fire is 60% contained. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Lauren Pastrana.
Well, containment continued to increase throughout the last 24 hours. But the fires, at least as I know, still technically continue to burn. This is the last clip from the AP. You can see the smoke is very dark. I don't know what it is that causes it to be so dark. the entire landscape behind the fire that's already burned is just a scarred black hellscape of ash. And I believe this is like along, I think that's Alligator Alley. And like this is a pretty important like wetland that is now burning in front of our eyes. Like, it's not quite as swampy as some regions of the area get, but still. All right. Two more quick clips here. First to Long Island, to the LIRR, or as I like to call it, the LIR. Mostly because of Omicron per CIA, because that's all I can think of whenever I look at it. The LIR. Long Island Railroad strike looming as union members, MTA leaders still not yet reaching a deal. With talk set to resume, let's go here to CBS New York from yesterday.
Talks are set to resume today to avoid a Long Island Railroad strike that could soon affect hundreds of thousands of riders.
Naomi Ruckham joins us live from Penn Station with more on where the negotiations stand. Good morning, Naomi.
Mary and Aziza, good morning. There are two big issues impacting riders this morning. One of them is schedule changes across the board. The good news, though, those will not impact rush hour, but you should check because they will impact midday trains and also weekend trains. In addition to that, the really big story today, again, is the potential strike, which is looming. It could happen as soon as Saturday, though both sides are anticipating bargaining again later on today. The threat of a shutdown is hanging over nearly 300,000 daily riders. This weekend, hundreds of union workers rallied on Long Island, calling for better pay and warning they're prepared to walk if a deal isn't reached.
Well, there you go. Big contract that needs to be reached here. That has not yet seen any real progress, what I can tell. Which does spell bad things for Long Island residents. All right, now let's go up to Canada. Shit, I can't remember where this was. Let's go to Canada. Talk about the managing of the water supply as summer comes into focus. CTV News.
The CVRD, we actually have 5 different water systems that we manage.
Each one fed by a different water source, the largest being Comox Lake. 3 of those 5 are highly dependent on snowpack levels in the alpine of the Comox Valley, which is currently sitting at extremely low levels.
The May 1st number is coming in at 27% of normal.
We are definitely concerned.
On May 1st, the Comox Valley Regional District, much like other communities on Vancouver Island, implemented its Stage 1 water restrictions. In a normal year, the district will go to Stage 2 on July 1st.
This year.
Yeah, I would point out this bodes poorly for what I've been saying. Fire season. This is not good. This is not good. 27% lower snowpack than normal, than expected. Did he say expected or normal? Because those are two different things, technically. I can't remember what he said.
levels in the alpine of the Comox Valley, which is currently sitting at extremely low levels.
The May 1st number is coming in at 27% of normal.
We are definitely
normal. Right, so 27% below normal. It's almost a third. That bodes not good. Badly. Ay, ay, ay. Canada already had a shitty fire season last year. And as we know, technically the fires are just sitting beneath the ground waiting to be sparked. Right? Literally. Right? In Canada, in the deciduous forests of Canada and just North America, generally speaking, there's a specific kind of forest that has a very large peat moss sort of pack to it, I think is what it's called. And during the winter months, fires from last year continue to burn underneath, just like embers, just little embers with enough like air and fuel trapped underground under the snow, just warm enough, insulated enough to stay burning. So there's like just a bunch of fires waiting to start burning again right now. And Canada's going to have less snow to melt into that top layer to help with that situation, as well as for the water supply for fighting the fires, as well as for drinking. I would point out, it's all bad. Spells bad things for Canada. All right. Well, damn. We're 5 hours and 15 minutes. My galactic goal content, super secret galactic probationary content goal timer has gone off. Still without having completed it. But, especially because I know it's going to be weird this weekend with me attending a wedding. It's, I think, probably best I just keep this going right now. But just a reminder, people who are like 60% of the way through the goal, you can contribute to the Galactic News Network in places like Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and of course, Patreon. Do we take a break right now? There's a question.
That's too much, man!
Rogue Gerb gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
God damn, Rogue Gerb with the gifted sub, making it rain gifted subs on the Galactic over Twitch stream. Good God.
What?
Incredibly generous. Thank you, Gerb. Who got those subs? Yash Shoj. Kiki BB, who I think just followed earlier today. Tizzy Steven. Koli Nova. Spirit Box. Dimahu. Stoicite. Happy Cushion. Knatok. And Clyde Drex. Good God, Rogue Gerb, incredible generosity. 10 gifted subs. That'll do it. That's good. Confetti party time. Let's do it. Confetti party time, everybody. Bask in the glory. We've done it. We've done it once again. We've completed another galactic content goal, keeping the Galactic News Network alive, and me, theoretically, from being homeless. I appreciate each and every one of you for contributing to it. Hype train started. Over on Twitch. Late hype train. Let's go. It's beautiful. It's tremendous. Oh, I almost forgot. How could I forget that? I gotta update the galactic deficit goal. Because, of course, there is a very generous galactic donor who is doing $1-for-$1 donation matches on Cash App and PayPal until we complete the financing of the galactic deficit content goal. Making big progress here today. Appreciate all of you very, very much. With your support, Galactic News Network can stay alive into the future.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
All right, everybody, back to the show. Where we were leaving off last. We're more than 50% of the way through the galactic deficit financing goal. We're less than half of the way through May. That's that's nice. That's good. That's nice and also good, knowing that we're gonna hopefully complete that. I think one more dono is required to get us to a level 3 hype train. 3 minutes to complete it over on Twitch. I think we can do it. Level 3. We haven't seen level 3 in quite a while on Twitch. I wonder if I have all the level 3 emotes. Because of all of your beautiful generosity, I already have all of the level 1 and level 2 level 2 Twitch hype train emotes. Because there's apparently a finite number of them, which I guess makes sense. So I gotta wait until like the next completed level 3 train to get an emote, I think. Let's move on from the environmental issues and the impending water shortage across North America to space. Really quickly, another freaking SpaceX launch. Rogue Gerb with a resub. A re-prime sub. Thank you, Gerb. Oh, wait, what? It's a re-gift? Wait, I'm confused. Are you gifting a prime sub reward to someone else? Glitch Green's the recipient of that. That was worded very strangely by Twitch. I don't know what that means. Just continued their sub from primary/gift to tier 1 this minute. That's confusing. We just completed level 3. Let's go. Yeah! Okay. Making big strides over on Twitch. SpaceX launching another freaking rocket, Falcon 9. Off of a ocean platform, I believe. Here in this clip.
Continues to look favorable and teams are tracking no issues. Next up in the countdown, the Transporter Rector, or TE, will begin to retract away from Falcon 9.
And liftoff of the Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go Emannuel 172. Vehicle is pitching downrange.
M1D chamber pressures are nominal.
There you go, SpaceX launching more rockets into space, more Elon Musk Starlink satellites. I continue to fail at preventing the billionaire takeover of space. Perhaps one of my biggest failures, really, when you think about it. Wait, this is in the wrong order. How did this happen? Okay, yeah. Let's move it along now. First to the United Kingdom. Quickly talk about the elections, the failure of the Labour Party to repeat any sort of victory from the previous election. Keir Starmer being blamed handily for it by his own party. And is now calling for his doubters to prove him wrong. Actually, I take that back. I take that back. He is vowing to prove his doubters wrong in a very, honestly, in a very like sort of like Biden-esque sort of move. It's like, I know everybody says things are bad, but we're gonna prove actually we did a great job. Or like almost like a, you know, like with the Kamala elections, like we did, like we lost. I don't know why I'm doing a Trump impression for Biden, but like Democrats lost, and then like we're gonna prove everybody how they're very wrong about the fact that we just lost. Like, actually, it wasn't our fault.
The election results last week were tough. Very tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts. And it should hurt. I get it. I feel it.
Oh, he feels it.
And I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not...
That's a weird thing to take accountability for. To me, it feels like him saying, actually, look, I take accountability for the fact that everything outside of my... Like, he's pretending to take accountability for something that he can't take accountability for. Like, the chaotic nature of the world right now. It's just like, I'm sorry. It's like, look, I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt, okay? That's basically what he's like. I'm sorry, but is it my fault that everything is bad? Really? I'm taking responsibility, but really though, is it my fault? Question mark?
Walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again. I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me.
Shock. That is shocking. But once again, this is like the Democrats not putting out the autopsy, not admitting where they made mistakes, just being like, somehow we lost. Mistakes were made. Who knows what it was? The world is crazy, you know? But not pointing to anything that they've done wrong. Not being like, oh, we alienated a fuckload of people from our party by, you know, going after Palestine action. Or we pissed off a lot of old folks and people with, you know, empathy and compassion, and we took away the heating benefit cap, whatever the thing, but you know what I'm talking about. And like, or like the child, we try to do the child benefit cap and all these other things. Like they've done a bunch of really dumb things. Like they can't point to any of those things. They can't point to the fact that they've continued to support Israel militarily. Like, it's be like, oh, we've lost, but we can't figure out why. If only we had an autopsy to figure it out. It's basically the same vibes. It's just the British version. All right, Channel 4 up next.
Good afternoon from Westminster and a special programme as Keir Starmer fights his colleagues' attempts to top.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta grab another drink. I'm running low over here.
The cabinet met this morning and loyalists, as you saw, came out afterwards saying they back him to stay. However, there have been calls from more than 80 Labour MPs now for him to quit. A ministerial resignation this morning. And cabinet ministers have privately advised Keir Starmer to consider his position. But he is refusing to make it easy, daring his opponents to stand up and formally challenge him, something they've all avoided so far, fearing that old political adage that those who wield the knife never wear the crown. We have not yet had a public statement one way or the other from the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, nor from the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, who is reported to have told Keir Starmer he should step down. Let's get the latest on another extraordinary morning from Amelia Jen.
Should the Prime Minister resign, ministers? Is it over for Keir Starmer? Should the Prime Minister resign, Mr Healy? Will you ask for Keir Starmer to step down, Mr Miliband?
Frenzied questions ahead of a cabinet meeting like no other. Nearly 80 MPs have now called for the PM to go, a day after he said he wanted to stick around for a decade. Despite reports both the Home and Foreign Secretary have privately told him the writing is on the wall, a stay of execution for now. In that meeting, Sir Keir Starmer was defiant. He again accepted responsibility for the election results that caused that groundswell of anger against him, but he also said that the formal process to challenge him hadn't yet been triggered. And he said that the public wants us to get on with governing. That's what I'm going to do, and that's what we, as a cabinet, must also do. This morning's papers had declared a government in chaos with Starmer on the brink. The Daily Star using language the British public well understands. Dear PM, by order of the traitors, you have been murdered.
I think this is probably about the most unjustified attack on a faithful since Joe Marler was banished in the final of Celebrity Traitors, and clearly someone in Downing Street has been watching far too much of that programme.
Words that the Health Secretary may yet have to swallow. It's no secret he's long been poised.
Wes Streeting, do you want to be Prime Minister?
He's even reported to have forewarned the PM as early as January that if a challenge was triggered, he would prepare the case for a leadership bid. But keeping his powder dry, he hasn't yet delivered the decisive blow, fielding questions from journalists. Others are already accusing him and his supporters of a coup.
What we can't have, in my opinion, is a cabinet coup, a palace stitch-up, which results in a Wes Streeting coronation, because anybody...
Yes, we can't have a coup. A cabinet coup. Well, things are a little bit tumultuous, you might say, in British politics right now. Unfortunately, Reform made huge gains in these local elections. Now, these aren't the biggest elections. I think the closest thing they could be analogized to in the United States would be something like a state Senate seat of sorts. And so, you know, but regardless of the size of the elections, this still shows the dramatic shift, because Labour lost a load of seats and Greens gained like a historic number in the elections. So, I mean, it's a huge shift. What it will mean for Keir Starmer and the future of the Labour Party isn't fully clear, but the Labour Party, just like the Conservatives, seem to be dying. And the centre is being eroded to some degree here. I would say that's a good thing if it weren't for reform seemingly gaining more and more ground. The other benefits, I mean, Labor and the Tories going down, I mean, I couldn't care very much about that at all. But the reform and Nigel Farage, the sort of Tommy Robinson wing of British politics, making this sort of outsized gains in this election, I think spells bad things for the future if something doesn't change quickly. Because like we were saying, like for instance, like if the same results were to be carried out in the larger elections in Britain, like the not locals, I can't remember what they're called again. Like I keep forgetting the name of them. It would be like the federal elections in America, but I know there's another word for it. No, I can't. The point is like if the same results were to happen in the bigger elections, you would have reform with a plurality of seats in Parliament. And that would be bad. They wouldn't have the majority outright, but they could get into some sort of a weird coalition with the Tories and get pretty close to it. Although the Tories have lost most of the Tory seats that have been lost have gone to the reform. But from my understanding, there have been some like Labor seats that have gone to reform as well. It does not bode well. A lot of bad boding lately. Unless I guess you're an accelerationist. So I think I even heard like Owen Jones make like applause, like an argument for it. Although I don't think he actually thinks that's good. Although I could be wrong. Let's now go down. Let's go down to fucking Africa. Oh my god. Let's go see what the president of France has been up to down in Africa lately. Emmanuel Macron.
To open air burning, air pollution, and our beaches are dirty. So then...
Already? You're not waiting your turn.
I will make order. Excuse me, everybody. Hey! I'm sorry, guys. But it's impossible to speak about culture, to have people like that super inspired coming here, making a speech with such a noise.
There we go. Emmanuel Macron chiding an audience, taking the microphone away from somebody here to wag his finger at the audience for talking too much during a speaker's speech. Lecturing Africa, for Frenchmen to be lecturing Africa on rudeness is just a weird vibe. I know it got claps, but for me, it felt weird. It's like, really, France is going to be lecturing Africa on manners, really? How about all those colonies? Was that polite? Was that polite when France, pillaged Africa? But there you have it. Emmanuel Macron focused on the important stuff over here. While his government, I would point out, while his government seems to be unable to do literally anything, he's got time for this. He's had 7 prime ministers in parliament. can't. He lost a snap election that he called. Can't hold a majority in the French Assembly. He can't do anything. But he's just out here in Africa chiding, telling people, oh, how rude. How rude. Stop talking. Stop talking, Africans. And it's just a weird vibe. Maybe I'm being uncharitable. But the fact is, I think Emmanuel Macron's kind of a dick. All right, let's move it along. Next up. Now we're moving to the Middle East already. It's really the last two topics we have tonight. The Middle East and China, and Donald Trump's trip to China, which I think he left for earlier this evening. Before we talk about Iran, I would just like to talk about the U.S. military really quickly. And the renewed interest over at the Pentagon to investigate Senator Kelly of Arizona.
Hegseth is threatening an investigation over these comments.
We've been briefed by the Pentagon on specific munitions. Actually, it's been pretty detailed on Tomahawks, ATACMS, SM-3s, THAAD rounds, Patriot rounds, so those interceptor rounds to defend ourselves. And the numbers are, I think it's fair to say it's shocking, how deep we have gone into these magazines. The munitions are depleted.
Hegseth says that Senator Kelly was, quote, blabbing about a classified Pentagon briefing. Senator, what's going on here? Why is Secretary Hegseth threatening to investigate?
Well, I think it's comes down to it. He doesn't want to be held accountable. They've expended an enormous amount of munitions. And I think the only investigation we need, the one we need right now, is after 15,000 strikes. All we got out of this. We have 13 dead Americans. Got the Strait of Hormuz closed. Gas prices in Arizona are $4.80 a gallon, seem to be heading up. And we have a Secretary of Defense, not only is he ill-prepared, unprepared, unqualified for this job, he doesn't want to be held accountable for the actions.
But do
Well, there you go. Pete Hegseth wants to investigate Mark Kelly for pointing out the fact that the United States has used practically unprecedented amount of munitions in fighting this war over the last 2.5 months. Pete Hegseth doesn't like that.
I don't want reality.
All right. Which one of these do we start with first? You know, I think we should do this in the reverse order that I have them in. Let's go to this one first. Let's talk about a disturbing, honestly, very disturbing situation that is happening, that many people may not know at all is happening to them after they die. It involves the U.S. Pentagon, donated medical cadavers, and the IDF.
A what now?
Yeah, did you know that if you donate your body to science, it might actually go to teaching an IDF medic who will be going out and treating IDF soldiers in Gaza and or Lebanon or wherever else? Might actually be operating on your body? Yep.
Something disturbing is taking place at this U.S. university. Bodies donated for scientific research are being sold to the U.S. Navy and ending up in the hands of Israeli military surgeons.
They looked at the federal contract and they typed in the University of Southern California, the Department of Defense, and IDF.
What popped up?
Cadavers for IDF training.
And the donors had no idea this could be their fate. Neither did their loved ones.
I just got sick to my stomach. They have misled people.
I say shame on the schools. Shame on everyone who's involved in this.
I don't want to give my body to the IDF.
A long-standing exchange between the University of Southern California, the U.S. Navy, and Israeli military medics stayed largely hidden until a student investigation broke the story. The students revealed university contracts with the Navy to provide training for Israeli military medics in California.
USC is the only university in the U.S. that appears to have a contract with the IDF mentioned in it.
If you're a potential donor, you don't have any knowledge that your body could be used potentially for training by the Israeli military.
This is an army that is actively involved in the genocide and ethnic cleansing. It's horrifying. These things shouldn't be normal.
So I watched this whole thing so you don't have to. Although you can if you want. It's quite morbid and disturbing. But effectively, they do a special rare technique to effectively nearly reanimate cadavers so that Israeli medics can have the closest thing to a wounded soldier to operate on, pumping fluids like, you know, like blood and plasma and like whatever else through the body, and like doing a bunch of other shit to basically like make your body alive and make it like pump blood through your system and like all of this other shit. And you got some IDF soldier now, like, oh, I can't, fuck you. Fuck you. And they're not even telling people about it. They're not even telling anybody. Anyway, that was AJ Plus from yesterday. This horrifying trend happening with American cadavers on U.S. soil. Oh, it's just violation. Such a violation. All right. Now let's talk about the guy in charge of the IDF. Benjamin Netanyahu, who did a very weird 60 Minutes interview earlier this week.
So Benjamin Netanyahu did an interview with CBS's 60 Minutes, and let me just say up front, this was an abysmal interview. This was depraved. I mean, here you have CBS totally engaged in journalistic malpractice and negligence and not asking him the right questions, not being aggressive. This is disgusting, and I would expect nothing different from the Ellison-owned CBS. I would expect nothing different from the Barry Weiss-ran version of CBS. Let's start with this. As you're going to see here, Netanyahu melts down, makes stuff up, falls apart, and then I'll show you at the end of this segment the current situation that Israel is facing, where the entire world is fed up with them and they're done with their bullshit. They have collapsed in terms of support to some of the worst numbers we've ever seen for any country ever of all time. All right, so let's start with this. Netanyahu is asked whether or not the war is over. Here we go.
Is the war with Iran over? And if it isn't, who will decide when it is?
I think it accomplished a great deal, but it's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium, that has to be taken out of Iran.
Now, I need you to pay attention to something here. Notice the way that his face looks, and notice the shit-eating grin, the smirk, the semi-smirk he has on his face as he says this stuff. And understand, the reason he has this face is because he knows every single thing he's saying here is complete and utter horse shit. He doesn't give a fuck about the nuclear material. It's not about that at all, not even close. He knows Iran is not going to offensively attack Israel or the U.S. He understands that. What he's doing here is he's trying to come up with some sort of rationalization and justification to merit total civilizational destruction, to merit turning Iran into a failed state so Israel can steal more territory and become the regional hegemon. That's what this is about. So you'll see the smirk, the shit-eating grin, because he knows every word he's saying is total garbage. He knows he's just providing a cover story, and he's expecting you idiots to eat it up.
To be done.
Notice the other thing that both Trump and Netanyahu do. they're having a hard time justifying what they're doing here. So they argue both things at the same time. They contradict themselves all the time, where they go, oh, we're destroying Iran. You know, they've been bombed to smithereens. Everything is rubble. They're basically on the verge of total collapse. They're desperate for outside support. We've pounded them so hard, there's nothing they can do about it. We've succeeded so much. We've, like Trump always said, we've taken out their Navy, we've taken out their Air Force, we've taken out so much. But at the same time, it's always, oh, but they're a perpetual threat that at any minute now they can attack us, so we need to be able to go after them for defensive reasons, and the war's not done yet. Don't say the war's over. Well, which is it? Are they totally obliterated and decimated and, you know, a pile of ash? Or is it the case that they're strong and they're powerful and you still got to go to war with them? They try to say both things at the same time.
Mm-hmm. That's the world we live in, right? Like, we're those trying to spin the narratives or essentially trying to asking all of us to deny what is right in front of us, oftentimes. Or like spinning a narrative that requires you to believe two contradictory things. It is Orwellian, the very sort of most base level.
Like, they've lied about every single element of this. They would also lie about this as well. Oh yeah, we're gonna get, it'll be easy. We just go in there and take it out. Is that how it works? Is that how the world functions, you fucking jackass?
What if there isn't an agreement? Can it be taken out by force?
Well, you're going to ask me these questions. I'm going to dodge them because I'm not going to talk about our military possibility, plans, or anything of the kind.
Oh, so you need to tell us that the war's not over and that, you know, you got to be patient, you got to calm down, you got to support the war's not over. But also, I'm not going to tell you anything about the actual war. Do you not realize that you've put us in this position where you're just saying, hey, sit down and shut the fuck up and deal with it? Like, that's your position, is telling everybody, sit down, shut the fuck up, and deal with our illegal war of aggression where we're massacring innocent people and destroying civilian infrastructure. What a sick man. And again, the shit-eating grin. He can't help it with the shit-eating grin.
And I'm just trying to get at how long is it going to take to achieve that aim?
I'm not going to give a timetable to it, but I'm going to say that's a terrifically important mission.
So, yet again, not even bothering to give you a line of bullshit, basically admitting, yeah, it could be a forever war. Without a doubt, it could be a forever war. Okay, now is where he goes, no. The reason why Israel is despised is not me, is not the IDF, is not our multiple genocides and illegal wars that we do on a daily basis. It's because of social media. It's the fault of, it's people having free speech and being allowed to speak their mind. That's the problem. We need to stop that. I'm not going to stop my genocides or my illegal wars. You need to stop criticizing my genocides and illegal wars. Watch that. Why is that? If they're scrolling through images, are the images fake? Are they made up? Are they not real? No, they're real. So isn't the issue not the individual acknowledging reality, but the person creating the reality and the death and the carnage and the destruction and the devastation and the mass murder? I think that answer is pretty easy, and they don't have the correct answer to it.
In Gaza and in Lebanon.
Israel has gone to unbelievable lengths to get innocent civilians out of harm's way.
Oh, no! Oh, my word. Oh, my...
It's unfortunate.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
Unfortunate, but there are, I think, clearer questions around Israel's sincerity on much of what it says. Shock of shocks. Benjamin Netanyahu using CBS as a propaganda vehicle for him. For him and his genocide.
Index 2026. No. That Iranians love him and call him beloved Bibi with zero pushback. No mention of Israel's attacks on Iranian civilians and civilian infrastructure. Major Garrett is a disgrace. He should fucking resign. He should resign in shame. He should never be near a microphone ever again. All right, but I'm still not done. According to the Democracy Perception Index 2026, no country is perceived more negatively around the world than Israel. I guess that's all just anti-Semitism, right? I guess that's what that is. I guess that's not because of anything Israel has actually done, right? Look at this. 5 points below North Korea.
I love how the United States is between Iraq and Iran. In terms of, I think this should not be lost on anybody. It's behind Russia and Iraq and Syria. Syria is a better perception of its democracy than the United States. Oof, that's not great.
Five points below Afghanistan. Okay? Below Iran. The U.S. is down there too. By the way, we're lower than Russia. Just to put into perspective for you how much we've pissed away any relevance we've had. Okay? Everybody hates us now, and they should fucking hate us now. But look at this, man. Look at this. Israel now below North Korea, Afghanistan, Iran, Russia, Syria, Syria is led today by a literal former Al-Qaeda leader. And Syria is more liked than both the United States and Israel. Least popular country.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same point I was making. You know, Al-Sharaa has come to power, and you got like ethnic infighting happening in the country and Sharia law being imposed by the police, and this and like people still think actually that sounds more democratic than whatever the fuck is happening in the United States right now. And to be fair, it probably kind of is. 'Cause I'm pretty sure more people would vote for that in Syria than people would vote for what the fuck we have right now. Right? Yes, a lot of people vote for Trump. Yeah, in 2024. Yeah, but if you said like what we have right now, I feel like that number would be significantly diminished. I could be wrong though. Maybe he'd still get. Maybe he'd still win. Who knows? I feel like that can't possibly be the case. Is it in the Discord? Is what in the Discord? The clip? What, the last clip? The AJ Plus clip? I could post it, potentially, if people can't find it. GNN has a Discord. We do have a Discord. It's a secret, super secret Discord. All right, let's get to talking about that ceasefire that we've been told is right around the corner. Any day now. Ceasefire. Perfect peace. Peace president. The peace president said that the ceasefire is on life support. And that the plan from Iran is quote unquote garbage. So I don't know how that bodes for peace. Probably not well. With that sort of language being used.
President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is on life support and he is still aiming for complete victory in the war. Speaking to reporters at the White House today, he described Iran's response to a US peace offer as a stupid proposal.
It's unbelievably weak, I would say. I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support.
Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, is with me. Hi, Jeremy. So where does this leave the ceasefire?
Well, Donald Trump always says that he's got all the cards. That's a phrase he loves. I think the reality is he hasn't, that Iran has got quite a few cards of its own. And its response to this back and forth on possible ceasefire is informed by the fact that they believe they have a strong position.
Oh my God, Iran has cards. Watch out. Oh boy. That's probably why they're giving Donald Trump supposedly garbage peace proposals. I don't know what is contained in these proposals, but clearly Trump didn't like it. Do you think that the Project Epstein Freedom is going to get started again? I mean, we heard the end of the weekend on Sunday you know, the UK and France were sending like battleships and carriers, like aircraft carriers to the region. Although France simultaneously said that they wouldn't help anybody go through the strait until the war was completely over. So it's not clear what's going to happen with that.
You hope to get out of the summit in China, and how
Donald Trump had been waiting several days for Iran's latest offer. When it finally came, the US president's response was withering.
It's unbelievably weak, I would say. I would call it the weakest right now. After reading the piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it.
I didn't even read it.
I would say it's
That's
one
the
of
president of
weakest
the United
right
States.
Now, it's on life support. They understand.
That is the president of the United States. I didn't even read the peace proposal. What a piece of shit. He didn't even read the proposal. What if at the end it said that he was king of the planet? I mean, I just, I cannot believe this man. I didn't even read it. Let me just hear that again. Listen to that. It's the president of the United States.
I would call it the weakest right now. After reading the piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand. These are all medical people. A doctor.
The president of the United States, the chief, the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military, while we're in the middle of a war, didn't even read a peace proposal. He couldn't even be bothered to read it. What? What? I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's such a flagrant dereliction of duty. It's his responsibility as president to read that thing. And he's like, I couldn't even be bothered to read it. I started and I was like, fuck this. I hate it.
Life support is not a good thing. Do you agree? Bad prognostic. I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support.
The Iranians have infuriated Trump with their claim that they don't have the necessary technology to dig out and remove the enriched uranium from the country, saying if the Americans want it, they should come and extract it themselves. And while the nuclear issue remains Trump's main concern, Tehran is insistent that no deal can be done until Washington accepts its core demands.
This stage you are focused on urgent matters, namely an end to war in all fronts including Lebanon and ensuring security of navigation in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, and a stop to illegal actions and maritime piracy by the U.S. against commercial ships.
But if the ceasefire...
Yes, if the ceasefire is on life support, what happens next? Well, I mean, of course, now this claims life support suggests that it was even alive to begin with. And I would contend that the ceasefire didn't ever really exist. The United States continued with an act of war, that being the blockading of the strait. Iran continued to blockade the strait as well on its end. And multiple strikes across the region in Iran, in other countries, UAE, and on ships in the Gulf. The United States both interdicted and missile struck multiple Iranian tankers. This is not a ceasefire by any means or any metrics. Anybody who's still calling it a ceasefire is living in something of an alternate reality. Now, to stay on the topic of Iran's response to this, let's go here to Al Jazeera English from yesterday.
In time, Iran is not bullying other nations, and Iran is against any act of bullying. And when we look at the demeanors of the United States, they have brought in thousands of troops, military gear from thousands of miles ago. And their actions against Venezuela and what they are doing against Cuba, all these demeanors prove that the United States is exercising the act of bullying, targeting unarmed, defenseless, innocent civilians, and targeting civilian infrastructures. What Iran is doing is simply defending themselves and acting against these actions of bullying through their interference in the region. The United States is paving the way for arms race. The
U.S. is paving the way for an arms race. Whatever could that mean?
Encouraging countries to start and continue to be engaged in this arms race. Question: Egypt has dispatched some warplanes into the United Arab Emirates, and they took part in gunning down some Iranian drones. What's your opinion on this? And did the Iranian foreign minister speak to his Egyptian counterpart on this issue? Our relations with Egypt is based on mutual respect, and communication between the foreign ministries are ongoing, not only on this, but on all the fronts. What is of concern is the security of the region.
Sorry, I shouldn't have paused that.
As it is proven, any act of intervention which may cause which may undermine the stability of the region is rejected, regardless of the body or the party or the country that is intervening.
There you go. That was Iran's foreign minister speaking to the press at length about the current state of affairs with regards to the peace process and whatnot, and the latest developments in the Middle East, saying that Iran condemns any intervening in the conflict in regards Egypt allegedly coming to the United Arab Emirates with multiple warplanes. Now, for more on the back and forth between the United States and Iran, we're going to stay here with Al Jazeera English from 23 hours ago.
It's been 11 weeks since the U.S. and Israel launched the war on Iran, and negotiations to end the conflict have reached a deadlock. Both Washington and Tehran have rejected the terms on a potential peace deal, with threats of resuming the war. President Donald Trump slammed Tehran's latest proposal and warned that the fragile ceasefire is on life support.
After reading a piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand. These are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree? Bad prognostic. I would say.
Iran's parliamentary speaker, who is a leading member of the negotiating team, says the armed forces are ready to respond to any U.S. aggression. Mohammad Begher Ghalibaf says Washington has, quote, no alternative but to accept the rights of the Iranian people as laid out in Tehran's 14-point proposal. And let's go live now to Tauhid Assadi, who joins us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. So, Tauhid, what more did we hear from the Iranian parliament speaker on all of this?
Well, actually, when it comes to the gist of the matter, what we hear from the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, who was the head of Iranian negotiating delegation, is on the basis of a two-sided statement that we have been constantly hearing from Tehran on the basis of readiness for negotiations, but not under dictated terms and imposed conditions, and simultaneously, on the other hand, the readiness for military confrontation, the warning that he was trying to imply when it comes to the potentiality of such a confrontation down the road. And similar to that, we've got it from the Speaker of the Army the other day talking about surprises when it comes to such a scenario, new weapons, new plans of war, new arenas of war. These are things that Iranians are talking about. But speaking of the parallel line of negotiations, we know that what takes place in Tehran is surrounded by a cloud of mistrust when it comes to any rapprochement or engagement, diplomatically speaking, with the United States. First and foremost, they want to sort of make sure that war is not going to happen again, and that is perhaps topping the list of priorities for Tehran.
Yeah. That would be an interesting start for the United States to respect the rights of Iran. Maybe stop doing those invasions or demanding them give up their nuclear material. That would be a start. It's not like the United States or Israel are planning to give up their nuclear material. Neither energy related nor weapons related. All right, Kyle Kalinske up next.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Happy Monday. I got a whole bunch of stuff for you. In just a second, Iran is delivering their final blow to the Trump regime as the war has gone sideways and Trump has lost complete control of the narrative and the situation on the ground. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know if they're coming or going. They can't figure out a way forward, and they're stuck. That's what's happening. They're stuck. So we'll talk about that. We also have Netanyahu melting down on 60 Minutes as Israel support implodes around the world to quite literally the lowest numbers in the world. That's right. So like Israel is now viewed more negatively than North Korea. Stop and think about that, y'all. That is wild. That's what Netanyahu has done. That's what the IDF has done. That's what that disgusting terror state has become. So we'll talk about that as well. Later on, AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene go to war as the internet explodes and erupts and takes sides. So we'll break all that down for you. And also, there's a new Jeffrey Epstein museum that's honestly Trump's worst nightmare because it has the entire breakdown of their relationship together. And there is so much dirt there, it's sort of wild to see it all laid out right in front of you. So we have all that and more. You guys know the deal, man. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. You could also support the show on Patreon if you're so inclined. Even just $2 a month goes a very, very long way. Because remember, y'all, there's real independent media.
So true. So true. And just a reminder to all of you folks, same goes for the Galactic News Network. Completely independent media funded by space fans like you. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, and Throne, all great ways for you to support the show and what we do around here.
Never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read or anything like that. I'm very proud of that fact. So you guys support the show. Island Friends on Substack. You're going to want to do that this week if you haven't yet. Because it's very laid back. It's very chill. It's not like this show where I document the destruction of the world by a death cult. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and jump right in here. So, as you all know, we have the war going on with Iran. Donald Trump has fucked this up 70,000 ways to Sunday. Of course, we never should have been in this war. It was an illegal war of aggression against a country that didn't attack us or Israel. Illegal. And so now, very clearly to the rest of the world, we're the bad guys. Okay, so there's this tentative sort of fake ceasefire happening right now, and they're trying to iron out a long-term deal. Here's the problem. There are irreconcilable differences. There's no way the U.S. and Iran will agree to the same terms because Iran realized, oh shit, we have more power, we have more control, we have more capability than we previously thought, and the U.S. is realizing the limits of its power as an overstretched empire. So, for example, the Strait of Hormuz is gonzo. We're not getting it back. So the idea of the U.S. guaranteeing free and open maritime trade, those days are dead and gone. Okay, this is the U.S. empire rapidly declining right in front of our eyes. So the U.S. is demanding we get back to that place, and Iran's going, how about you suck my nuts from the back? That's not happening. Okay, so the U.S. sent a proposal to Iran, hey, here's the stuff you need to do in order for us to end the war. Iran basically was like, yeah, how about no? So take a look at this. Iran's proposal to the U.S. to end the war, so they send this back. End the blockade completely. They want freedom to export oil, so lift the sanctions. They want a full ceasefire, including in Lebanon, where Israel is trying to take over all of South Lebanon. They want to remove U.S. sanctions, all U.S. sanctions against them. They want to officially retain control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they want all of their assets that were illegally stolen by the U.S., all of those assets to be unfrozen. Okay, so that's what they're coming out and saying. Now, they go on to say here, talks will commence for 30 days after the ceasefire to discuss the details of the agreement, according to Iran's proposal. There will be no direct talks, with all discussions going through Pakistan. Okay, more. Nuclear issues will only be discussed after an agreement to end the war, according to the Wall Street Journal. So this is the other thing. Whereas before the war, you had Iran basically agreeing to the strictest terms on their, uranium enrichment. Now that the U.S. and Israel, the axis of Epstein, attacked Iran aggressively, now they decided, no, we're not even going to engage in talks about our nuclear program until the war is done first. You need to stop the war of aggression first, and then maybe we could talk about nuclear enrichment afterwards.
Yep. That's absolutely the direction this is all headed in. And it is not good. It is not good. It's bad. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to watch all of Pete Hegseth's testimony in Congress today. Well, I mean, still haven't gotten through all of it, and it's a lot. We got at least one clip of it. But before we do that, I think we're going to take one last break, because we still got a little bit left to talk about here. Figure out how to stretch the show out just slightly for everybody. So, quick galactic intermission. Do not worry, we'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. All sorts of great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line. We got the throne, but of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of our sweet break screens. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside the Discord server, and much, much more. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The second break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So you bet your butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Okay. We are back. 6.5 hours into the stream. We still gotta talk more about Iran. And about Donald Trump's trip to China, which he left for a little before the stream started. Let's go. Yeah, let's listen to a little bit more from Kyle, actually, first.
Position. It's amazing how exactly wrong he has played every step, and that is exactly right. More, the Atlantic. The U.S. is effectively checkmated in Iran, and this defeat will carry lasting consequences unlike any America has endured before. And this is from Robert Kagan. And understand, the Atlantic is like a liberal interventionist, a liberal imperialist outlet. So for them to come out and say the U.S. is effectively checkmated in Iran, you know it's bad when even they're coming out there and admitting it. More. Okay, from Dropsite News. Danny Citrinowicz previously led the Iran branch in the IDF's Military Intelligence Directorate. He argued on CNN that Israel does not actually want a deal with Iran. Quote, for Israel, no deal is better than a bad deal. So in other words, this is validating something that we've said all along, that the U.S. and Israel do not have the same strategic goals. By the way, both the U.S. and Israel have unacceptable, negative, and bad strategic goals. Like, for example, Trump wants basically the Venezuela model, but in Iran. Let's put in a puppet leader, but let's have order in the society and let us steal all your natural resources. That's what Trump wants, right? What Israel wants is not that. Israel doesn't just want regime change. They want Iran to be a failed state. They don't want there to be a functioning government. They want warlords fighting each other in the streets. They want it to look like Libya. And they want the entire Middle East on fire so they can swoop in there and keep stealing more and more territory and have nobody pay attention to it at all. That's the goal. So Israel effectively almost wants the opposite of what the U.S. wants. The U.S. wants stability and order, but for us to basically rob the natural resources of Iran and put in a puppet dictator. Israel wants total chaos and mayhem and anarchy so they can be the regional hegemon. That's what they want. And so again, irreconcilable differences between Israel and the U.S., but you're not going to see Trump assert the interests of the U.S. over Israel. And one of the many reasons for that is the Epstein fucking blackmail they have on him, on top of the Israel lobby effectively buying him with hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign contributions. Okay, so the propaganda for this war has been so disastrous and so stupid and so ugly and so dumb that I showed you guys the other day. You have idiots going on CNN and saying with a straight face that Iran trained killer dolphins who are going to like target our ships.
Yep. People actually believed that one. That was AI generated slopaganda. People are like, oh my god, it's real. Killer dolphins, they're coming. Like we made fun of that when I like like last week or something over the weekend. Compared it to sharks with laser beams on their heads. Number 2, I want laser beams on the sharks. It's been a fascinating 2.5 months. Terrible 2 months, but it's been interesting to see how the supposed anti-war Republicans have responded to all of this, and how incompetent our military has been in this. Or at least, I mean, it's technically being all dictated by Pete Hegseth. I don't want to blame everybody in the military, but that, you know, the leaders in this military have led us so far astray. Running through all the United States' arms, missiles, and all of these things, getting absolutely nothing for what we've done aside from alienating ourselves from our allies in the rest of the Middle East, getting all of our bases struck, and in many cases destroyed, or certainly what's the word, like defanged, right? Like disabled, like no longer operational. Most of these bases, they're almost all abandoned. So the Middle East is like almost completely unprotected, at least in relation to how it was before, supposedly. Iran now controls the Strait of Hormuz. We've lost in every conceivable way. It's hard. I think it's even hard for some of these warmongers to look at this and say this is a good war, even though you know they want to. Oh, they want to so bad, but they just can't do it. Some of them are doing it, you know, but it's a failure. All right, let's go here to Secretary Pete Hegseth's testimony before the House Appropriations Committee. You know, the people who deal with the budgets.
Secretary Hegseth, we begin with you for a brief summary of your remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in full support of President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of War. The president's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, as was mentioned by many, addressing both the deferment of longstanding problems as well as positioning our forces for the current and future fight. I'm honored to appear alongside General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Jay Hurst, our Chief Financial Officer. And I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership in securing the investments needed for a stronger and more secure America. A nation's ability to build, to innovate, and to support the critical needs of its warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which its survival rests. However, upon taking office on January 20th of 2025, President Trump inherited a defense industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America-last policies, resulting in a diminished...
The defense industrial base was diminished under Joe Biden? Are you kidding me, dude? The defense industry that saw like continued growth from 2020 to 2024. Saw continued growth as a result of the United States funding the war in Iran and the genocide in Gaza. He wants to pretend like that was bad for the defense industrial base. What a joke. What a fucking joke. Have you seen Lockheed Martin's fucking stock? Let me really quickly. Let's just look at Lockheed Martin's stock. Here it is. I mean, wow. Look at it. It has been doing great. Where's 2020? Here's 2020. Look at it. And there's 2024. By July 1st of 2024. Look at it. I mean, come on. Come on! Oh, the defense industrial base, they're having such a terrible time. How will they ever recover from the Joe Biden administration? Oh, God. By the way, this is the Aerospace and Defense ETF, which is a broad base aerospace and defense investment strategy. I think it's BlackRock. I can't remember who makes this one. But it's the ITA, the iShares, U.S. Aerospace and Defense ETF. Look at it. At what point was it having a hard time? This is where Joe Biden, well, not even technically, this is where Joe Biden took office, right? And look at it. Did it have a hard time? Has it been having a hard time ever? Really? I mean, come on. What a joke. Like, this is such a myth. Like, somehow Democrats are like not equally involved in propping up the defense industrial base. And I think that's a bad thing.
Capability and capacity to project strength. Offshoring, outsourcing, cost overruns, degraded capabilities. Under the leadership of President Trump, our builder-in-chief, we are reversing this systemic decay and putting our defense industrial base back on a war.
He's not just the commander-in-chief, he's the builder-in-chief. Oh, yeah, he's out there, he's with his bare hands, he's building these things, putting the rivets in, machining the warheads.
Time footing. Urgency informs everything we do at this department. We are rebuilding a military that the American people can be proud of, one that instills nothing less than the unrelenting fear in our adversaries and confidence in our allies. We fight to win in every scenario. The $1.5 trillion budget request put forward by the president will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 top line and will continue to reverse the 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful and capable military as we grapple with a complex threat environment across multiple theaters.
As a complex.
Not to mention, the budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, building on the pay increases this committee has given, and the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center.
It's for the troops. It's for the troops. They're going to try and get this through because this is for the troops. We're going to increase our military budget to $1.5 trillion for the troops, baby. Because the troops need it. They're having too hard of a time. They're having too hard of a time with their government-funded socialist health care and their access to loans that the rest of the United States doesn't have. Huh. Yeah. But they need more money, though, too. Which, I mean, to be fair, I mean, like, everybody's having a hard time right now. But I just find it fascinating that that's his claim. The only reason that they want $1.5 trillion is for the troops. You know, the vast majority of this is not going to that, right? Like, everybody, we get that. It's not going to do that. It's going to probably go to defense industrial contractors, like you just mentioned, like Donald Trump Jr., right? Didn't he and Eric start some sort of drone manufacturing company with the Lutnick boys, Uday and Kusei?
Budget. By supercharging our industrial capacity and transforming how the department does business, we are restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from the broken, slow-moving systems of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, decisively moving from an acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most for taxpayer dollars. And Mr. Chairman, you're right, it's a war.
Outcomes-driven focus, says Pete Hegseth. Well, what outcomes have we seen from the Iran war? We've seen tens of billions of dollars expended. We've seen the Strait of Hormuz close and the economy falter, unless you're, you know, highly invested in the Dow or something.
The Dow right now.
Which, of course, includes some of those industrial contractors, defense contractors. I mean, we've seen gas prices go up by, in some places, like 100%. He said goals focused? Objectives focused? What objectives have we completed? All we did was replace one Ayatollah with another Ayatollah and kill a bunch of people and spend a fuck ton of money doing it, and then cost a whole lot of money for regular consumers. With inflation now spiking. We achieved inflation. Yay.
Attrition against the Pentagon bureaucracy every single day, and we intend to win it. Over the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business deals, we have sent ambiguous demand signals to our industry partners to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great American factories, and massive reinvestment in the skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our warriors. Let me briefly provide you with some concrete high-level metrics of what we've accomplished over the last few months. These are announced new facilities and investments to support American warfighters.
We're going to build new facilities? We just had like more than a dozen military facilities get decimated over last year. We're going to build new ones? What about the old ones that we just blew up? We're just going to leave those ones? We're going to build new ones? Next to the old ones?
Has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states, in 180 cities, in 150 different companies, worth more than $50 billion. This has resulted in 280 new and expanded facilities, more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, and more than 70,000 new American jobs. These $50 billion in defense investments in new plants, assembly lines, and factories are private investments, not taxpayer dollars.
Right. I'm sure the United States hasn't given these guys big tax breaks or government contracts, right? Oh, wait, we're going to do that? I can almost guarantee you we're going to do that, okay? Write that down. It's almost definitely going to happen. We're going to give those guys tax breaks, and then we're going to give them tax dollars to build shit, right? Like, maybe they didn't spend money to build factories that we told them to build because they knew that they needed to keep up with the amount of, like, munitions the United States is currently expending, whether through aid or through just, you know, launching those missiles themselves. Like, that's, in my opinion, what probably happened. It's not like a result of like great leadership. It's just probably a result of demand, a market demand. And the United States is the biggest buyer in the market of munitions.
By completely transforming our department's business model, American companies are investing in America with their own capital. A historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all with their money, not Uncle Sam's. This has never been done before.
Never done before.
And is long overdue from a bureaucratic model to a business model. These investments equal great things for America, American families, and American workers, and help us ensure our warfighters can defend.
Now, he says this never happened before. If that's true, it's almost certainly a bad thing, but I doubt that. I highly doubt that. I'm not going to lie. It feels like another Pete Hegseth tall tale. Anyway, there's Pete. He was in Congress saying crazy things again. I don't have any of the counter or the cross-examination of Pete, but I'm sure we'll see some start, you know, popping up here later this week. It's just a lot to go through. There was like people, I think rightfully so, people had a lot of questions for Pete Hegseth, so it's kind of a lot to go through. We are in the middle of a tremendously expensive war in the Middle East right now. All right, let's go here to Hassan Piker.
We're not going to let them. That's the plan. You know, people say, what's the plan? The plan is very simple. The blockade, first of all, was a part of military genius, just like Venezuela was military genius. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And we're stocked up with great ammunition. We have much better stuff than we did 2 months ago.
You know what that means. When Donald Trump says we have a plan, you know his ass has no plan, okay? Which is exactly what's going on. He has no plan. The idea that, like, instead of securing a deal 2 days prior to the China summit, he's threatening to escalate militarily. I mean, what the is the plan at this point? He's going to accelerate the bleeding. It's already hemorrhaging. America has lost this, okay? I've said this over and over again. The stockpiles are down. America has shown its ass to the rest of the world. We don't have the same force projection capabilities we once thought we had. A middle power is able to hold the entire global economy in a standstill against the most powerful military force on the planet. The United States spends more money on its military than 8 of its peer and near peer adversaries combined. This includes Russia, this includes China. It's not even a question who has the most powerful military on the planet. And the fact that they were not able to pry open the Strait of Hormuz militarily and defeat Iran militarily shows that America does not have that same power any longer. But there is a way to open the Strait of Hormuz. Diplomacy. Iran is...
Diplomacy? Sound like a communist.
A communist.
Its willingness to engage America diplomatically over and over again. As a matter of fact, to a degree that one would even consider naivete. America and Israel has over Iran in the process of negotiations twice. Donald Trump is the guy who ripped open the JCPOA agreement that Iran had set up with Barack Obama in the past, a multilateral commitment from China, Russia, European partners, the International Atomic Energy Agency. It was working. It was successful. And Iran got limited sanctions relief in the process. And Donald Trump came into office shortly thereafter and destroyed it. And he did it for Israel because Israel was the only country that was against the JCPOA. And they let it be known over and over again, very publicly. Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States of America and delivered a speech on Barack Obama in front of Congress. All of that led to Iran finally closing up the Strait of Hormuz, something that they had not done in 47 years. And here we are. Donald Trump is failing to pry open the strait militarily. Iran is still maintaining the same militant posture. Iran is basically saying, look, these are our demands. They've been the same since like week 2 of Operation Epic Fail. And Trump is now going back to potential military escalation. This will only accelerate the bleeding because the only path to opening the Strait of Hormuz right now as it stands is...
I'm not sure I like... I'm sorry. I'm not sure which one I like more. Operation Epstein Fury or Operation Epic Fail. They're both really good. I feel like the longer it drags on, the more Operation Epic Fail I warm up to that one more and more. Because as you all know, I've been pretty stuck on Operation Epstein Fury. But Epic Fail, not bad. Not bad at all.
This long-standing, possible months-long conflict and standoff, but it's diplomacy. There's also one group that is in favor of the continuation of this conflict, and that's Israel. So remember that.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1%.
I don't even know what the to say about this. Yeah, it's on life support because of you, jackass. Is because you care more about Israel than you do about making sure that Thailand continues having an electrical grid. You care more about making sure that Israel's appetite is satiated for death and destruction than you do about making sure that Japan has sufficient energy, making sure that South Korea has sufficient energy. It's ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous. There is no alternative but to accept the rights of the Iranian people as laid out in the 14-point proposal. Any other approach will be completely inconclusive. Nothing but one fate.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. Hassan is right. Hold on. You don't need this whole clip. We don't need this whole Hassan clip right now.
Obviously, God, there's, like I said, I could talk for hours, if not for years, if not for decades, about the many failures of Barack Obama in terms of his foreign policy. That's why I was giving you the much shorter part of Barack Obama's legacy that I think is worthy of praise, rather than the parts of Barack Obama's legacy that are worthy of tremendous criticism.
And pussy too.
Obama's here. Whoa, Obama, what are you doing here?
And pussy too.
What? That's crazy. It is very funny, though, that the guy who is responsible for ripping up the JCPOA and then doing the Abraham Accords is now finally arriving at JCPOA 2, Electric Boogaloo.
And pussy too.
And Sina Tusi says, Trump has no good options on Iran. He could have stayed in the Obama deal. I like this tie, by the way. I hate to admit, I'm a suit guy now, so I notice these things. Trump has no good options in Iran. He could have stayed in the Obama deal or taken the reportedly stronger arrangement on the table before the war. Instead, he chose relentless escalation with Iran since 2018, motivated by his own grudges, hubris, and the path Netanyahu and the Israel lobby sent him on. In doing so, he gave Iran the opportunity to activate its innate leverage over the Strait of Hormuz and pull the U.S. into a strategic quagmire. Now he's sinking deeper into an escalation trap despite there being no military solution. Closer look at the tie while he's perfectly still, lol.
During the earliest years of their children's lives. Second, we are
This is so funny. Dude, I'm about to say something that's a little libbed up. You know, I was literally screaming about Brandon's brain leaking out of his ears since 2019. I said he shouldn't run. He's unbelievably old. His faculties have diminished. And the media took its sweet-ass time to get there. Perhaps far too late. And it definitely played a role in the diminished credibility of mainstream media for not openly covering that Brandon was demented. I will, however, say this. This is not normal. It's not normal. The media's doing it again. So perhaps they have a uniparty principle when it comes to hiding the fact that our president is demented. I'm sorry. It's objectively abnormal to have the leader of the free world falling asleep every damn day.
Seriously. There's multiple clips of him looking like that. We saw another one of them earlier. Like, it was throughout that meeting, he just kept dozing off. He was just tired or bored as shit. Unclear. I mean, talking about women's reproductive. I mean, no, it's gross. Gross. I don't like to think about that. Once they're pregnant, I forget about them, okay? They get pregnant, and I say, actually, you're cooked. Right? I mean, is that Donald Trump not that guy? It was like, all right, once my wife gets pregnant, he literally cheated on Melania with, what's-her-face? Not Marples. I can't think. Oh my God. The Playboy Playmate. What? Oh, no. I can't think of her name right now. He's like, I mean, he literally, you know, like, once they have kids, he's like, I'm bored. I need a new one. This one's done. Stormy Daniels, thank you. Oh, my God. And so, you know, like, women's reproductive, anything, I feel like it's just boring to him. Okay, let's go here now to BBC from 7 hours ago. "7 hours ago, U.S. defends cost of war as Iran threatens to enrich uranium."
Hello, I'm Geeta Gurumurthy. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing, bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 74 of the US-Israel war with Iran. The US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is grilled by Congress over the cost of the war, which the Pentagon says has climbed to nearly $29 billion. The world's most powerful leaders are due to meet. President Trump will head to China for high-stakes talks with President Xi Jinping, with the Iran war looming large over their meeting. An Iranian official threatens to accelerate Iran's nuclear weapons program if America resumes fighting. The UK announces it'll contribute drones, jets and a warship to multinational missions.
Okay, hold on. I forgot that I gotta skip ahead to this particular topic. I can't remember where this is the first one they go off of. No, the first one is this, which I'm gonna skip on for now. Yeah, this is where it is. Okay.
Weapons-grade level if Iran is attacked again, a threat which will infuriate the Trump administration, no doubt. Well, on the ever-escalating rhetoric, here's our Middle East correspondent Caroline Davis in Dubai.
After the comments by President Trump calling this latest proposal from the Iranians to be garbage, we also heard from the parliamentary speaker of Iran, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. He said that it was important that the US had no alternative but to accept the 14-point proposal. And he also said that the longer the US dragged its feet, the more American taxpayers would pay for it. But there's another point as well that actually happened in the course of the last few hours. We also heard from another Iranian official, the Foreign Policy and National Security Committee spokesperson, who said that if Iran was attacked again, one option could be that it could look at 90% enrichment. Now, many people will assume that that is relating to the enrichment of uranium. Of course, the big question is whether or not Iran would have the capacity to be able to enrich, because, of course, after last summer, President Trump said that the US and Israeli offensive last year against Iran obliterated, in his words, the nuclear facilities that Iran has. So would there be even the capacity for Iran to be able to do that? But many people will see that particular statement as very inflammatory, given the fact that, of course, the US and Iran negotiated.
I want to add some clarity to that claim, because what is being called potentially inflammatory is Iran threatening to do the same thing that Israel and the United States have already done. Right? Is it enrich nuclear material to a weapons grade level, because the United States and Israel both have nuclear weapons. So this would literally be Iran just doing the same thing that the two countries that are attacking it have already done, and effectively evening the playing field nuclear weapons wise, potentially. Like, this is literally all that's being threatened here. But it's inflammatory. How dare Iran suggest it would do the same thing the United States and multiple other nations on the planet have already done.
Position when they were in Islamabad having those face-to-face discussions, it was Vice President J.D. Vance said that the reason that those talks were not able to come to a conclusion was because of Iran's stance on its ability to enrich uranium and to have at some point have that sort of nuclear capacity.
Caroline Davis there. Let's focus now on what life is like inside Iran, where the political and economic...
Okay, thank you, BBC, for that. We got one more clip on this Iranian nuclear enrichment threat. France 24, I'm sorry, DW News from earlier yesterday afternoon, I guess evening in Germany.
We're turning our focus to Iran now, which has threatened to ramp up uranium enrichment to near weapons-grade levels if the conflict resumes. As President Trump warns, a ceasefire with Tehran is now on life support. A spokesperson for Iran's National Security and Foreign Policy Commission has warned that lawmakers could consider raising enrichment to 90%. That's a significant step that would bring the country closer to nuclear weapons capability. The warning comes as tensions are increasing between Washington and Tehran over the future of Iran's nuclear program. The US is pressing Iran to move its enriched uranium stockpile abroad, while Tehran insists the issue should be addressed at a later stage in the negotiations. And earlier I spoke to William Alberkey, a former NATO official and now a senior fellow with the Pacific Forum. I asked him whether Iran saying that it could enrich uranium to 90% if attacked again is a real military threat or just political theater.
I think it's a little bit of mix of both. On the one hand, Iran has been building extensive tunnels in addition to the facilities that were struck by the United States and Israel in the two sets of strikes last year and this year. So it's entirely possible that they have a number of cascades able to enrich that uranium stored away in facilities that we have not monitored yet. So it's possible that they could then move the highly enriched uranium that they already have stored at Esfahan to other tunnel hidden sites and do enrichment there. Converting that further into a bomb would be much more complicated, but further enrichment is at least theoretically possible.
Yeah, and I mean, people say it's complicated, but technically Iran does have some very capable scientists, and they could certainly build one of these things if they wanted to, regardless of a complexity. I'm fairly certain there's more technological literacy in Iran than there is in the United States. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. I'm pretty sure that that's the case. It's on a percentage basis.
Okay, you've just mentioned it. It's further away, but for viewers who hear 90% enrichment and they think nuclear bomb, how close is that really for Iran?
Right, so right now, the highly enriched material we're talking about around 440.9 kilograms, which is enough for between 10 to 12 bombs. It's in a gaseous form in cylinders that we think are buried underneath the Esfahan nuclear complex. So they would have to take those cylinders, they would have to build out centrifuges to enrich that material. So they'd have to put the gas through these spinning containers to further enrich it from 60% to 90%, which once you're at 60%, it's very fast to get to 90%. But now you have gas, uranium, that's enriched to 90%. You would then have to turn that into a solid form, and then from a solid into a metal form, then from a metal into the sphere that would be the center of a bomb, and then build all the bomb material around that, and then you'd have a warhead. Those stages of taking 90% rich uranium, converting it into metal, converting that metal into a pit, are incredibly complex operations that would take very specialized facilities and would take weeks, if not months, to do at the best of conditions, but under wartime conditions and under monitoring by the US and Israel, it would be very, very difficult and incredibly risky, because there's one way to guarantee that US or Israel would send in troops, and that would be to take these steps from 60% to 90% and then...
Oh, it's a guarantee, according to this guy. If they start enriching uranium, the United States and Israel will definitely invade. I hate that take. It's not a guarantee. The United States doesn't have to do that, and neither does Israel. All of this is all our fucking fault anyway. And that would be fucking insane. Invading Iran on foot. Just to rescue a couple of guys, or one guy from Iran or something, like two, was it one or two? It was two. Like, we lost like half a dozen planes and other military vehicles. Really? Can we afford a ground invasion? Woefully low on certain missiles and other, this is insane to even talk about the United States invading Iran. Maybe we should try and de-escalate things. Here's an idea. All right, last clip on the Middle East before we move on to other topics. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English live stream, see what they're talking about over here. Oh, I think they're talking about the thing we're about to talk about next.
A stupid person. That's a remark that we will record for that period of time. Mike Hanna, Al Jazeera at the White House.
From Beijing, Katrina Yu looks at what's on the agenda and how this trip is different to Trump's last.
When Donald Trump last visited in 2017, President Xi Jinping gave him a lavish private tour around here, the Forbidden City, China's most famous historical landmark. It was a remarkable show of once China.
China!
Now Beijing is preparing to welcome Trump once again, but this time the atmosphere will be very different. Tensions are high over several disagreements. Trump's tariffs remain in place, and a trade imbalance is unresolved.
Of course there's a trade imbalance, because China still makes everything. It has not changed. Oh my god. Okay, that was the live stream from Al Jazeera, but since we're about to talk about China, but I have some other shit to talk about before. I don't want us to get too deep into China and then like rip us away from it just to go back again. So I'm just gonna move on. Let's go quickly here now to CNN from yesterday, talking about this strange occurrence. Since we just got done talking about the possibility of Iran enriching your uranium to weapons grade level, let's talk about the nuclear reactor supposedly aboard a Russian ship, which has apparently sank to the bottom of the ocean.
What you talking about?
A mystery in the Mediterranean. The possible torpedoing of a Russian ship to stop the Kremlin handing submarine nuclear reactors to North Korea begins in a quiet Spanish port.
This really is the craziest of stories about a Russian shadow fleet ship that sank off the coast here in the strangest of circumstances, whose Russian captain confessed to investigators here that it was carrying 2 nuclear reactors, possibly for a submarine headed for an unknown destination, the wreckage of all of which.
How do you figure that affects the marine wildlife? Just sinking a couple of nuclear reactors in the middle of the ocean. Huh? You think that's good? Because you think that's a good thing or what?
The Russian military spent a huge amount of time and effort destroying.
The incident is shrouded in silence, but concerns the most serious of issues: weapons proliferation between 2 nuclear powers and force being used to stop it. The Ursa Major ship loaded up near St. Petersburg in early December 2024, on paper bound for Vladivostok, with a cargo of 2 huge cranes and over 100 empty containers. It made another stop, loading 2 large manhole covers. You can see them in blue here, along with 2 white pill-shaped objects, which will later prove important. It set sail, a shadow fleet ship used by Russia in Syria. The Portuguese Navy followed it from above. You can see the blue covers here, until just before it ran into trouble in Spanish waters.
It was way further out to sea when the Ursa Major, on the 22nd of December 2024, suddenly slowed, and Spanish rescuers noticed this and they radioed to ask if anything was wrong. The ship insisted it was fine and could deal with the situation.
But about 24 hours later, it made a sharp deviation and issued an urgent call for help. The boat was listing, this video shows, filmed from a nearby tanker, but probably not going to sink too fast. The captain of the ship later told investigators he'd seen a 50 centimetre by 50 centimetre hole in the hull, the damaged metal facing inwards, a source close to the investigation said. The captain said it had been followed by 3 explosions on the starboard side of the boat, killing 2 of his crew.
So the Russian military arrive in force and they tell everyone to stay 2 nautical miles.
Now, to me, this seems like a war crime, and like a crime against the environment. It's a civilian vessel. You might have a problem with its intention. It's a civilian mission. A nuclear reactor is a source of energy, not a weapon. And so you radiated the Mediterranean in order to prevent North Korea from having energy, I guess?
From their ship, the Ursa Major. But the Spanish know they need to conduct a rescue operation, so they send this ship to pick up 14 Russian survivors who were brought back here. And that includes the Russian captain, who it seems starts to help investigators piece together some of what's happened. But it's hours later that day that the mood changes over the Ursa Major ship, and the Russian military fire flares over it, and then a series of explosions follow, which Spanish seismic sensors picked up, and they send the ship to the seabed floor.
Moscow demanded their crew back too fast, but it didn't happen immediately.
Spanish rescuers brought the 14 Russian surviving crew to this hotel, and it's here where the Russian captain started telling investigators key information. Now, there's been near silence from the Spanish government about this incident, but they've recently released this statement confirming that the Russian captain confessed here to investigators his ship was carrying 2 nuclear reactors, probably meant for submarine use, and he also said he simply wasn't sure if those reactors had fuel in them.
There's no evidence of any contamination. The captain also told investigators he thought he would not stop first at Vladivostok.
Well, we all better hope that those fucking reactors didn't have fuel on them. Because if they did, it's probably contaminating the entire Mediterranean right now. Or at least, not the entire thing, but, you know, some large radius from wherever that boat is. Now to Pakistan quickly before we go back to talking about China in full here with this Trump trip. Where unfortunately a terrorist attack, it would seem a roadside, well, not quite roadside, but like a bomb, improvised explosive on a rickshaw in Pakistan exploded, killing 9 people outside of a market. I was having tea with my friend near the blast site. Told my friend, look, why is the traffic blocked? Then suddenly, the blast happened. I left the teacup there and ran to the blast site and helped rescue the wounded and the dead in the blast. May Allah grant good health to the wounded. Now, there's been long-standing accusations and some evidence of India funding terrorist actions against Muslims in Pakistan. Now, it's not entirely clear who is behind this strike. I haven't had enough time to go deep into it. And so for now, this is just a terrorist, a horrifying atrocity in Pakistan that I think we should all just have, sympathy for the victims and of the families of the victims. But we cannot forget that India has on many occasions funded these sorts of anti-Muslim terrorist attacks. I don't know if that's why this happened. Once again, but that's my first guess when it comes to border towns in Pakistan having random bombs explode. But could be any number of groups potentially. All right, to China.
I have to have my China.
MSNBC from yesterday. Let's talk about Trump's trip. Trump's trip to China.
China.
Okay, as we said, Donald Trump heads to China this week. It's a big deal. It's a country whose standing in the world is growing while America's is slipping. Trump's war in Iran has not only succeeded in giving Iran a brand new weapon, the Strait of Hormuz, but it's further weakened America's economy and this nation's position in the world, much of which is to China's benefit. Today, Trump said losing a vital free global shipping artery in the Strait of Hormuz was, quote, genius, because now countries are buying oil from Texas. Here's today's local news headline from Temple, Texas. Gas prices across Texas surge across Texas as oil prices rise. Gas prices in Texas, by the way, are over $4 a gallon, slightly lower than the national average, $4.52 a gallon. Today, Donald Trump said he wants to suspend the federal gas tax, which is just over 18 cents a gallon. Now, if you attended the second grade and learned basic arithmetic, not Trump math, you'd know today, even without the federal gas tax, the national average for a gallon of gas would be $4.34 a gallon. What Americans need from Donald Trump is for him to stop doing the stupid thing that sent gas prices surging from under $3 a gallon, which is where they were before Donald Trump decided to go to war with Iran. Then there's what we call the soft power side of things. Voters, not normally somewhere we quote from, but Voters reports, as the U.S. bleeds visitors, China closes in on the top tourism spot. According to a new assessment by the World Travel and Tourism Council, 80 million more people traveled internationally in 2025 compared to 2024. That was a bumper year for global travel. However, the U.S. didn't benefit from that increase. Visitor numbers to the United States dropped by 5.5%. America lost tourists. International spending fell to $176 billion from $184 billion. In contrast, China is gaining ground. In 2025, international visitor spending there rose 10.5% to $135 billion. The report notes that China, the world's second largest tourism market, is closing the gap. The report cites tariffs, profiling by ICE and Border Patrol, anti-LGBTQ sentiment, and social media surveillance, all Trump policies, as reasons for the drop in tourism to the United States. Now, to be entirely fair, you get most of that stuff in China, too. But America used to be the land of the free. The biggest attraction to people from my home country, Canada, there's been a huge drop in Canadian tourism because Canadians are angry that Donald Trump tariffed them and repeatedly threatened their sovereignty, although now he's talking about making Venezuela the 51st state, not Canada. And thanks to Donald Trump's war on American universities and federal institutions, China is also winning on that front. The Association of American Universities reported on March 31st, it's official, China tops the U.S. in research and development spending. 3 days later, Donald Trump released his 2027 budget. White House once again proposes massive cuts to scientific research and education. In other words, China eats our lunch, and Donald Trump says, "Here, sirs, please have some more." That is the art of losing to China. The Financial Times sums up how Trump's failures
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
It says, quote, Donald Trump travels to Beijing this week against the backdrop of two wars that have gone wrong. The real war that he launched against Iran in February and the trade war against China that he dramatically intensified in April of 2025. Trump's strategic position has been further weakened by the fiasco of the Iran war. The U.S. president was originally scheduled to travel to Beijing in mid-April. He delayed the trip, apparently hoping to get the conflict with Iran wrapped up before he met Xi. Instead, he'll arrive in China with the Strait of Hormuz still effectively closed and fuming about the United States' inability to bend Iran to its will.
Yep, that was the backdrop of pretty much everything that's happened here since Trump took office, leading up to this trip to China, where he will be meeting with Xi Jinping, I believe, for the first time since going back to the office. Gotta say, he's not going there from a position of power right now. I know that much. Ay, ay, ay. Not even close. If anything, you know, he started a trade war with China. Then the Supreme Court told him he couldn't do it anymore. Effectively being forced to back out of the war with that. Now is in a war that he can't win with Iran, or seemingly certainly couldn't win in a short timeline, and is still quagmired in. Even though he was delaying his trip, we heard, I can't remember who said it, but they supposedly delayed the trip because of the Iran war, and now they're just gonna do it anyway, even though the Iran war is not done.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Oh, it's so bad. And it's kind of incredible to watch China continue to benefit from all of the incredibly erratic behavior of Donald Trump. And the fact that they're now beating the United States in tourism is a real problem for America. And in research and development and science and all these other things. I mean, it's just incredible. Trump is like Holly said, just handing all of these things to China. Even though you know there's like the Republican Party is filled with China hawks. All right, more on the China trip.
President Donald Trump travels to Beijing this week, marking the first visit to China by a U.S. president in nearly a decade, the last one by Trump. As Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping get ready to meet, both countries have said that the relationship has been relatively stable, and they want to keep it that way. But there are still some issues unresolved. For example, trade tensions persist, and although it's possible there's going to be an extended truce, some experts think that the broader conflict is far from over. Technology is another sticking point, with the US limiting exports of advanced chips to China. Taiwan is still the most sensitive issue, with Beijing calling it the biggest risk to the relationship, but the White House has said that it doesn't expect a change in the US policy. The war in Iran is also on the agenda, with Washington urging China to use its influence over Tehran. But overall, analysts...
Well, that'll be a fun sell. Hey, China. I mean, he's been trying this over and over again. He's already been telling China to open the strait and to tell Iran to knock it off and everything in between those two things. And nothing is really taken. China doesn't seem to really be interested in getting involved in all that. Okay, let's go here next to the streets of China.
China.
Streets of China, to the people. I'm not a fan of Trump. I think since he became the president, the U.S. has always had issues with all the countries in Asia and other regions, even wars against others. It looks to me they are not keen on peace. His visit to Beijing will at least break the ice for the China-U.S. relations, or at least relax the bilateral relationship and bring the two closer. If the China-U.S. relations keep deadlocked there, it will not be good for all. Not good for the United States and China, and not good for ordinary people like us. What could happen is that an agreement is reached today, but tomorrow he will change his mind. Most likely it will be like this, I think. This smart
Air Force
smart guy.
At Beijing Airport ahead of
The smart guy right there. Might reach an agreement, but Donald Trump could go back on it immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. France 24 up next.
U.S. Air Force planes land at Beijing Airport ahead of U.S. President Donald Trump's arrival on Wednesday.
At the invitation of President Xi Jinping, President Trump will pay a state visit to China, the first visit by a U.S. president in 9 years. President Xi will hold in-depth discussions with President Trump on major issues concerning China-U.S. relations, as well as world peace and development.
Washington and Beijing have been at loggerheads over issues ranging from trade tariffs to the Middle East war. Trump is expected to urge President Xi Jinping to pressure Iran into making concessions. Beijing is the biggest buyer of Tehran's oil, giving it leverage. China, meanwhile, wants to talk about Taiwan, which it claims as part of its territory. The US is an important ally to Taiwan, but Trump has demonstrated greater ambivalence towards it since his return to the White House.
There is one package that President Trump has announced of arms sales to support the defense of Taiwan, but there's a second package that has been languishing. And it is very much in President Xi's interest to instill upon President Trump the importance of keeping that second arms sales package languishing.
The White House has promised that Trump will, quote, deliver more good deals for Americans. His transactional approach has raised concerns that US support for Taiwan could become a bargaining chip.
I have a great relationship with President Xi. We're doing a lot of business, but it's smart business. We used to be taken advantage of for years with our previous presidents, and now we're doing great with China. We make a lot of money with.
We're doing great. Ay, ay, ay. Donald Trump representing the United States in China. Heading off. Oh, wait. I need to refresh this. I added a couple of videos in here. I've been looking for, like, his arrival. Like, I've been looking for the video of him arriving, but he has not arrived yet. I think it's because it's like at least like a 12-hour longer flight. Actually, I think it might be longer than that. I guess this depends on the aircraft you're flying in. I think it actually might be closer to 24 hours. So I guess he won't actually be there for a while. Now that I think about it, he probably won't be there for like 9 hours or more. All right, for more on this Trump trip, let's go to CNN from 17 hours ago.
President Trump leaves today for Beijing for a high-stakes summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping, and the war with Iran is overshadowing and perhaps influencing what would have been the major issues at play: trade tensions and China's designs on Taiwan. The president says the ceasefire with Iran is on, quote, life support. The Strait of Hormuz remains essentially closed, and Iran has not conceded to the president's demands for peace. Let's get right to CNN's Elena Treen at the White House. You know, this trip has been on the calendar, actually moved, but for some time, a lot of desires to get things done here. But what does it play now?
Yeah, look, I think initially the White House, John, really wanted this to be a visit about trade and the economy, and also, you know, almost a watershed moment for these two leaders of these superpower economies. But so much of it is being now overshadowed by the war in Iran and also this longstanding dispute over Taiwan. But I do want to get into a little bit about what the White House wants this to be about. We know, of course, that really this bruising tariff fight between the U.S. and China has really dominated much of last year. But President Trump and Chinese Xi Jinping did agree to almost like this fragile truce last fall. And the White House wants to keep that relative calm moving forward. Now, we are told that their discussions when they meet face to face is part of it's supposed to be about, of course, the customary haggling over potential Chinese purchases of American products. That includes commercial jetliners and soybeans, and also proposal for a joint board of trade that would bring government oversight to a lot of the commerce between these two countries. We're also known they're expected, of course, to talk about tariffs and how to adjust them as they remain at a very high level.
Yeah. Tariffs still do remain at a very high level, although not nearly as high as they once were. And tensions between the United States and China are certainly at an ebb. I don't know if it's a historic low, but it's certainly quite low in modern history. And Trump doesn't seem to have any real plan on solving it. What exactly does it even do? What do we all imagine Trump doing in China exactly right now? Because I've been thinking about it, trying to like parse through the possibilities of the things that Donald Trump might say and or do in China. But like, if anything, he's just gonna make an ass of himself. He's just gonna make an ass of himself, most likely. Have a tantrum over something. Leave early or tweet something stupid. Tweet multiple something stupid, probably. And who knows what? Like, he's just gonna make it a big utter just an embarrassment of America. But Donald Trump left for China about 12 hours ago. Before that, he had something to say about his trip.
Mr. President, what is your message to President Xi as it relates to the Iran war?
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problems. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been somebody that we get along with. And I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Mr. President, do you think he needs to intervene at all with the Iranians?
I don't
do you
think
think
he
can
does,
help
no.
in any way?
No, I don't think we need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or the other. We'll win it peacefully or otherwise. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, every single element of their war machine is gone. They've killed a lot of people. They've killed 42,000 people at least over the last month and a half. We win.
Mr. President,
no matter how you cut it.
Mr. President, what do you think of this?
Do you believe, Mr. Curtis here, Mr. President, do you believe your visit to China will impact of international economy and price of oil?
It's going to be a positive. We're going to have a very good meeting. I spoke with President Xi. We both look forward to the meeting. It's going to be.
We're both looking forward to it. Very exciting. Oh, so exciting. All right, to the tarmac at Joint Base Andrews. He can never decide to do what hand signal to do. Like when he's leaving, he does the thumbs up, then like the Like the hand wave was like, hold on. he does the tap on the railing to thumbs up, and then he turns and waves to some other group of people. I don't know why one group got the thumbs up, the other one got the wave. It's a little confusing, but okay, well, there you go. Thank you for flying with Orange Air.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Donald Trump heading off to China. We got like 2 clips left, people. Great job. Great job to everybody for making it this far. First to the Associated Press from 55 minutes ago. Trump set to arrive in Beijing for China summit with Xi Jinping. Ooh, it rhymes.
President Donald Trump is arriving here in Beijing later today. He comes at a time when the war in Iran has hurt his popularity at home. It's raised energy prices around the world and unstabilized markets. Trump is going to talk about Iran when he meets in a state visit with his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping. He's already expressed some frustration with the Chinese, saying that they haven't used their strong economic ties to Iran to pressure the Iranian authorities to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which could ease oil prices. Trump is also coming with a number of CEOs. They will be discussing trade. Both sides have reached a sort of a trade truce since last fall that have prevented each one from imposing high tariffs. And the White House says that there's interest from both China and the U.S. in extending that trade truce. So that's something that will be discussed. They'll also be discussing an arms sale to Taiwan that the White House has approved but has not yet allowed to go through. The Chinese would rather see that not come to fruition.
Yep, Donald Trump impending arrival in China. It'll be big news today, no doubt. What will happen with the Cheeto in chief in China? The Cheeto in chief in China. Alliteration. However, China, before Trump arrived, came out spokespeople from China to reaffirm a number of stances that they currently hold, including on Taiwan.
Our resolve to oppose Taiwan independence is as firm as a rock, and our ability to crush separatism is unbreakable. There is only one China, and Taiwan is part of China. This is an undeniable historical and legal fact that cannot be denied. Taiwan has never been a country. It was not one in the past, and it absolutely will not be one in the future. No matter how many times Lai Ching-te repeats his lies, a lie told 1,000 times remains a lie, and
Well, there you have it. I think that's the Chinese foreign... I can't remember. Actually, no, she's not the foreign minister, but she's, I think she's from the foreign ministry. Like one of the main spokespeople. Coming out and saying Taiwan independence is a lie. And that they will not back down on that position ahead of Trump's arrival. Whether or not, as if they expected Trump to say something about Taiwan is unclear, but it would seem that that may have been the case. Well, I don't think Trump could point out Taiwan on a map. I guess maybe he could. Well, it's been a fascinating start to the week. What did we have? We had, well, the continued redistricting fight. A primary. We had the Trump Epstein Library, of course, museum, whatever we're calling it, appearing. The continued failure of the U.S. economy to provide adequate health care for Americans without bankrupting them. And the continued effects of Operation Epstein failure on the broader economy, gas prices, things made with plastic, and much, much more. And, of course, everything on fire and or underwater season getting a banner start in the United States, with fires popping up from Arizona to Florida. Been a busy week. Nuclear threats of enrichment from Iran. And Donald Trump will be arriving in China any minute now, where I'm sure he will be embarrassing and shaming the United States on the world stage once again. Well, we made it through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, and Emily S. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show with your eyes. Oh wait, Hecate. I almost forgot about you, Hecate. Thank you as well. The list continues to grow. But a number of patrons have failed to catch up to their Patreon memberships are slated to fall off the list soon, so do get on there. Make sure that you have updated payment information. All right, everybody. Don't forget that you could also be a patron for the low price of $3 a month.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break, everybody wants a tax break, but you know what? There are other priorities in this country, I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, he's a billionaire, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate. 10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received, as one family, about a $30 billion tax bill. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point. This was originally